Welcome, everyone, to Global Publishing and Ron LeGrand's Great American Real Estate Summit.
Yes,
Yay.
Good morning. We're so proud of you guys, even the ones on the West Coast, like us in Arizona.
Yes, you guys got up early and you're hanging in
Good
there on
job.
the third day. The most exciting day. We're going to have so much fun today. Now, you guys have already seen us a few times with the deal structuring and live calls, and you know a little bit about us, maybe. We chatted a little bit about us. We're going to give you a little bit more input on that, but today, Ron has charged us with teaching you guys a crucial part of the business. In fact, he is actually the driving force behind us teaching you about having an acquisitionist.
That's right.
Isn't that right?
Oh, yeah. Ron actually approached us and asked us, because Brian's incredible at systems and checklists and flowcharts and scripts. He approached us to put together some information so that we're able to help train Ron's acquisitionist.
That's right. So Ron knows that we want to be able to help you guys replace yourselves. And we don't want you trading one rat race for another. And you see the folks who are really the investors who are very impressive and getting the big numbers. Where do you start? Where do you start that leveling up process? First, you get going a little bit in the business yourself. Actually, some folks, to be honest with you, hire an acquisitionist right away.
That's right.
Because they just don't think. We had one student who was a doctor out in San Diego, and he knew he was never going to do all the steps necessary to really build the real estate investing business. So he got someone right away. Now, most folks, you know, they want to get in, get their feet wet, maybe, and be their own acquisitionist in the beginning. So what we're talking about is being an acquisitionist, finding an acquisitionist for yourself, and really leveling up your business. And that's what's so exciting about what we're talking about today.
So take really good notes, because we're going to be teaching a lot. Now, one big thing, who knows how to spell acquisitionist?
Yeah, take great notes. That's a tough one. If you want to try to type in acquisitionist, maybe you can see it around my head here.
Who can type in acquisitionist? Let's see if you're awake. Go ahead and put that in the comments. Yes. Acquisitionist.
Yes.
The nice thing is we're going to show you how they don't get paid till you get paid.
Right.
Okay.
Now, guys, we are going to be spending about an hour talking about this and training you up on this. Take great notes. We're talking about hiring, training, managing, all these different aspects, and we're going to give you a lot of hard information. So you're going to have writer's cramp maybe at the end of the hour. Then Ron's got some other great training and, other great folks coming up. But just remember, with an acquisitionist, regardless of what you're learning, whether you're pursuing wholesale deals, you want to become the wholesale king or queen, or you're doing rehabs, or you're doing pretty house deals, as we love. People call us the pretty house couple.
Pretty house couple.
Yeah. Or whether you're doing
Airbnbs.
Airbnbs or even commercial, the next step always is an acquisitionist and having an acquisitionist on your team. So we're going to tell you who to look for, and you may actually know somebody right now. You may actually have someone in your circle that you think would be good and sort of a good talker. That's kind of the big thing here, is we're looking for somebody who's a good talker. And we're going to get into that now. But as I said, most of you guys know, take great notes. Most of you guys know us a little bit, at least from the last couple of days. But we have a nice introduction that Ron did for us. So we're going to give you a shot at watching that.
I'm Ron LeGrand, and I'm really excited about the couple you're about to meet.
Brian and Lynette Wolf are true blue real estate entrepreneurs.
Now, the Wolves have been teaching on stage with me all across America for the last 15 years. And over the past few years, I've seen them grow into the nation's leading trainers out there. I know you're going to respect the Wolf couple as I do. And the most important thing, you're going to learn so much money-making information from them.
So much money-making information today, guys, and we're going to get right into it. Remember, just a real brief look at this. We've been around in real estate for over 30 years, doing national training and teaching alongside Ron in front of, huge crowds and audiences since 2004. So a long time, 16 years, almost 17 years. And we taught Ron's Pretty House Bootcamp. Now, we are excited to see you. A lot of you signed up for the Quick Start Real Estate School, and we're very excited to see you there. We are at all of those for the last, since 2004.
17 years.
That's right. So we are excited to see you there and bring in leads. And yes, we'll be doing your live calls and everything at those. But we used to actually be called the Pretty House Bootcamp, where we did live calls, and it was just us teaching it. So now we've incorporated the Pretty and Ugly, so that's awesome. Now we have a video production company, and you'll see that we have a lot of video production that we help people learn. And frankly, guys, I think that's the way people want to learn now. They want to watch TV.
Totally.
Nobody really wants to be handed a book, a big thick manual and say, here, look at this, and then we're going to give you a test. People like to learn from videos.
I've
nowadays.
always been really visual.
Yes. And so we do a lot of videos, and we got successful students all across the USA, even where you live. And actually, guys, we have a #1 best-selling book on Amazon called The Flip Side of Flipping, all about the Pretty House creative financing business. And Ron wrote the foreword to the book and a couple of chapters.
I love reading this book via audio.
Yes, we have it on audiobook, and Ron even did his part.
That's right.
That's great. So guys, 30 years we've been in real estate, and we were also realtors. Now, we came up through the real estate world. Real estate actually helped us break out of being broke at one point. And Lynette was a realtor, and I was a realtor. We're going to tell you that story in a little bit. She was number one new home sales agent. Actually set a state record when she sold 41 homes in 1 month.
Yes.
Is that amazing?
Do you think I know how to sell houses? Absolutely.
That's right. And I was a realtor as well. And then I was running an AmeriQuest mortgage office in downtown Phoenix. Now, guys, we weren't broke, but what did we have nothing of?
No lifestyle.
Yeah,
no
we had
freedom.
money. We had money, but we had no freedom.
We were in the rat race.
That's right. And so the next step to get out of the rat race is getting that acquisitionist, because I don't even want you guys getting into real estate investing and just having that be all time consuming and life consuming. We're looking to free you to the less you do,
the more you make.
I think I might even have some stuff on that. Guys, we've done a lot of deals, and we can show you checks like everybody has checks. And this was a nice one because it is one of those back end profits where you buy a pretty house. This is why we love the pretty house business. We bought this one like 15 years ago, and just over the years with the pay down and everything, we actually got a final check at the end for $278. So now your acquisitionist, we're going to actually go through how you're going to pay. That's one thing people always want to know about, and competition. So we're going to talk about that. Are you creating your own competition? Are you, and how do you pay these people, and how do you find them and all that? So we're getting to that. This is a real recent check. We actually, I think, showed you guys. It's for $165. So that's a great one. And every once in a while, guys, you get these big checks. And remember, your acquisitionist is making about 1/10 of what you're making, and I'll explain that. So why have an acquisitionist? Basically, why? So
more money, less work.
Yeah, so write that down, guys. Why an acquisitionist? Type this into the box, guys, into the comments. More money, less work.
That's what we like.
More money, less work. You got somebody taking some of the responsibility off of you, and the phone calls and all the follow-up. I'm going to tell you right now, I hate to break it to you, if you want to do multiple deals per month and really pursue this, there's a lot of follow-up. And, I'll tell you, Steve Zumagale, Real Estate Steve, who actually, we're going to show you a picture of him and his acquisitionist a little bit later, because he uses our acquisitionist system. We're obviously talking about a way that you guys are going to be able to do this at home and get somebody on board with you who you may already know. And one of the good points that I thought Steve made, several good points, but getting that acquisitionist really levels up. And you guys even saw his acquisitionist in that video yesterday morning.
That's right.
Yes.
Levels up.
Here's the thing, guys. We wanted more time, and we wanted more of a life and be able to spend more time with our family. And we're very family oriented. We grew up in Minnesota, and
sure, you betcha.
Yeah. And Lynette comes from a family of
10 kids, actually. My mom and dad had 5 boys and 5 girls.
Yes.
I was lucky number 7. I never got any attention.
Yes. And I come from a family of 5. So we're from big families. We have 3 kids, and we really wanted to be around our family more. And that's where you need some kind of relief. You need somebody else helping you out.
Actually, our son Dashel, he's actually 29 years old. He's one of our acquisitionists, okay?
Yes.
And he actually started with us when he was 16 and a half years old. And I remember that very clearly, because when he turned 16, he said, Mom and Dad, I want nothing to do with your real estate business. And then he worked at Subway and Blockbuster. Next thing you know, he's knocking on our door. Knock, knock. Can I come work for you, Mom and Dad? Yes. And he's been with us ever since.
Yes. But guys, we are doing great now, and we love the real estate business. But, we went through our share of rough times. Dashel was actually 1 year old
Oh my
before
goodness.
the other kids were born.
Dashiell had 4 grand mal seizures in 24 hours. We had no medical insurance. We were living in California.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
Yeah. So we've been, and we ended up, I don't even like to go into it too much, but we ended up going through a lot, living moving back in with my parents. And then eventually what broke us out of being broke, as I said, was real estate.
And then we met Ron LeGrand.
Yes.
We love Ron LeGrand. We met him back in 2003. He changed our life forever.
Yes, Ron
Such
was
a
the one
blessing.
that flipped our real estate investing model upside down, really taught us the creative financing pretty house world, which we love, and which actually, when you combine that with an acquisitionist, really gives you freedom to spend more time with
our
your
son Kale works with us too. He's 26 years old, and our daughter Trinity is 20. She's going to college to be a RN.
Yes.
NP, nurse practitioner, nurse, and that's our little doggy. So we love our family.
So guys, what is the deal with acquisitionists? They're done for you deals. And listen, honestly, some of you are not really suited to be great on the phone. Okay. I don't know how to better put that, but some folks have a real flair for it. They have a real gift of gab, and it comes natural. And other folks, they don't have. Now, that doesn't mean everybody can't learn a script. And that's what it really boils down to, is scripts and systems. And that's how you prosecute this business and execute it well and are successful at it, is you use scripts and systems. But you don't use them. Eventually, you may use them in the beginning, and then you're turning it over to your acquisitionists to take over for you.
They do the whole business for you.
Yeah, and so they do it better than you, partially why they may not execute the individual parts better than you. Maybe they're just as good as you on the closing call. Maybe they're better than you, but they're focused on it. See, you have a million other focuses, but this is their whole job. And so that's why they're better than you just going in. They're going to do the follow-up. And they're going to give you that passive cash flow and peace of mind, because you're not worrying about doing the follow-up anymore. Someone else is taking care of it for you. So we're looking at some big passive cash flow. We want you to get to the point where you've got, 30 pretty houses where you have a positive cash flow on each one per month. And you don't have to own these things free and clear. I used to think, I want to own 10 houses free and clear, and that's my retirement. Well, you can own 50 pretty houses and have, financing on them, but not yours. See, that's the thing. It's not your money. You're using the mortgages of other people. So passive cash mind, write this down, guys. Others work, you get paid.
Others work, you get paid. That's what I love about acquisitionists.
Guys, isn't that just the secret of wealth creation? Is you've got other people working and helping you create the wealth, working for you and creating much more wealth than how much money you accord to them. Okay. And they're happy. They're very happy to earn it. When you approach an acquisitionist and you say you have the potential to make 6 figures in this position, and it's a relatively fun job. There's nothing unpleasant about it. And it's actually kind of exciting and fun.
And yesterday, Frank was talking about how that was a hard hurdle for him to get to. But all the successful people, Jason Medley, they all have acquisitionists. Right. They all get to that point where everybody starts getting that first acquisitionist and then grow from there. If you want, I will tell you right now that you don't have to go beyond one acquisitionist. You could be your own acquisitionist, and that's it.
Yeah, that's true too. Okay, so as we said, guys, Ron LeGrand's most famous saying, and the title of his new book is what? Do you know? It's The Less I Do, the More I Make. And so who wrote the foreword to Ron's new book? The Wolf Couple. That's because, what's that about, guys? The less I do, the more I make is about delegation. Okay, it's about, when I think of automation, getting your business automated, it comes down to 2 things. Organized systems.
Number 1.
Good systems for organization. But number 2, even more, is delegation.
Delegation.
Okay, and so delegation, you should write down delegation like 3 times. Delegation, they say, what's the key with real estate? Location, location, location. Well, same thing here.
Delegation.
Yes, what's the key to success and really growing your business? Delegation, delegation, delegation. Some of that is to your dream team. So you're going to have a dream team as well, but your acquisitionist runs all the interference and does everything for you to get there. So what we're covering here, guys, the process to hire, again, as much as we can, we're going to go as in depth as we can. So you're going to be writing fast. Process to hire, train, manage, and profit an acquisitionist, key steps and powerful techniques. Of course, guys, we have a home action system. Because you're going to you need more support. I can teach you, up to a certain point, but you need agreements and forms and you need training for your acquisitionist. I don't want you, here's the reason that a lot of people don't hire an acquisitionist. They don't want to train them, or they don't know how to train them. They're not born trainers. Guess what? I'm kind of a born trainer.
You are.
People, since I was a kid, said, you know, I would teach all the other kids stuff, you know, and I was a coach, a baseball coach and everything. So I was a natural teacher. And so I am the person to teach your acquisitionist. And I will show you how we actually have videos called Brian Trains Your Acquisitionist that you're going to play for your acquisitionist, so you don't have to teach them all that stuff. Okay. And guys, again, you're going to be your own acquisitionist at the outset. You're going to be the one making the phone calls. You're going to be the one doing the closing calls and the deal meetings. And so, yes, we want to train you up to be your own acquisitionist in the beginning until you pass that mantle on.
That's right.
Okay, now what if you haven't done a deal yet? Are you ready to hire an acquisitionist if you haven't done a deal? Here's some things to consider. Number one, as we've talked about, be your own acquisitionist, okay? Number two, this is what we've encapsulated in this program here, is the exact training that you need to close these deals. Very step-by-step detailed instructions, assuming no prior knowledge. In fact, we're giving you a dictionary, a real estate investing dictionary that you can look up anything. If you don't know anything about real estate investing or the way we do it with the creative financing, the answers are in there. Number three, this system could be the catalyst that gets you really going. Sometimes we always need a catalyst. Sometimes this event right here, doing this summit, getting engaged in this is the catalyst that's going to turn your life. But this may be the system that really means the difference. That's where the rubber meets the road. Okay. And that's every system we've ever done. And some of you guys have our what to say and what to do system. This is a whole different thing, but every system we create is just exactly what you need to operate your business on a daily basis. I mean, the script's exactly what you need to say, exactly what you need to do step by step.
Number four, hire someone to close your first deal.
Right. And so again, if you, and I'll tell you guys, I admit, I hired somebody right away. Now, I didn't call her an acquisitionist. Nobody knew what that meant. But I hired Melissa right out of the gate, and she was good on the phone, and I thought of her more as an assistant. But what happened? She started making closing calls without me even asking her to. She made one behind my back and came in and told me I had an appointment. So she sort of grew into that position. And you may find the same process with somebody locally for you. But this is, hire someone to close your first deal. You may be in the position to do that and want to do that, and just get your business going right away that way. Okay. All right. And now the two keys I'm just going to put this up so you guys write this down, because I don't want you.
Scripts and systems.
Yeah, this is what it boils down to. You need to know what to say and you need to know what to do. And it's either you or your acquisitionist. I mean, these steps have to get executed to be successful. Okay. And sometimes people like having that acquisitionist on board, like a team, creating their team right from the beginning.
Let me explain what a real estate acquisitionist is.
Okay. Actually, we have a little clip from Ron.
That's right.
Talking about this, I believe. In general, Ron, what is an acquisitionist?
Well, in my world, an acquisitionist is someone that does the legwork required to acquire properties from FSBOs for sale by owners. In fact, we could even throw bank-owned properties in there if we wanted to. And then my acquisitionist also is responsible for making the sale, at which time they get paid. So it's the person that does most of the work.
I like how Ron puts that. It's the person who does most of the work.
Yep.
Okay, and that's true. You are in a supervisory managerial capacity in your own business. And didn't you hear, I think I heard Frank talking about, and I've heard this many, many times, don't work in your business, work on your business.
That's right.
And if you're in there doing all the grunt work, basically, then, you're working in your business and you can't get that 30,000 foot view of where should we be going and make all the executive decisions as quickly and effectively. So like Ron says, number one, write this down, a person who does most of the work. Okay, now you can write down under there, this means this isn't just a VA doing opening calls. These people are doing closing calls and deal meetings. That's probably the most distinct difference here. They're doing closing calls and deal meetings for you. And I like to
Number two, the acquisitionist, good talker wanting good paying job. Okay, most acquisitionists make 6 figures a year.
And really, guys, that's what you're looking for. Somebody who's a good talker, wants a good paying job. And you know what? Here's our famous saying: "What I say makes me money."
Type that in the comment.
Okay, I'm going to say what I say. You say makes me money. What I say makes me money. One more time. What I say makes me money.
That's why
right.
the
Type that in.
acquisitionist, it's crucial
Yes.
that they understand this concept.
That's right. So they know to follow the scripts. Basically, what does that mean to me? That means to me, follow the scripts, learn the scripts, and also get someone good on the phone. Who's making these calls. And it could be you, and certainly you can grow into it, even if you feel like you're terrible on the phone now. If you have every word that's in front of you and you can practice, you can get very good. And I want you to make sure that your acquisitionist is practicing and role playing. Okay, so your acquisitionist is actually sort of 3 things combined. Your acquisitionist is kind of like a virtual assistant who is going to help you lead generate. They're going to be calling the Zillow leads and calling the internet leads and doing these opening calls and filling out the sheets. Okay, and that's internet and however your lead generation is. And they're going to be helping with marketing and posting your social media. Write that down, guys. So they're posting, they're not just helping with marketing and lead generation, they're doing all your social media posting. And that can be, depending on how big you want to get on social media, you could spend a half hour, an hour a day just doing your social media. I mean, not you, your acquisitionist.
Right.
So they're also like your real estate assistant. Now there's a lot of just duties, basic stuff like, hey, run over to the title company and, go get this done and meet the appraiser out there and do stuff like that. So running around stuff. And then a salesperson. And this person is doing those closing calls and deal meetings. And that's really the crucial.
Put a star by the 3rd one. Closing calls and deal meetings.
And again, if that part doesn't come natural to you, this is the answer. Okay, you just get somebody that it comes natural to. So the 2 keys to success in real estate investing.
Number 1, maintain consistent lead flow.
These are important, so write these down. If your business is successful, this is why. If your business is not successful, this is why. Okay, so this is the first one: is maintain consistent lead flow.
Number 2, timely closing calls and follow up.
Right. So remember, your acquisitionist, well, guess what? Look at the top now. See where it says 2 keys to success? We're going to do something magic. 2 top job duties.
That's right. So these are your 2 top job duties of your acquisitionist. Maintaining consistent lead flow, number 1. Number 2, timely closing calls and follow up.
Right. So if there's not enough leads to work, then you say, okay, Mr. and Mrs. Acquisitionist, get out there and get some leads generated. Now you're going to work on marketing together, and you're going to talk about marketing, and should we do a yellow letter? Should we do a Facebook ad campaign? Should we, whatever we're going to do? And you can make these decisions together because they're a big part of it.
Right.
And they're going to be handling all the incoming leads. And so but you're going to help them, but that's really, it comes down to them. And of course, for all outbound calling, all your FSBO calling, they're going to be doing that.
That's right. So they can do an opening call, roll right into the closing call once you get the seller on the phone.
That's a great point, honey, because guys, if you have, somebody outbound doing your outbound calls in your own office who also does the closing calls, they can just roll forward. Sometimes it's hard to get people on the phone and you lose the deal between the opening call and the closing call. If you got somebody right there who can do the opening call, closing call, and set the deal meeting for that day.
That's right.
Yes, time is of an essence in this business. So closing calls really are the linchpin. I like it. Write that down, guys. I love that expression. Closing calls are the linchpin. Everything hinges on on the closing call in the center of the deal. Everything that goes before, like all the marketing and the opening call and all that stuff, is just trying to get you on the closing call with a seller, with a real life seller. Then everything that happens after that is because of what you were able to do on the closing call. So that's why that closing call, I've never seen a business where one little part of it is so important. And that's why you want somebody really good making these closing calls. Because what I say
makes me money.
What I say
makes me money.
That's right. So type that in again. So closing calls are crucial, but this is a big but. Any of these 4
Number 1, what if you're not good at making them, or what if you don't like making them? Number 2, or number 3, you don't have time to make them, or number 4, you can't keep up with making them.
Yes, you can't do the follow-up. But number 2 is a lot of times the biggest thing, where you just don't like doing it. And that's, fear of the phone definitely plays into that. And we work on that, and we help you guys with that as much as we can. And always rely on the scripts. Remember, you have the power of the scripts, and these are Ron's and our scripts. So these are scripts that are proven over, decades. All right. So, and if you just get someone who's good at reading them, it's amazing how that happens. You get enough leads, you get somebody who's decent at reading the scripts, and they start reading the scripts to enough people, and all of a sudden, bing, bang, boom. An acquisitionist is
the answer.
The answer, yes. All right, so three keys to success.
3 keys to success with your acquisitionist. Number one, we make sure it's very clear and reasonable expectations, okay?
Yeah, and they gotta know what you expect. And if you look, there's an asterisk there, and the asterisk goes down to the bottom, accountability, 1 to 3 deals per month. If you're paying someone, now I will tell you that you can have people part-time and you can have people full-time, and you can start people part-time sometimes, and you can actually get a pretty good take. But a lot of times you're looking for someone all in 40 hours a week, because guess what? I'm going to get to the compensation in a minute, but it's really not much of a risk to you financially. And you're going to see very quickly if they do one deal, if they help you close one deal, guys, come on. That's half their year's salary potentially, depending on the deal.
And number 2, easy to use, proven training. And that's what Brian was talking about. We'll train them for you, your acquisitionist. Number 3, accountability is huge.
Yeah, and you're going to hold them accountable. And if you don't hold your acquisitionist accountable, then you could have them on staff for 2-3 months and they don't really produce. Where this is a production related position, we need them to produce. So that's very, very important. So
all right, so 3 deals a month. This is the $1 million model.
Yep, this is what we call our $1 million model. How much money can you make? Guys, if you're doing 3 Pretty House deals a month and your average profit is $30,000.
That's pretty standard nationwide.
Yeah. And now remember, you're not going to get that $30,000 up front. You may only get a $15,000 non-refundable option deposit, or some of these bigger houses, you might get a bigger than 30 and you might profit a lot more. But 30, as you can see when we're doing our deal structuring with Ron over the last couple of days,
average is 30.
30 is pretty conservative though. I mean, especially if you're holding on to it for any kind of time.
A lot of times we get 30 up front.
I'm falling off the screen here.
Oh.
So 30,000, and then, but that'd be like 36 deals a year, and that'd be $1,080,000 if you were making $30,000 in profit per deal. Again, you're not making this all up in front in cash, and we're not promising this, but if you look at how the numbers play out, this is the logical progression. Now you pay your acquisitionist about 10% of how much you make. So let's get into the hiring, training, and managing. These are the keys. We're going to first look at hiring.
Let's talk about hiring.
Okay, hiring. So you know what? I love this quote, and this quote has been attributed to a lot of different famous directors, from Alfred Hitchcock to John Huston, John Ford, Cecil B. DeMille.
90% of directing
comes down to casting. So write this down. Cast a winner. Okay, cast a winner.
That's right.
All right. I want you guys looking for someone who has confidence and feels like they're going to do well and has positive expectations. I'm going to get to the traits here. How do you figure out who to cast, guys? You got to hire right to guarantee success. You get the right person. Now, how do you hire right? First, you pick the right personality.
Now, listen, 5 personalities.
Okay, what kind of attitude? Number 1.
Number 1 is attitude.
Write down PMA. What's PMA? Who knows the old
PMA?
Positive mental attitude.
Yes.
So that's a huge one. PMA, positive mental attitude. I will be successful today.
That's right.
Okay. So somebody I love affirmations, guys. So someone who uses affirmations is great. Communication speed. I will tell you, if you're talking to this person on the phone or in the interview and they speak very slowly and they're never going to talk faster, that's going to be a detriment.
Or if they talk too fast and don't talk too slow.
Yes, if they jabber like Lynette. No, I'm kidding. No, Lynette actually has a really good pacing, and she's, she gets it right.
I can talk fast, I can talk slow.
Yeah, and that's what you do. You mirror your customer. You kind of gauge where they're at and mirror them. That's an NLP technique.
Number 3, grammatical and vocabulary.
Yeah, now that's important, guys. If they speak grammatically incorrect, okay, them guys and all that, and are very sloppy with their grammar and vocabulary, that reflects on you. I'm sorry. If they don't come off like they know what they're doing, and professional. I guess professionalism is really the thing. And if you're talking real sloppy and making tons of grammatical errors, sometimes it just doesn't come off professional. I guess that's what I would go for.
Number 4, real estate knowledge.
Nick, guess what, guys? They don't have to know a dang thing. In fact, sometimes I would prefer they do not know anything. We've had more challenges sometimes with hiring a former real estate agent than just hiring someone who's never been in real estate.
A clean slate.
Yes. Tabula rasa. You know what? That's actually what Andrea actually, we have a whole testimonial book.
That's
she raved about the acquisition she hired, and we helped her train. So
that's right.
And brain type, do you want more of it? No, I'm more of a thinker brain. That's more of an action brain.
Like Ron.
What do you want? You want more of the action brain, not the thinker brain. You don't want someone who's gonna dwell over every detail of a closing call. You want someone who's getting on the phone, calling. All right, now here's the traits you're actually looking for and trying to identify in the when you are actually doing the interview. The questions in the interview are looking to highlight these traits, identify these traits in the possible candidate.
The 9C acquisitionist traits.
Right.
Number 1, communicator.
Maybe we could blow this one up because it's hard to read. This one's a little bit smaller.
Okay.
So communicator, number 1, I want an outgoing personality. And guys, some people have that gift of gab. And some people, right away, you just meet them and they're chatting your ear off. Okay, number 2, confident. And I don't know why they have a positive attitude and why they expect success. That's my saying, expect success. And it might be because of experience or why ever. I like to say why ever, just so long as they're confident. And that's, you want somebody who has confidence in their own abilities. Coachable, that's really big. And that's where that, finding an ex-real estate agent is sometimes tricky because they think they kind of know stuff. And if you're trying to coach them a different way, it's hard. So that's why coachable, if somebody will actually listen to you, alter their the way they do something and do it better because you coached them up.
I like that. Make smart adjustments.
Yes. Smart adjustments is one of the keys to success that we went over on Teaching Tuesday. Okay, now these 3 are so important that I put them up here by themselves. However, there are 6 other ones.
So if you want to take a picture of this.
Yeah. So again, competitive. Guys, if somebody's kind of competitive and they always want to do better and they want to do better than they did last month, that's someone whose head is going to stay in the game just because they're focused. That competition, that competitive nature keeps them persistently producing. Okay, number 5, charming. Yes, honey, do you want to
build rapport? Compliments go a long way when you're talking to sellers.
Tons.
Compliments.
Yes, so charming. Number 6.
Capable.
And they don't have to be massively capable. And in fact, if you're looking for someone who's good on the phone and good with customers and charming, a lot of times that personality type isn't necessarily great at the organization. They're not a big thinker brain. They're more the action brain. So sometimes you got to help them with some systems, which we will help you guys with. And that will help them not get too disorganized. You just don't want to have leads falling through the cracks, and you don't want people showing up late. That's a big thing. No showing up late.
Number 7, considerate.
Yes, somebody who cares, and you care about your customers and you're compassionate, that really comes through. And if you don't want someone who's just in it for themselves and just in it for the money.
Right.
You want somebody who can actually convey some empathy to the customers.
They represent your company.
Yes, and everybody you're dealing with is going through some kind of transition mostly, unless it's a landlord. And so a lot of them need a little bit of TLC. And if you can help them with that, it's great. Okay, now number 8.
Number 8, cash hungry.
Now, I'm not talking about they want an advance on their first paycheck like desperate, but I'm talking about someone who wants to make 6 figures a year.
Right.
That's good. It adds focus.
Number 9 is clever.
Yep. I want someone who's clever, more deal structuring clever. Like, hey, I switched this seller from a seller financing deal over to a lease purchase because they didn't like that due on sale clause or whatever it is. Something clever like that. I like not somebody who's asking you, how do you form LLCs? I don't want somebody thinking that way. I don't want somebody thinking about a business owner type mentality. You're looking for a good talker who wants a good paying job.
So next to number 9, I would put deal maker.
Yeah, deal maker.
To figure out how to make
a
that
deal
a
maker.
deal.
That's a good point. Deal maker. So do those traits there describe you guys? or can you find someone with those traits and hire them?
That's right.
Okay, because it's one or the other. Now, let's look at doing it yourself versus hiring versus a staffing agency. Sometimes people like to use a staffing agency because it's quick, it's easy, there's good reasons. I'll go through the pros and cons here. So if you do it yourself, you're probably going to put an ad in Craigslist and maybe on the website for your local newspaper or something like that. Now, we do have sample acquisitionist ads. I have exactly what I want you to put in the ad already written out. So you're going to post these ads. Now, you can post them in, there's a lot of different places to post ads. If you're doing it yourself, you might think about starting with those. Now, there are these job seeker websites, and you hear them advertised all the time. What's the number one? Guys, type in what you think. What's the number one job seeker website where you post a job and people respond, or you go, there's people posting their resumes a lot of times on these sites. And so there's different kinds of sites.
Right answer.
Did anyone? All right, so it starts with an I, and it is Indeed. So guys, sometimes these places will have free trials and different things you can do. And a lot of times you can get 20, 30, 50 resumes during your free trial that may basically, resolve your need. Career Builder is actually the number 2 biggest, which you may not hear about as much. And these usually have like a monthly fee where you really only just need 1 month.
Yeah.
Monster.com, that's another one. The rate for 2 months is barely more than 1 month. So, why not run it for 2? LinkedIn is pretty affordable.
Yeah,
so if you're already on LinkedIn, or if you like LinkedIn, and we love social media, so that may be. Now, ZipRecruiter is another one you can look at. The nice thing there, it's real affordable, and the ad goes out to all, like over 100 websites.
That's
and
right.
job seeker, including Craigslist. So if you do ZipRecruiter, don't post on Craigslist, or you could still post on Craigslist.
But it
by
goes
yourself,
everywhere.
But it goes
That's
everywhere.
plenty.
Yeah, you'd have your own ad up there twice. Now, let's say you get resumes. How many resumes do you want, guys? What do you think? Who says 20? Type in how many resumes do you want to get?
How many resumes do you guys want to get?
And again, let me just revisit the fact that you may already know somebody, or somebody may know somebody. So if you ask around a little bit, there may be somebody that you get referrals, and I always like referrals. However, there's great people. You'll get some great resumes, and when you get some great resumes, it's exciting. You look at people's experience and their enthusiasm, and you think, this person is going to be working for me and making me money. And so you get pretty excited when you see some of these quality resumes. Now, here's the big problem. Once we would get in, I'd like you to get maybe 20 to 50 resumes. If you if you get more than that, much more than that, it starts to get kind of unwieldy. But that's why I created this resume rating system. This is really cool. And it goes by a few different categories, and you can, because we would get all these resumes, and how the heck am I supposed to tell if this resume is better than this resume? Just totally going by intuition and kind of, I feel like, and I realized we needed to codify some kind of a system to figure out this one's better than that one, clearly. And I started making those decisions clearly once we had this resume rating system. So you just go through a few key categories, and you give a point system to them, and you'll end up with a pile of the best ones. So I want you to end up with top 10. So take your top 10, and those are the ones you're going to call and do your first pre-screening call. Now I'm going to come back to that in a second. But if you do want to avoid this front part of finding somebody and getting a good person and pre-screening them and all that, staffing agencies are an alternative. All right, now I'm not going to spend a ton of time going into this, but Ron does talk about this, and I'm not going to show too much of this video. I'm just going to find that employment agencies are helpful with finding people, Ron?
I do. I love employment agencies. Some people are down on them. I don't know why. They do all the pre-screening work for me. They vet the people before they put them out there, because their reputation depends on it. It is true they cost more money than hiring them on your own, but it's also true, some of that money goes toward paying their taxes, which you're going to have to pay anyway if you hire them. And B, I can call the employment agent up anytime I want and say, this one ain't working, send me another one, and keep doing it until I get a good one. And I don't have the stress of hiring and firing, nor the paperwork for that matter. Write the employment agency one check. So it's really no different than all the other people you'll hire in your life, your vendors. Let people who do what they do best do it, and get out of their way and let them do it. Okay, they find and screen people. I don't want to do that if I can help it. So That's the first place I'd go, is an employment agency.
Okay, so guys,
Awesome.
now that was one little video of Ron. We do a whole
Just a
long
small
session
portion.
with Ron, a training video where he's talking about the whole acquisitionist, everything he knows about acquisitionist, the acquisitionist he's hired, how he's done it, how he pays, everything. So you get to hear Ron's insider secrets on everything about acquisitionists. That's just him talking about employment agencies. Now, we do also have a connection. If you are in a city or not too far from a city, there's probably an Apple One employment agency there.
Yes.
We have a special connection with them and we can hook you up. So we want you to actually talk to us first, and we'll talk to Becky or Colleen, and we'll get you the manager's name of the office in your area. They'll actually contact you and help you.
They have everything already. We've set them up for you, and we can make that call.
Yes, they have the profile and everything for the real estate acquisitionist position. Now, we did interview Becky and Colleen, and they have some great insights, not just on employment agencies, but on hiring and all kinds of questions. The interview transcript is in the system, as is the audio. And
key benefit is that we understand your business.
So guys, they actually, I don't want to have time to play that, but they actually give us some information about hiring and how they actually help you build credibility, because they're approaching the candidate for you. And obviously, if you're with Apple One, you're credible. Now, the pros to using staffing agencies, they pre-screen, they do human resources help, the paperwork and that stuff. Try before you buy. After 3 months, you can hire them direct, which we've done. Apple One sets up everything for you. Apple One is already set up for you. Now the con is that the cost. So it will cost you a little bit more than if you just hire somebody off, out of an ad. The 4 tasks that I do like that are done by staffing agencies, they market, they take the incoming calls, they pre-screen, and they set up interview calls for you. So I do like that.
Or they can just send someone right out.
Right. And Lynette likes that because we already know them well enough where they know what we want. So we can just call and say, hey, send us somebody, and they already know. And that's about it. That's about the whole phone call. So now let's say you're doing it yourself. And guys, even if you're not doing it yourself, you're going to be you may be doing a pre-screening call with somebody.
So here's the 3 things to set the interview. Number 1, does the candidate sound good on the phone? So much you can hear them on the phone right away if they're a good candidate.
Yeah, do they sound good? Do they impress you? Are they enthusiastic about it? Remember, they applied for a lot of different jobs, and so they may not remember yours. So I have a little script that you're going to quickly explain the real estate associate position. And we don't call it acquisitionist because the public doesn't know what that means. So we call it the real estate associate position. And I want them enthusiastic. Once you explain it, I want them, oh, this sounds like the greatest job of my life.
That's number 2, make sure they're excited.
And then do the logistics work, the hours, location duties, because they've got to work Saturdays, maybe even Sundays, possibly. Okay, so set interview for the top, 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 candidates.
Yep.
Now, the job description is important for them.
This is important. Write this down. Number 1, they generate and collect lead sheets, because if you don't got leads, you got nothing.
Right. They make the closing calls and set the appointments.
Number 3, they keep detailed notes on your prep sheets.
That's very important because you're going to be sharing those notes, and you need to know the notes or you can't make decisions on the deals.
Number 4, complete agreements and documents.
Yes. So they're doing all the paperwork.
Number 5, they're doing the deal meetings with the seller and getting the doc sign.
Yep.
Number 6, DOFUS, daily follow-up system.
That's our daily ultimate follow-up system. And they're just tracking the leads, and they're using the Dream system or whatever CRM. We love the Dream system, obviously. So they're using that and working with the Dream system.
And number 7, just adequate organization.
Yeah. And the one thing I don't talk about in there, guys, is the marketing, because they're going to be in there helping marketing. When I say generate lead sheets, I don't specifically say marketing there, but that's all your social media marketing and all your other marketing.
That's a good point, honey.
Okay, so now these are key forms that are in the system that you're going to use. Make sure you're using these when you're hiring somebody. There's the acquisitionist job description, which tells them what they're going to be doing. Then there's an investor expectations form that I want both of you to sign so they know exactly what's expected of them. And there's no like, hey, I didn't know you wanted me to do that. Okay, that's really important. Then this is one that really scares people, this non-compete. Am I creating my own competition? Number 1, you're trying to find the person through the interview questions and through the interview process who's not going to be, doesn't want to be your competition, doesn't think that way. But you're still going to have them sign this non-compete agreement. And we've crafted a masterpiece here that costs thousands of dollars. So you're going to love this. And it's very enforceable because some of these things are not, and we made it enforceable. And then I want you to do a non-disclosure agreement too, because they're going to be aware of business practices and things you do that you don't want people knowing about. So non-disclosure agreement as well. All right, so that's all the 4 forms they're going to sign or be aware of. Now, these closing calls, their main duties is they're making, if they're full-time, that's not 20 closing calls per month. That may be 50 to 100 closing calls per month. Okay?
Easily. I could say 20 a week.
Yes, and deal meetings, if they're part-time, we're talking about 4 to 8, but if they're full-time, we're going to want 8, maybe more. But again, that's going to depend on your lead flow and how many you can actually generate. You're not just going to go out to houses for the heck of it. And then agreements signed. Yes, we want if you've got an acquisition on board, we'd like you to be doing multiple deals per month. So, like 2 contracts to 4 to 6 to more per month. And when you find a person who likes doing these things, especially if you don't particularly care for these things.
I love doing closing calls.
Now, Lynette loves these things, and I love them too. But if you don't love, maybe we didn't love them in the beginning, but we loved them as we got better at them and we saw the rewards. Same with you, same thing. But your acquisitionist may love doing these things right away. Okay, so I'm not going to go through this, but take a quick picture. This is a rough schedule for your acquisitionist. And, this is if they're working 40 hours a week and maintaining a pretty substantial business for you. Again, you're talking about multiple deals a month if they're working like this. That's 2 deals a month at least. Now, we just did, oops, I'll go back. Yeah, guys, so take a picture so you can see that because that's a kind of a smaller one. And Saturday, you see I wrote mandatory, maybe not all those hours, not 10 to 6, but some hours on Saturday.
That's where we do our 1-hour open house.
Yeah, if we were doing a 1-hour open house or virtual open house on a Saturday, then I would want that whole day. But, on open house days, but a lot of times they could just work 4 hours or less on that day, depending on how many appointments you have. Okay, now we have a brand new, what I call the acquisitionist agenda.
Oh my goodness.
Because our students were asking for this. What does my acquisitionist do when they come and sit down? They just sat down at the desk. What do I tell them to do? And I don't know what to tell them to do from the beginning to the end of their shift.
This is brand new. So
Yeah.
if you guys have all this information but don't have this, because this was
Yes.
brand new created, just notify our office.
Very important. If you have the acquisition system, because we've created this system and continually updating it for many years. And remember, Ron was the one who got us to create it. This is the newest little creation. We always keep you on the cutting edge. So if you have the system already, contact the office.
Actually, they don't need to. Just go to ourwolfpack.com.
Yes, everything is
everything's
digital.
digital, and we just are uploading it as of tomorrow.
Right. So you're getting the most from your closer this way. It's a step-by-step task list. So you know that they always have something to do and they're not on their phone watching a movie or something.
I love
And
this.
it includes talking about the social media posting and marketing. Okay, now I'm not going to go through these. If you want to take a picture of them, that's fine. These are sample interview questions. And honestly, the goal of these is to identify those 9 C traits. Remember, so if I want to figure out, is this a person who has a little competitive juice in them? I would say, have you ever won a trophy for anything?
Beautiful.
And some of these questions, they seem kind of innocuous, but they really tell a lot about a person. All right, so do you have any favorite jokes? See how charming and they can be by telling the right joke. So remember, these are the traits, and hopefully you already took a picture of this.
You guys already took a picture of this.
These are
hopefully.
those 9 traits that you're looking for in your acquisition. They don't need all of these. The top 3 are the most important. If they're a good communicator, they're confident, and
Coachable.
they're coachable. Okay. Now the 3 keys to the interview role play. I'm going to have you read the property info script. I want them to practice a little bit of script. So you can give them any script you want. You can give them a closing call script, any script you want. You might want to just give them the property info or the FSBO opening call script. Let them read it over.
This tells a lot right here.
Turn your back or go in another room. Don't make them look at you. If you're sitting straight across from them, they're going to want to look at you. So they're going to be trying to read the script and they're going to continually be looking up at you. And that's not the true experience, because when they're reading the script to a customer, they don't have to look up. So they can just sit there
they're
and
on
read.
the phone. It's a phone business.
Right. Judge how closely they stick to the script. If they are charming in bits, but they basically stick to the script, that's what you're looking for, and that's great. Everybody gets better at this, though. So, now I don't want you doing a bunch of testing and all that stuff. Sometimes people do testing when they hire people. I basically, the only
You're
testing,
hired.
yeah, the only testing I want to do is we have one little test where it's a self-ranking test. You'll like it, and it's kind of interesting. They rank themselves on all those 9C traits, and that tells a lot. Now, compensation plans, remember, you're going to try to structure this so they make about 10% of your profit. So if they make 100,000, that would mean you make $1 million. Well, not really, but in that ballpark. So about now generally, this is a general compensation guidelines. We're looking for 1 to 2% of the purchase price goes to your acquisitionist. But this depends on your area. What if the house is $100,000 and really your acquisitionist should get $2,000? And remember, if they're closing a couple of deals a month, you want them to make good money. So, at least a couple thousand per deal is standard, because you're probably making 20 or 30,000 or more, remember? So maybe 2%, 1 to 2% on the front end. But remember, if this is a $500,000 house, 1% is $5,000. So you can adjust this. The way we work the pay, you can adjust this by the deal. So the goal is to pay, maybe $2,000, depending on your area, maybe $1,000 to $3,000 per transaction. Now, there are some licensing issues that people...
Yes, let's talk about that. Number one,
quickly,
obviously, ignore some states. A lot of states don't require it.
But guys, I'm just going to skip through number 2 and 3. They're really not good options unless if you have the perfect agent who has a license and they're perfect for working with you, you can go that way. But other than that, I want you to use our special agreements. Guys, I worked hard to create these special agreements.
Oh my goodness, this is key.
We call it your equity sharing and profit participation agreement. You sign this every deal. And now the way you're going to start is you're going to start off with a draw. This is how we do it. To get good people, you usually have to pay a draw, like $500 a week against your future earnings. And it's all in the system. So if you don't understand this right now, that's okay. You'll understand it. But to pay the acquisitionist, they'll actually sign this equity sharing and profit participation. That'll say the 1 or 2% of the deal. So that makes them a partner. Okay, so all of a sudden they're not representing your interests like an agent. They're representing their own interests because they're a partial partner. They're a partner with you on the deal. Now, they're not on the deed. They're not in any LLCs. All it is they have this agreement, but that agreement is enough to give them equitable interest and make them actually a principal in the transaction. So that actually will, and then when they want to get paid, there's a release of that and they can get paid right away. So they can get paid right away as soon as you collect your non-refundable option deposit. So they're going to keep getting paid. But if they want to stay in a deal, remember that percentage comes off of what you sell it.
So they'll make more money if they don't do the release.
And that way you keep them more engaged and involved.
So a lot of times we will do 100% they don't get paid till you get paid. I'm going to show you that as an option. We had a student, Keith, who just recently is hiring somebody. He's going to hire 2 because neither one gets paid till he gets paid.
Okay, now the way we have this set up, it's a 2-module system. All right, so the acquisitionist system, there's 1 module for hiring and training and managing. That's for you. So that's for the investor, and that's the manual that you get. Now there's another manual, and that's the training manual for your acquisitionist.
This is brilliant.
And it's called the Real Estate Associate Training Manual. And we're going to give them a special code where they can go and just see this manual on our member website.
Did you hear that? So the acquisitionist, when they go to that website that you have to have a password for, they only see the acquisitionist, not the whole business.
That's right. Now, guys, I'm not going to go into this too much, but I do train your acquisitionist. We have a bunch of videos of a video series that your acquisitionist is going to watch. And greetings and welcome to
because we're going to train them for you.
And we're going to train them. There's different training calls, real estate basics, and all the pretty house basics.
Take a picture of that.
Yeah, so that we're going to take them through all the basics so you don't have to train them. I'm also going to tell you how we can get on the phone with your acquisitionist and train them one-on-one. Us. So we just go through the basics. Remember, what I say makes me money. And this is where they get the dictionary too. You get the dictionary in this package. So there may be things you don't even know. And there's incredible training in here. It's not just all the terms, and it's how we do it. And I wrote every term in this. This isn't off of Google. I wrote this dictionary.
That's right.
Now,
I love this.
To test their knowledge and yours, we're going to give you 2 real estate investing workbooks.
1, 2.
Yes, and this is going to be right in the beginning after the training, and they're going to fill this book out and see, and they got to know everything, and you'll see exactly how much they know.
And guess what? You have to do it yourself.
Yes.
Even if you're not your own acquisitionist.
That's right.
Are the answers in the back? No, they're with us.
That's right. So we'll give you the answers. This is the follow-up system that they're going to be using, and that tracks all your deals. And this is part of the system too, where they can follow the deals. Remember, this is done for you training. We're training them. So once they get trained up, they're going to be really excited.
Oh, wait, no, show that. I want to show that. Yes, yeah, we're good.
Guys, this is Dashiell.
What we did was he's out at a deal meeting, and we actually did it. We showed you part of it, not the whole deal meeting, but there's a secret camera, and then afterwards we just had the seller sign the release. This is an actual deal meeting.
Hi, how you doing? Fine. I did. Yeah, I just recently. A year ago.
Do we?
Obviously. Awesome. I think it's going to work out great. There's your thank you. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So now that we actually had one of those glasses, those sunglasses with the video camera, and Lynette was wearing them. So until the end, he didn't know we were filming. So, but that's similar. Now, what did you learn on that? Write this down. I want your acquisitionist videotaping out there.
Yes.
And that is a huge thing. You can really evaluate a property well through a videotape much more easily than trying to do it through pictures. So I like a videotape, and obviously they're doing all the things that we normally do at a deal meeting. Okay, so when you're managing your acquisitionist, guys, here's the 7 keys to effective management.
Number 1, open communication.
You can take a quick picture of these, guys. And we talked about, we have forms for these, like for the expectations, number 2, we have a form called investor expectations that they're going to sign. You know what the goals and the plans are. You know how much you expect production-wise, and that's the accountability, number 5. If there's no accountability, guys, you won't be successful. That's as simple as that. I believe in praise before criticism. That's kind of a key to effective management for me. People just don't respond that well to criticism a lot of times. And then an intermittent reinforcement schedule. Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on one
So
second.
compliments, guys, again, compliments are crucial. And that rapport, build rapport with your own people. So how much money are you wasting every month, guys? You may be burning leads, and because you can't follow up on them all, and you're not doing a good job of doing all your closing calls and everything. And we don't want you to be doing that. Okay, so how much money, we don't want to go through all these numbers too much, but guys, you could be losing out on a lot of money every month by not working with an acquisitionist, okay? So getting an acquisitionist is just what you need, or being an acquisitionist is what you need to get to that next level. And this is the perfect system to train you on.
Number 1, comprehensive. Number 2, credible, cutting edge, proven system. It's taking Ron and us home with you, essentially.
The training is very engaging. It's video. It's easy to use. And you're taking us home. So
a little while ago, I saw a weakness in our system because we needed to put together something to help people go out and replace themselves in the business. And we call that an acquisitionist. This is probably one of the most important steps you can make in your business. I can tell you in my case, if I don't have an acquisitionist, I'm not going to do very many deals because I can't make myself go out and do the things that I need to get done. I'm so busy doing other stuff. I promise you, I've seen their system. I've listened to their system. Plus, I know these two, and they have a servant's heart, and they're going to do everything they can to make you successful.
All right, that's awesome.
I need my business to be automated. The acquisition system is one of the things that has helped my assistant to become a closer so that I can become more independent and move on to bigger things.
We've already selected you and Tierra for sure. So you can call your wife and do the happy dance. Yeah. Congratulations.
The assistants do all the work and we get the money.
You don't want to make phone calls. You don't want to do showings. Whatever your hang up is, that's what you use your acquisitionist for.
Me trying to do this all by myself, I'd rather work smarter, not harder. You just hire somebody else to do it. And then you just let Brian.
Awesome, guys. And this is Andrea's great letter.
From
That's
Canada. You saw
yeah.
her on the first day.
Yeah, and that's Andrea's great letter. And there's Steve.
Real estate Steve,
Yeah,
yes.
he said the Wolf acquisition system is a must-have if you intend on having another person do all the work to bring you big checks. That's his acquisitionist that you guys saw yesterday in that video. And you need to be 100% certain you hire the right person. You need the legal forms. There's only one like it. Our acquisitionist system. Do yourself the favor and buy it now. Your future self will thank you. And that's
Thank
Steve.
you, Real Estate Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Oh.
And Andrew as well. We trained Andrew's acquisitionist too.
We trained
Yes.
his acquisitionist.
So guys, remember you get both modules. And
right.
you get those, and then you get the Brian Trains Your Acquisitionist videos and
Everything's
audios.
digital.
Everything you need is on ourwolfpack.com.
You have to have a code for that.
Right, you'll have a code for
ourwolfpack.com.
the system, and your associate, your acquisitionist will have another code. And these are the scripts you'll be following. The Pretty House Calling Guide, this is brand new, and the Deal Meeting Guide. These come in the package, so these have everything you need to do the Pretty House and the Deal Meeting, because what you say,
what I make.
what I say makes me money. Okay, marketing samples and lots of other things. And you get the Teaching Tuesday conference calls.
Oh, write this down.
Yes.
Okay, we have a virtual workshop taking action with, it's a virtual one day, just us, with you and your acquisitionist, Friday, December 18th.
Now, if you want your acquisitionist on this, that's great. But we'll be doing lots
Otherwise,
of
just
training
you.
on getting going with your
Implementing.
acquisitionist and implementing the whole system and getting your business rocking and rolling.
Write that down.
So that's-
December 18th. That's free.
That's a
for you guys
one-day
when you get
event,
our
virtual.
acquisitionist.
Yes, virtual one-day event. Okay. So also, this is
Oh my
crazy,
goodness,
guys.
this is-
You get
we
this
just did
amazing
this.
tablet.
Okay, so this is cool because you just hand this to your acquisitionist. Ta-da! It's
Yep.
the tablet
It's
that
a
we're
preloaded tablet. It's got all the scripts and the steps and everything
Everything.
on there that they need to follow to succeed. And
How
it's all
cool is that?
preloaded.
I love
So
it.
it makes it super easy, super
This
user
is
friendly.
brand new.
Guys, you're going to love this tablet and you're going to be using it constantly as well. And you get a Wolfie in a cup.
Of course.
Yay. So the whole,
There's the picture.
everything is in there, guys. It's our
Everything in a
acquisitionist
box.
in a box.
That's right.
And so everything is in there that we talked about. And we're doing it today for just
$14.97.
Yes.
So get on
what an
board right
awesome
away.
price.
We're gonna do
Now, guys, of course, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you know, but you will love it. Everybody who gets our system, any system we create, always swears by the quality and
Oh,
the
yeah.
content.
Okay,
Great
this is
content.
cool. You get 2 30-minute sessions with me and Brian to
Yes.
help hire and train your acquisitionist.
And this is because sometimes, you know, you need help either, you know, we interview them for you, help you pick
Train
the right
them,
person,
whatever you
or
need.
train them after you've got them.
We're
But you get these
assassins.
special consultations with us personally, you and your acquisitionist, or just you or your acquisitionist.
Because it's
Okay.
us, it's only the first 10 people.
Yes,
Okay.
it's just the first
Who
10.
wants it for
Now,
free?
Yes, who wants it for free?
Okay, here.
We have a rebate.
Oh my goodness.
This is
Tell 'em
awesome,
about
guys.
this.
Guys, when Ron first when we first saw Ron and got on board with his systems, he offered a rebate, and it was motivating to me. And plus, guys, we've been so blessed since we met Ron, and now we just want to be a blessing to others. And people think we're crazy because we pay so many of these back, but we love doing it. We love it if you get your rebate. So just go out there and do a deal, and guess how much time you have? 120 days
Oh my
from the
goodness.
date of hire. So that's from the date you hire them. You have 120 days from them, and they need to do one deal.
Wow.
Okay?
Or if it's yourself.
Or yes, your acquisitions does one deal, you get 100% full rebate. Or if you haven't done a deal yet, you do a deal. So if you get our acquisition system and you do a deal within the first 120 days, we'll give you the rebate.
Wow.
So guys, there's so many
Oh my
ways
goodness, that's
to get your
incredible.
money back.
No.
We just want to get you on board and get you going. And this system is such a powerful system. It's such a catalyst for your success. And we really get, and it gives you all the nitty gritty information that you need to succeed
Now-
to get an acquisitionist on board or being your own acquisitionist.
Unfortunately, we can only do where you get the 2 30-minute consultations, the tablet, and all your money back for the first 10 people. So definitely
Yes.
take action now, you guys. You can see the phone number, 1-800-567-6128,
Right.
or go
Now-
to ronlegrand.com/wolfs, WOLFFS. So only the first 10 people. I would take action now, you guys. So whether you're your own acquisitionist or you have us hire and train your acquisitionist,
Yeah.
this is an incredible deal.
As you can see from the whole summit, guys, the people that really make the big steps forward and advance and succeed are the ones who take this next big level up and get one person on board with them.
This is what
And-
we want for you guys.
Yes.
So take
And
action right now.
We'll hold your hand every step of the way to get the right person and to really make your business explode with success.
All the successful people have acquisitionists. So
Yes.
take
So again,
action.
the first 10 people.
Only the first 10 people.
2
We're holding you
personal
to that.
consulting consultation calls with Lynette and I. And that's why that's so important that we do that personally. And the tablet, again, preloaded with all you need.
And all your money back, the
Right.
rebate.
And with the rebate. And
Only
again, all you got to
first
do is send us a testimonial letter and proof that you did a deal. And we will be happy. Guys, I will gladly send your money back. Your testimonial letter means so much to us emotionally. When we do another deal, it's just some zeros in a bank somewhere. But when you do a deal and it changes your life, that really impacts us. So
There's
the man.
Take action, right, Ron? Take action. So
Yes,
you were
ma'am.
the one that actually had us go ahead and put this great information together way
am.
back.
I am. Yep, because I didn't want to do it. And you did a great job of it too. Okay.
Thank you, Ron.
All right. Listen, while everybody's on here, I just got an email, not an email, but a text from my virtual assistant department. And yesterday we discussed that Zillow made it hard to get the phone numbers. Thus, our lead count from Zillow was dropping drastically. However, it looks like they are now fixing that, except they moved the phone number from the top to the bottom, but currently it is in there. And our lead flow is going up already. Ours meaning all of our customers. So just wanted everybody to know that. Apparently, Zillow probably got enough flack where they made that change.
Oh, that is great.
You know what it was? And Ron, I saw when we were doing deal structuring on one of the deals, I saw that the women had write a description. And I said, we should look at that description because she's got all over there, call me, not the agent, call me, not the agent, all in caps. So people were starting to rebel against that.
Yeah, I'm sure. And you still got to scroll down to find it from what I'm told. It's not right up the top where it was.
All the way
All
at
right.
the very bottom. So guys,
Well,
don't
thank
you
you.
love the acquisition system?
Yes.
Ron?
I do.
Ron, you were the one that got us to do
We
it.
want to thank you
And it's
for
badly needed.
everything, Ron.
Badly needed. Yep.
And we
So
did
you're
a
not
special, Ron, that they can actually get the tablet and they
I saw
get the system. Yeah, the system. They love these tablets. You just hand it to your acquisitionist and ta-da.
That's new.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, very
All right.
exciting.
Do you mind if I get our friend Dixie Decker on here now?
Oh, that'd be great.
She has our systems too.
Yeah,
we mentored her.
We mentored Dixie way
Yeah,
back when. That's great.
I know. Okay.
She's
All right,
awesome.
guys. Well, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Ron.
Got a schedule.
All right, guys, get this system. See ya.
All right. We are going to get Miss Dixie Decker on here, who hails from Missouri. And she's going to be quite a find for you guys. Is she on there now? Okay, let's bring her on up. Hey!
Hey!
Good morning.
Good morning.
You haven't changed a bit since the last time I saw you.
Yeah, never do.
Okay, so where are you sitting today?
I am at the office today. The kids
Okay.
all went virtual today, so I had to escape home and come to the office.
I see. All right, that's the world we live in, I'm afraid. All right, well, Dixie, I want everybody to meet you. I want them to see what you do and where you came from and where you're at today, because you're a really shining inspiration to anybody that wants to get into this business. You chose a different exit strategy than most people do, called student housing. Now I hear you're adding Airbnb to it.
Yeah.
So we want to know all about that, because we're always looking for opportunities for folks, and let them pick whatever it is they want to do when they grow up.
Yep.
So let's start with your background, because I think you know a little bit more about it than I do.
A little bit, probably. I lived it. First I wanted to say this morning in my Facebook feed, today is the exact day 4 years ago that you had me stand up with your group and talk about student housing for the first time and teach it. So that was 4 years ago today. Yep.
No kidding.
Yep.
Wow. Well,
Pretty
that
cool.
4 years went like that, didn't it?
It does. It goes so fast.
Okay.
So, yeah, the story really is, I lived the all-American life, you know, my family raised us. This is how you get good credit. This is, my dad even taught me, this is real estate. Here's a realtor. Here's a house. Change out the carpet. That's called a rehab. And so I knew what traditional real estate was. And I got married. I had kids. I didn't finish college because I got married and had kids. And fast forward to 2010, I knew I was going to lose my whole world. And in the life, I call it my past life now, there is everything that you don't want happening. So with my beautiful 700 plus credit score, my ex-husband had utilized it for a little over $150,000 in debts with credit cards I didn't know I had. There was drugs, alcohol, there was mental, emotional, and physical abuse in my marriage. There was other women involved in my marriage that I didn't know about. And I knew life was like ending for me. That was it. So I was working a $30,000 a year job and got left with everything. And the kids full time, which I'm thankful for because of the situation, but it's a lot to be a single mom and left with all of the rubbish. So I was bankrupt, no college education, single mom, no money. And that's, of course, the shortest version of that story. But then I ran into my my 7th grade best friend, Brandon, which is now my husband. I married him last year. And he was telling me about being this real estate entrepreneur investor. And I was like, okay, I have my real estate license. I'm going to be his realtor because I need to make some money, right? And he told me, no, I already have a realtor. You can't be my realtor. And I'm like, you've been my best friend. Like, how's this even possible, you know? So what I know, and being from the Midwest, is we know how to work hard, right? And so I said, I know I can outwork anyone. So I did outwork his agent. I helped pick out colors and helped with floor plans. And pretty soon that agent went away and I became his realtor. And then what I figured out was he was sleeping on a friend's couch and he was the one swinging the hammer, being this real estate investor to fix up this house after he'd gotten out of the military. So we were both broke, both didn't know what we were doing. And in 2013, he asked me to go to Kansas City, because we're in Springfield, Missouri, to meet you at a one-day Saturday event. And we left that event and could not buy the program, so we bought Jay Connor's private lending program.
That
he promised
hurts to this very day, Dixie.
It's the funny part, I have to tell it.
You chose Jay over me. That hurts.
Well, but he promised my money back, and we didn't have any, so we both like overcharged our debit cards, you know, to buy this program. And we did go home. We did our first deal with some private money. And Brandon said, "What do you want for your birthday?" And I said, I want to go to Ron's Quick Start event. And he said to me, you always like this, and he said to me, we can buy that crap off eBay. We're not going. And I said, you asked me what I wanted, you know. So he made it happen. He got his military discount with you. We drove 9 hours overnight to Chicago. And that was October of 2013. And then I sat in your classroom that first day and ended up in the hotel room that evening crying because I still feel it today. Is I had no idea your world existed. I didn't know what a wholesale was, subject to owner financing. And I was like, there's light at the end of this tunnel. Like, I can do real estate still. I'm broke. My bankruptcy discharged in 2013. And so this was like a big aha moment meeting you. So fast forward a little bit further, we hired a mentor in January of 2014 and I did 37 transactions that first year with your mentors.
37?
37, worked my hiney off. But I did everything though. That was the cool part. I was wholesaling because I needed money, like in my pocket right now. And then I was making the other deals for the subject twos, the owner financing, lease options. And I look at those as my savings account. Like, I was building a savings account for those people that would cash me out later, but I was doing wholesaling to get money right now. And amongst that little journey, I picked up a house lease option for 9 years. I got it for 9 years. And everybody that called me didn't want to rent to own. They kept saying, we just want to rent it. Our kids are going to school for a couple years. We only want to rent it. Our kids are going to school. We just want to rent it. And I'm like, no one wants to give me this down payment I'm supposed to get. And so I rewind a little bit and remember when Brandon was telling me about being this entrepreneur, they gave him this money when he got back, like the GI Bill money to go to college. And so one of the houses he bought to fix up with his battle buddy was right by campus. And I remember telling him, you are crazy. College kids will destroy your house. You probably can't get insurance on them. Like, there's no way. Well, all these calls were coming in. So I said, I wonder if we can put college kids in them. I know what you said they pay. Can we do it? And we're like, well, Ron didn't approve of it. Probably not. And then I said, well, he did say our lease option. No. He did say our lease option agreements have the ability to sublease. That's how we put a rent-to-own tenant in them. So I put out both ads, rent-to-own and by the room rate. And I put my room rate at $450 a room times 3 bedrooms.
Per room per month.
Yep, times 3 bedrooms. And on my rent-to-own ad, of course, you know, we're trying to find out what the most they can pay is per month, what the most they can put down is. And the most anyone was offering me per month was about $800 a month. So 3 rooms times $450 or $800.
Simple math.
And I was getting no down payment. So I'm like, oh, let's do this.
Yeah.
And we did. And then we did it again and again and again.
And that's how it began, huh?
That's how it began.
That's a great story. You are such an inspiration, especially to the ladies who are in your position, or were, hopefully.
Yeah.
Now, that was then.
Yes.
What is going on today?
Oh, what is it going on today? So you never stop pushing me. Every time I see you, you say, so how many tenants you got now? And every time I'm like, you know, I think we're good. You know, we're good. What I've learned in this pandemic is because I followed the lessons that I learned from you. Everything I purchased for student housing had multiple exit strategies, even though I chose student housing for it. So I'm still rehabbing. I have about 9 projects I have going on for rehab right now. I think I'm up to about 344 college tenants.
Whoa, 344 college tenants.
Yes.
All at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. And average monthly rent?
Well, it's going up a little bit. Last year was $525 per room. I think this year I'm going to end up about $550 per room because I've increased rents a little bit. So that's cool.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to do the math in my head. Let's see, 500 a room times 340 rooms. That's a lot of money.
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
And that comes in every single month, doesn't it?
It does. It
All right.
does.
So let's stop there and analyze that business first before we lose track. You have got a very unique way of doing this that you've learned.
Yeah.
Because you got people on a waiting list. You don't always scouting, and you make your tenants go find you more tenants, and you rent to one of them in a 4-bedroom house, and it's up to them to go find the other 3.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
That's pretty cool. And so, are you still doing one lease with one of them?
Absolutely. Well, they all go on the lease, but it's one lease.
It's one lease. They're all on the lease. Do they pay you separately? Does one of them collect and pay you for all of them?
We charge them $50 extra per month if they don't submit it in one payment form.
Okay.
So they get the option.
Okay. Now, I would think that if you were renting to college students, it would be like the Animal House and you'd have a mess. Okay. So what do you do to prevent that?
I have the parents co-sign on my leases. So from where I came from, I'm not much of a risk taker. And I am terrified to ever lose everything again. So when you look at my lease, I have 3 or 4 tenants on the lease, and then I have several parents, whether a kid has 1 parent or 2 parents or step parents. It doesn't matter to me as long as they've got parents. And so to me, that seems so much more safe than a single family working income earner that only has 1 income to pay you. So if one kid goes to the crapper, drops out, whatever, all the other kids and parents are going to make sure I get paid because they're jointly responsible for all the rent. And I don't have crappy properties, so I get good money for them. And the parents want their security deposits back. So I tell them, I'll give you every dollar back if you give me back my house looking as gorgeous as you got it. And they do.
And do you furnish these houses?
I don't.
You don't? Okay. So you let them bring in their own furniture. And
Yes.
do you put the appliances in them?
I do a refrigerator, dishwasher, and microwave, yes.
Okay.
No washers and dryers.
But a range?
Yes.
You do let them cook. Okay. So I'm just trying to, I mean, this sounds so out of the ordinary. They furnish it themselves. They're responsible for it. If they tear it up, the rest of them are responsible for that.
Yep.
And the parents sign on the lease, so you know you're going to get paid. Do you
Yes.
have defaults? Do you have people not paying you? No?
I have never evicted a college kid. And furthermore, I have never even ran a credit check on anyone that signs up for my properties that are college kids with co-signers. And even during COVID, we were 100% paid every single month and on time.
Some of your apartments are even rented when college is out. There's nobody going
Yes,
to
I do a
college.
12-month lease.
Okay, so they have to pay you even during the summer
Yes,
to keep their room.
yes,
That's pretty cool. Okay.
yes,
So these houses all have a living room in it, right?
yes,
Which they furnish?
yeah.
So I say you got 4 tenants. Who's the one that brings in the furniture?
I don't know. I'm not their mama. I'm just their landlord.
Okay. You don't know and you don't care, do you?
I don't.
So I'm trying to get my head around, you must put all 4 of them in there at one time, and then you just leave it up to them.
Yeah, so most common, my assistant who really runs all my tenants for me, she just does what we call our check-in. And she doesn't care if 1 of them meet us there or 4 of them meet her there. She meets them there. She gives them what we call our mom speech, which is the expectation we have for them. And prior to them even being able to get to that appointment, they had to watch a video, a private video on YouTube that has a secret word in the video that they have to send back to her in order to get their key to their unit. And that video basically tells them everything the lease they signed says, because so many people don't read, especially college kids, a lease. And I never wanted anyone to say, you took advantage of them. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
That we put so many things in place that were automated that they had to respond to in order to acknowledge they knew the expectation. And that tells them, my favorite part is it basically says, hey, I've been living in my house for 5 years and my towel rack never fell off the wall. So if yours falls off the wall, you probably did it and you need to pay to fix it. And so we pass on everything. You
So
know?
they do their own repairs as well.
Yeah. And if they don't have someone, they call us and we give them some names and they can call someone and get it taken care of.
But I'd assume you'd do things like roofs and exterior
Yes.
paint and that kind of stuff. Yeah. So they're just
Yes.
really responsible for the inside and the lawn.
Yes.
All right. Do you go around and inspect these things frequently, or does somebody in
No.
the organization? No?
No.
No?
We do change filters for them because we want that equipment to last a long time. And it usually
Makes sense.
takes a handyman like a whole day, an 8-hour day now, to change filters on every property we have. So financially, it makes sense for us to do that and ensure the equipment's going to run properly. But I tell them I'm not their mama. I don't need to inspect this. And their parents are on that lease. Their parents are the ones that don't want their credit ruined by me. So their parents are the ones making sure the parties
That's
are
the key.
supervised. You
That's
know?
the key right there, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, give me your best guess. What is your monthly net cash flow on these all as a group? Student housing.
I'd say we are hitting a little over 100,000 net.
Net.
Net after
That's
we pay
net.
our sellers and private lenders and that kind of thing.
And that's after you pay the mortgages and everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Dixie, that's a 7-figure income.
Yes.
Didn't anybody ever tell you you don't deserve a 7-figure income? Huh?
Well, myself, I told myself that for a long time.
I bet you did. I bet you did.
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's go back to how you're getting these properties.
Mm-hmm.
How are you buying these houses? Are you leasing them or what? From sellers?
All of the above. So we still do owner financing. And one cool thing I've learned about it with student, I know we do it everywhere, but around campus, there's already been landlords before me. And so a lot of properties are much older and they are held in some trusts. They are held in some LLCs. And a lot of people I meet don't want to mail to those types of sellers. Well, those sellers get tired too.
Yeah.
So the last 2 years, I have bought more owner finance deals off of other landlords than I have anything else recently.
Okay.
And then I'm doing a lot of private money with my really crappy houses I need to fix up right now.
All right. So you are owner financing, all of them you can, meaning you're buying them with owner financing.
Yes.
Okay. And, I'm thinking the purchase price doesn't matter.
No.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah. I
You
only
can pay
care what my
whatever you have to
payment's
pay 'em.
going to be.
It's the payment that counts, not the purchase price. It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
because our monthly income is purely off of the spread. What am I
The cash
going to
flow.
get and what am I paying out? And so for me, everyone asks me this and I kind of came up with this just to say a number, but everyone says, a lot of landlords want to cash flow $100 or $200 a month net per property. And I'm just like, I mean, if one thing goes wrong, you make no money for the year. And so at minimum, very, very minimum, I want $150 net per bedroom minimum. And really I prefer more than that. But when I'm evaluating a cash flow spread, I say, what do you want to make? 600 a month net?
I'm thinking, are you targeting free and clear houses?
I'm not targeting anything around campus right now. I just dropped to the zip code around campus. I don't even care anything about the owners right now.
Well, here's why I'm asking. Free and clear houses, you get to negotiate a lot lower payment in exchange for giving them whatever the hell they want for the house. You know what I mean? A bit more cash flow. Plus, you get to discount them when you pay them off.
Yeah. The last one I wrote with a seller who was free and clear, and he was it was a man and a wife, and they owned rental properties. He made us write, and I say made, this is what he wanted. You cannot pay me off until I'm dead. That was it.
Okay, that's fine. Write it, because he couldn't stop you anyway if you wanted to pay him off.
Okay.
You know what? Yeah. Do you ever get to the point to where you're surprised with what people do anymore?
Yes. Okay.
Some people are just, strange.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Okay. You live in Missouri and Springfield, Missouri. What college is that?
Missouri State University. And
Okay.
We're
How
not
many
the biggest
students?
college for Missouri. So we have about 24,000 kids enrolled here.
Okay. And how much student housing does the university furnish?
Well, before COVID, they could provide 4,000 students with a place to live.
Mm-hmm.
Once COVID hit, they went down to 50% occupancy in their dorms.
That leaves a big old gap for you to fill, girl. I mean, you got a long way to go. You better get busy and fill that gap for them. Okay, so you buy them on owner financing. You probably take some subject to when when the seller's creditors screwed up or they're dead, right?
Yep.
And do you lease options sometimes from the seller?
I try not to anymore because I really want
Yeah.
I want to own them. When I first
agree.
started,
I agree.
yeah, when I first started, I did because I was really afraid to own anything coming out of bankruptcy and all of that. And it was really just my own fears. And
Well-
so I've been going back to those lease options and saying, hey, let's would you making
Convert
them
'em.
offers, to change them over.
Plus, you get to depreciate them if you buy them. And in
Correct.
your situation, you need all that depreciation you can get, don't you?
Correct.
Don't you?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So the student housing business has been very, very, very good to you. And now I understand you're building apartments to put more students in, which is
Yes.
smart. So how is that going? How many of those have you gotten built so far?
So I have one that's 48 bedrooms. I have one that's 3, 6, 9, 12. I think it's 24. Another one that's 18 bedrooms. And then I'm building some right now that'll have 30 bedrooms in it. And those will be finished by May. And I just signed all the leases for those 30 bedrooms last week for next year.
You are incredible, girl. You've got a hell of a system. You've got a system like I've never seen anybody build. And I'm going to ask you in a little bit to share that system. But let me get out of the student. Anything else you want to discuss on the student housing part?
I think the one thing it's cool to me is my apartment building. I was really scared to jump into that arena after doing single family houses because the kids tend to go to live on campus for a year. Then they go to the big apartment buildings where they're match made still. And see, I don't match make them. They have to bring their own people. And then they come to my houses when they're really getting serious about graduating and all that stuff, and they get more privacy. So when I decided to do the biggest apartment building I've done yet, I was like, what am I going to get? And it's full of hockey players. And they have their other hockey friends for next year signing my leases for next year. And I haven't done any marketing. And so they call it Ice Tower now because it's the whole hockey team. And so these kids they're nicknaming our properties. They're telling their friends about it. We historically, it's November. These kids just moved in really mid-August is when school started. And I counted last night, we've already signed 38 leases for 2021 through 2022. And normally we only have, half of that signed by now. And everybody that's coming to us, parents and kids, are telling us, we don't care if these kids are virtual, they're not coming back home. And the kids are telling us, we're not going back home, even if it's virtual, we want the college experience.
There you go.
And so I'm like, hallelujah, keep bringing it on. So we are busier now than we have historically ever been this time of the year.
And that's the way you want it, isn't it, girl?
Absolutely.
Because you thrive on being busy.
I kind of do.
You kind of do my foot. I've been to your place. I've seen it. A question I don't think I got answered a while ago. When you rent a 4-bedroom house, you won't let anybody move in until all 4 rooms are rented. Is that correct?
Yes, because that one lease is important, that it's just one lease, because there's peer pressure to pay the rent. There's peer pressure to behave. Yeah. And most importantly, you don't need a special permit from the city because you're not room sharing, you're not a boarding house, you're just one lease on one property or one unit.
And you're not renting it by the night. So
Correct.
it's not a motel or a hotel. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now I am told that you are into the Airbnb business as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yep. It is.
So what's going on there? You live near Branson, Missouri. Golly, what a great place to be in it.
I do. I actually have not bought down there. I have mine here in Springfield. They're near campus, but campus is also near hospitals. And so we are just staying incredibly full from people who don't want to stay in hotels anymore. We have a lot of people that come to town as alumni of the college. We have a lot of people come in for weddings and funerals and graduations and everything they come in for. They want to stay in my 4-bedroom Airbnb because grandma and grandpa and aunts and uncles can all stay there. They can cook and they have a living room. So it's really fun. To me, it's a little more work than student housing because you have to make sure it's cleaned every single time. I'm not the one doing it, but the system has to confirm that's going to be done every time. You have to make sure that your cleaning people are inventorying properly to make sure the sheets are really clean, the towels aren't stained, your cups and plates and bowls aren't broken. But I have that all on a checklist. Yeah, we have that all on a checklist. But
a lot of people get into the Airbnb and they go do that themselves and they get turned off pretty quick, but they just don't get it.
You will die doing it yourself. You just can't do that yourself.
Right.
And then I run one in Destin, Florida. And that one's been really cool because it has stayed 100% full until today, actually. And then I have someone coming in for Thanksgiving week. And then my snowbirds are already booked from January through March.
In Florida. Right. Okay.
Yep.
Well, let's start from the beginning, Dixie, because a lot of people don't understand what Airbnb is.
Okay.
And I have no idea how it ever got the name of bed and breakfast. You're not serving anybody breakfast, are you?
I don't know.
I don't know, but that's what they call it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really nothing more than a replacement for a hotel room. That's all it is. Yeah. So whenever you rent out an Airbnb, that's just some hotel room somebody's not renting out. And it isn't very hard to understand why people would rather stay in their own house with their furniture already there and have their own privacy instead of a hotel. And in many cases for not much more. Now your rates are higher than a hotel room, aren't they?
They are, but for 4 hotel rooms, because mine's 4 bedrooms, it's less than that.
Right. Okay. So some people think that Airbnbs have to be in vacation locations, which is not true, as you just demonstrated, because Springfield, Missouri is definitely not a vacation location.
It's not.
I've been there. All right. How far away is Branson, though? I can't remember. 20 miles?
We're about 45 minutes from Branson.
Okay. However, nobody's going to come and stay in Springfield if Branson is what they're getting attracted to.
No.
So the point is, wherever there are hotels and motels, there's a market for Airbnbs, wherever that is.
Absolutely.
And I've seen some really crappy area in Airbnbs, cheap, crappy houses in areas I don't understand why anybody would rent. And then, of course, all the way up to some really nice stuff on the ocean and so forth.
Yeah.
I assume, how many of these you got? How many buildings do you have?
I'm only doing 3 right now.
Okay. Guessing you're going to expand that, though, aren't you?
That's my new thing to get into and keep weaving that in.
Okay. You need something new to get into, Dixie. Life's getting boring for you.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks.
Yeah. All right. So let's do this Airbnb thing because it's so similar. It's just a different exit strategy.
Yeah.
Do you buy the property from the seller?
Not always. I mean, I still buy them on owner financing or with private money or whatever. I'm still buying them the same way.
Yeah. So I mean, you buy the property from the seller, but you could lease it. You don't have to buy it. And people don't understand that. I don't have to buy the property. I don't have to learn how to buy properties to be in the Airbnb business. I can go lease it, and it'd be kind of foolish if you do that without the option to buy, but I can go lease it and then get that payment down and then Airbnb it, which would require the seller's permission, I would assume, if I'm going to lease it. On the other hand, if I buy it, I don't need anybody's permission.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, we better put the cautionary flag up, though. Airbnb is not legal everywhere. So
It
before you
isn't,
go,
and even here, I did have to do like a permit to have my Airbnbs here. So we have different levels. If you're single family, you have to get a permit and you have to have your neighbors sign off on it, and then city council has to sign off on it. If you're single family but you're in high density zoning, then it's no neighbors are even allowed to care, and then the city just signs off on your permit, and it's like $150 to get the permit around here.
so you need a permit for every house you Airbnb.
Yes.
Okay. What do you mean by high density?
So we have, so with our high density zoning, we can have up to X amount of bedrooms on a certain size lot. And on single family, you can only have a house, and then single family townhome, you can have duplexes on a lot. So each zoning reg has different things. And we have
high
such old
density.
inventory. Yeah, that
So
some
high
of our
density
houses are
yeah.
zoned high density.
Right, okay. So if it's already zoned that, no problem. If it isn't,
Right.
you just got to go get an exception, right?
Right.
Which you do before you buy, of course. All right.
Not really, because I know,
Not really.
I can, the numbers work, because you taught me this. Everything I buy, I can either lease option on a rent to own, I can make it a regular
right.
stinking rental if I had to. I'm going to do student housing, or I can Airbnb it. So I'm going to make money no matter which model I use.
And where you live, you can always get some students to get in there and grow pot if necessary, couldn't you?
Oh gosh.
Probably need to check that one out with your legal team as well.
We're not going to go there.
Hey, do you ever catch these students growing pot in some of these units?
Not growing it, Ron, but
Smoking
their
it.
air fresheners are very specific.
No way you're going to rent to students without having pot in the house.
Well, and that's good.
Who
That's
cares?
something good to point out. I had a friend who wanted to do student housing, and I'm very type A, very, want to control things, but she's even more than me. And I told her, I said, if you can't stand the thought of them having a party or smoking weed in your house, don't get into student housing, because you are not going to control these kids. Your job is to control the property.
No different than if you're leasing it to one family. You don't go in there and babysit them.
You don't. And you'll kill yourself if you try to.
Yeah. All right. Back to Airbnb. I assume you buy a property, and frankly, the larger the better.
Yes.
And then actually maybe the closer to some kind of an attractor factor like a hospital or a college. I can see parents coming and living in them if it's near a college. But even then, I've seen some that have nothing going for them whatsoever. But there's probably a difference in your occupancy rate if there's attractor factors there than if there isn't. Yes.
Yes.
So you just buy the property, you furnish it, and many times you buy it with the furniture. And when I'm buying a house and they're going to leave the furniture, Airbnb's the first thing that pops up into my mind.
Yes.
Okay, and especially if it's in a cool area, it's on the water or something like that, because I know I'm going to get higher rates.
Yep.
And it is true, the rates are going to go up with a more of a attractor factor that I've got, such as water.
Sure.
Water's always good. Golf courses are always good. So you buy it, and then you furnish it if it's not furnished. Okay, what are you spending to furnish a house, give or take?
So I'm kind of a tightwad. So I'm spending between like $4,000 and $6,000 on a 4-bedroom. So that's 4 beds, 4 dressers, 4 nightstands, a table, a couch, and the kitchen stuff and curtains.
Yeah, and it
towels
usually
sheets.
comes with the appliances anyway, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, some of them do, some of them don't. All right. So you got to put out a little bit of money to furnish it. All right. And then you put it up on Airbnb.com?
I put it on Airbnb and HomeAway.com, because HomeAway will import and export with Airbnb and VRBO.com. So that's vacation rental by owner.
Yeah. You say Home Away? I wasn't familiar with that one. So you put it up on all 3 sites.
HomeAway bought out VRBO, and so if you post on HomeAway now, it will actually go to VRBO and HomeAway. So
Good
it's
to know.
a kind of a dual service to me.
All right. So it's up to you to take some really nice, actually, I don't suggest you or anyone take pictures of the house. Get a professional photographer to do it if you want to get people interested in it.
Absolutely.
And they shoot it all the way around, and they shoot all the cool stuff, and then you pick the ones you want. And then how many pictures can you put up on Airbnb?
I don't know. I've got like 45 on one of mine, so you can get a good amount.
God. Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so we put pictures up there, which is the biggest thing. And then do you establish the rate, correct? All right. And does that rate change throughout the season?
So they give you an option to let Airbnb or VRBO to do what they call flex rates. So what the market is bringing, that's what your property goes for. Or you can personally choose, I want 200 for weekend nights and I want 150 for weeknights. And then you can say, and I'll give you a better deal if you rent the whole week or a whole month. So you can give discounts accordingly. And I have figured out that January is our slowest season here. And so I run the whole month of January for $125 a night. And this last year, I was 100% full in January, where the year before I had no bookings in January.
Okay.
So $125 a night is worth it, even though it's dirt cheap. It made me $3,000 that month.
So you're telling me that Airbnb will give you guidance on what the market is worth for your unit?
Yeah.
I'm wondering how they determine that.
I think it's just a collection of what they have an algorithm. It's a collection of what the other houses in the area are bringing in based on what's getting rented, and then they recommend this is what you should rent your place for. Of course, I'm a little stubborn, so I always rent for more than what they recommend because I know I have the nicest stuff out there.
That doesn't surprise me. You charge more, you don't charge less. All right. So how far out in advance do these things rent up?
So in Springfield, I have, and I say Springfield because to me that's non-vacation, but I am booked. They're already booking for next March, April, May, and June because they have church events, they have marathons or races they're coming in for, kids tournaments, and graduations. So they're forward thinking for events for next year. And then in Destin, I notice in January, they start booking for vacations for April, May, June, July, and August. So it's about a 6-month lead time, in my opinion.
So you have plenty of notice to determine if you're going to get it booked or not.
Yeah.
So you could easily just wait till about maybe 2 months out if you're not booked and just keep dropping the rate till you're booked.
Yeah, and I do that. For example, it's November, so I'm already looking at February and January's calendars saying, where's my gaps? And on the nights that aren't occupied, I'm just dropping those nights so that if there's a chance someone wants to come in, they're paying less than someone that already booked, but I'm still getting extra money.
And this calendar is already there on Airbnb, so you can see, does everybody get to see this calendar when it's booked? So they go on there, punch their dates like they're picking theater tickets?
They can, and they can see what's booked and not booked, but they can't see what someone else paid me for that night. But on my side, on the calendar, it tells me what each night is worth.
Okay. Do you have to skip a day between exit and entrance?
I don't. You can choose to do that if you don't have your system set up or to where you can turn it in 4 to 5 hours. You can say, I won't accept any booking for 24 hours post a checkout. I run mine back to back. So we clean immediately at 10 a.m. when they leave. And so if someone wants to book at 11 a.m. for tonight, it's ready to go.
You know, or you could just have a big gap in there like hotels do. You got to be out by 10 and you can't get in before 2 kind of thing. Yeah.
Yep.
And you just set that parameter right on the site, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you put the rules right on the site?
Yep. And they I loaded mine in so that when they make their payment, they have to initial my rules within their screens, and it automatically sends me their signed contract that they agree to my rules.
Yeah, I get that. That's pretty much normal nowadays.
Yep.
All right. So you know what your bookings are way out in advance. What if they cancel? Is there a cancellation fee?
So you can choose in those sites, they give you different options. You can choose to refund up till 10 days before the stay, 30 days before the stay, 60 days. So I'm pretty strict on my cancellations, mostly because I'm not a vacation area and I want to know I'm booked. So if they don't cancel 60 days prior to their stay, I get 50% of their money, no matter what.
And then, man, you can just re-rent it again.
Yes. And then I
Okay.
think up 30 days prior, they get no money back.
Right. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not abnormal. All right. So from the time you buy these things, how long would you say it would take one to get it on the market? Let's say they got to go get the furniture.
Well, it depends on how long it takes you to shop in this COVID market for furniture. But when I finished this one. Well, I actually was rehabbing it. So while it was getting rehabbed, I was shopping for furniture and I got a storage unit for furniture. And so it is set to finish December 1st. I have movers set up for December 2nd to empty the storage unit. And I have my first booking already in place for December 7th. So
Okay.
this other one that I finished, I didn't know I was going to do Airbnb with it. And I just went shopping like crazy. I filled it up, and that was the week. It was like this time last year, and I was like, "Well, I'm going to put it out there. I don't know what I'm doing here, but let's see what happens." It's a wrong time of the year, the whole bit. I had people come in for Black Friday shopping and rent my Airbnb within 24 hours of putting it on the Airbnb site.
Beverly and I just spent 4 days in Pigeon Forge in a cabin that we rented through Dollywood. That sucker was 2 miles up a mountain that people die on regularly. I mean like this. And you look down and there's nothing to stop you from going off. It was miserable getting up and down. It was a nice, decent cabin. The beds were hard as a rock. It did have the appliances in it, had all the pots and pans and everything like. Had nothing else in it, that's for sure. About $400 a night.
Yeah.
$400 a night. I mean, I got to thinking, I'm on the wrong end of this. This should be me renting this, not me renting it out, not me paying for this ridiculous
well, I'll
amount
tell
of
you,
money.
my Destin, Florida condo is like $500 a night around the 4th of July. And I refuse to stay in it that week because that week pays for several months.
Well, sure.
Of the
Well, sure. I mean, I'm thinking here in Jacksonville, you take the weekend of the Florida-Georgia game, you charge
Yes.
whatever you want to charge. Yeah. And in fact, quite a few other events here as well.
Yeah.
All right, so you established the rent by going on Airbnb and seeing what similar things are renting for,
Yeah.
and then raising it.
Yep.
All right. What do you got to lose by raising it? They either rent it or you don't. You can always lower it, right?
Hey, and you know what? When I'm shopping for Airbnbs now, I always scroll to the very bottom and I see if it's a person managing it or a company. And if it's a person, I always say, what's the least you can take? And then they
To
go,
rent it-
oh, we'll take, $800 for the week instead of $1,500. I'm like, sold.
Okay.
So people do
well,
that to me too.
Do they? Do you
Yeah,
let them
and,
do
and
it?
I can make deals. And that makes it fun. I mean, that's what makes real estate fun is making deals.
Yeah.
So I love it when they ask me that question.
Okay. So I'm pretending like I'm out there listening to this, Dixie, and I don't have much money, and I'm trying to figure out what I want to be when I grow up.
Yeah.
And the thought of buying a house kind of scares me because I really haven't done any of that in my life. And then, you know what I'm looking for, Dixie? I'm looking for excuses why this won't work for me. Because both of us, in our experience, know that that's exactly what most people do, don't they?
Absolutely. Yeah.
But not you.
Well, I can come up
You know
with
what?
100 reasons why it won't work, but my big mindset shift was, I'm gonna make this work. And the question that has got me the furthest in any deal that I have done is, I always ask somebody else, how can I make this work? whether that's my title company lady, my mentor, Brandon and I just talking back and forth to each other. It's never why can this not work? It's how can we make this work?
Yep. But to your credit, you were at a point in your life where you didn't have any choice.
I did not.
Well, you did have a choice. You could be on food stamps right now, I guess, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, you only had one way to go. And
Yeah.
that was up. Well,
Yeah.
just like me when I started, I had nothing to lose. So I only had one way to go. It made it a lot easier than worrying about losing stuff.
Yeah.
And you just made the decision, one little decision at a time.
Yep.
First deal, then the second deal, then the third deal. Kind of got easier as you went along. You
Yeah.
kind of got more excited as you went along. Every time a check came in, that
Yeah.
kind of bumps up the excitement a little bit, doesn't it? All right.
Still do. Still get excited.
So, all right, I'm very, very close to broke.
Okay.
What is stopping me from either finding a house with nothing down, and I got a whole passel of them here over the last 2 days, or simply lease optioning a house if I need to, taking photographs of that house, probably will come with furniture if I tell the seller they can leave it. If not, I can figure out, hey, Goodwill is always open. And in fact, if you go online to some of these websites, they'll give you furniture if you just come pick it up. So I figure out how to get the house furnished, or I just clean my house out and go take it to that house. It'll be even better, okay? Because if you have a house you live in now, you probably got way too much junk in it than you need. I mean, I could probably furnish about 7 or 8 of your units just taking the crap out of my house if I could get Beverly to agree to it, which won't happen.
Lord.
Okay, so now, once I get it ready to show, all I got to do is post it on Airbnb and sit back and wait for people to come in and rent it. Now, to be fair, I'm several months away from getting that money,
Okay.
right? Okay, so this is not an instant fix. And also, to be fair, if I buy or lease that house, I am going to give up that non-refundable option deposit if I put one tenant in it, because I can't get that with the Airbnb, but I am going to exchange that for a nice monthly cash flow.
Yes.
So really no reason that anyone couldn't do this if they want to, and they do not have to do it where they live because there's nothing for them to do. All right, you put the electronic locks on your door?
I have electronic lock in Florida, and here I have the old-fashioned lock box that they just put the code in and it falls forward. Mostly because I found out I have a little older clientele renting from my properties, and they can't seem to work the digital very well. And
oh, come on.
I'm serious.
They can punch 4 buttons. Huh?
When you get calls at 10 p.m. and they go, we can't get the lock to work. It's like you only need a couple of those where you're like, I'm putting an old-fashioned one on there. And the cleaning lady changes the code for me each time she cleans.
Yeah.
And the batteries never die on my old-fashioned lock, ever.
Okay. I got to tell you a story. They had a punch button lock on that cabin I rented, and I could figure out how to open it. They gave me the code. They never did tell me how to lock it. Now, all I had to do was punch one button in the middle to lock it. I left the darn thing open for 3 or 4 days because I didn't know how to lock it. So I get it. I'm one of them old people. Right?
So,
but it really doesn't make a difference.
I don't have anyone calling me because they can't get into the dang house. That's for sure.
All right. Good old lockbox. It's worked for a long time, hasn't it? Okay, so now I forgot what I was thinking about. All right. Oh, the automation of this thing. Okay, so nobody has to go hand them a key or any of that crap. It's right in the lockbox. But you do have companies that come in and do the cleanup and the turnaround.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Where do you get those companies? Are they referred by Airbnb or what? What do you call those companies?
Well, in your more vacation areas, they really do have companies that specialize in that. And they're easy to hire. They provide the sheets. Like, you don't even own the sheets. It's just part of your fee. In Springfield here, now this is funny. In Branson, there's some companies that specialize in it. In Springfield, I don't have anyone that specializes in this clientele. So I found a cleaning lady who her whole family does cleanings. And so if she's sick, her sister does it. If she's sick, her daughter does it. So there's always somebody there for sure to get the cleaning done, because that was my biggest fear, was if I hired a single cleaning lady, what happens if she's sick?
Yeah, you're right. I would be in favor of the companies.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of what you'd call those companies. Do you know?
I don't know around here. I don't. In Branson, I know that they are vacation rental cleaning companies. Like that's their thing.
Okay. Well, we can look that up on Google.
Yeah.
Because now they come in and change the sheets. I hadn't thought about that, but that's pretty important, especially in this environment. And they sanitize the house. Yeah. And they sanitize the house. And of course, you make that public. People want to know that the house has been sanitized.
Yes.
So do you know what do you pay to get that service done? What would one of these companies charge to do that flip? Do you know?
So in Florida, which this is funny, I pay $90 for my cleaning for a 2-bedroom. And here I'm paying $75 for a 4-bedroom cleaning. So it just depends on the marketplace. And I charge $100 for the cleaning. I charge the guest $100 for the cleaning. And I pay my cleaning lady $75. And then the $25 difference is how I supply the toilet paper, paper towels, the little coffee that I leave for them, or the little snack pack that we leave them upon arrival. And so that covers all my extra expenses.
But they do all of that for you.
Yep.
They just charge you for those supplies. Okay.
Yep.
So you're actually charging the tenant for the cleanup. And this is a non-refundable charge.
Correct.
So the turnaround costs you nothing.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes.
In fact, you actually make money on the turnaround. Okay, so they just see your schedule. Do you communicate with them at all back and forth? I mean, do you have to tell them when to go clean it up?
No, they can get in the app and they just know when to go when there's a checkout, and they can see the. So I set my codes to the last 4 of the person's phone number. So the cleaning lady can see their phone number, she sees when they're leaving, and she can just set her schedule to go. The only time I message her is if, like today, I had someone come in and book today, and I saw it dings me on my cell phone that I have a notification like a text. And on those, we will message her and say, did you see the last minute booking that came in today, to make sure she's aware. And that's the only ones we double check on.
What kind of income are we looking at? Let's say you're one in Springfield.
Okay.
What kind of income would that bring in a year, for example?
So it
or
brought
by
in,
the month.
It brought in $38,000 last year.
Really?
Gross.
And a gross. Okay.
And my student rental that's upstairs on top of that unit brought in $29,000 last year.
What? You mean you got students on the top and Airbnb on the bottom? Wow. Okay. So what would you think would be the net after you paid everything out of that $38,000?
Oh. It's probably netting $20,000 for the year, at least 20 or 25,000, because it's only only half of it's the payment, because the upstairs has to cover the other half of the payment. It could be closer to netting $30,000 on that one, since it only has to pay half the expenses on that house.
Okay, and I'm guessing that's probably a $150,000 house where you live, right? What's that house worth? Come on, what's the ARV on it?
That whole building, it's actually in the historical district, so it is $400,000 is what it was worth.
But it's a big conglomerate unit. All right.
Yeah.
What's the one in Destin gross?
This is my first full year with it, and I refunded $20,000 from March 15th through June 1st. And I've brought in another $50,000 since then. So it's grossing around $70,000, I think, on a full year right now.
Is that on the water or anything fancy?
Absolutely, Ron. I am not crossing a road to get onto the beach.
What does that mean? Is it on? Well, yeah, in Destin, you don't get on the water, do you? You get across the street from the water?
Most all of them have to walk across the beach road, and I did buy this one on the beach. And so you're on the beach, on the water, heated pools, big gyms, snowbird activities, the whole bit.
Yeah.
And that's a big selling point.
So you turned that into a vacation destination rental.
Yeah, I
you're
just
getting
block
so much
off when I want to use it, and I rent it all the other times I'm not there.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you're telling me, Dixie, that I can sit on my lazy rear in my home in Florida and have Airbnbs anywhere in the country, and I never have to go visit them, and I don't have to touch them, nor do I have to exert any physical labor whatsoever to operate them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just a handful of these things would pay more than most people make on a job working all year.
For sure.
And of course, if you buy them, your debt is paying down every single month, or you know it, they're free and clear. Your value is going up, your appreciation is there, and it's just what we call residual income, because it truly is residual income. All right.
It is.
It's
very
not
passive.
residual. It's not as residual as collecting rent on a house. You don't do anything because you still have to keep it up on Airbnb and monitor that process. But all your work is done sitting in front of your computer and maybe a handful of phone calls a year. Correct? All right.
Yeah, and
So
it's
beautiful.
very limited. It's even very limited marketing because you just load it to those 2 sites and it does all the marketing for you.
And even collects the money, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
And now they're collecting sales tax for us too, so you don't even have to do that part.
Wow, that's great. What do they charge? Percentage of the rent?
Yeah. I mean, like each booking, I've realized it's about on a $1,200 booking, I'm losing about $100 for all the processing fees and what they hold out.
Okay, so they charge you less than a management company would charge to manage your properties, that's for sure. A lot less. Plus they collect the money and do all that stuff. And they provide the platform to where everybody goes to, all right?
Yes.
My goodness. You know, you about talked me into doing some Airbnbs, girl. Of course, I think I said that the last time I talked to you.
You did.
I'm not sure. All right. So tell me what you can do for all of our listeners to help them get into either of these businesses. I know you got a system on student housing.
Yes.
Do you have one on Airbnb yet?
I do not have a full system on it, but when I teach my student housing event, we spend about 2 hours just talking about all the ins and outs of Airbnb and how to set it up. And we really dive into it and go over that. So yeah, there's several processes in there in my student housing system.
So your student housing event training is both that and Airbnb,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes.
And how many days is that?
We do a 3-day live event, and right now,
Live meaning humans in a hotel live event or virtual?
the whole thing, real people in a real place. Yeah.
Okay.
I also, though, because of all the COVID stuff, I switched over and added to that a breakdown that goes on for 8 weeks to teach that same content live where they can ask questions virtually like this.
All right. So do you have a course that we can get ahead of time before the event?
Absolutely.
Well, why don't you tell me about it instead of making me pry it out of you, huh?
So we have our at-home study guide, which is everything you need to know, all the scripts, all the documents, how to talk to the parents, how to talk to the tenants, how to market to them. Of course, we go over how to buy houses as well, because you do have to buy them in order to be able to put students in them. And amongst that, we even teach the business side of real estate. So my accountant comes in and talks about how to do your bookwork properly. We talk about your LLC structure versus land trust, which Ron's a huge fan of, because people always say, what's the difference? Why am I doing one or the other? But then I really, really enjoy focusing on having a staff and how to manage your business and delegate and automate, because I feel like I do a really good job of delegating. I haven't shown property or wrote leases or checked people in for about 4 or 5 years now. And I still get to go to Florida. I now am on stage teaching because you kind of forced me to, and so we're doing it. And if I was doing all that and wasn't great at delegating, I couldn't do it all. And so we focus on that, your Airbnbs, and then how to control your tenants so you don't have animals. So we do that in an at-home study program, so you get all the documents. We go over it in the live event that's 3 days here in Springfield. Our next one is April 24th, 25th, and 26th of 2021. And in the meantime, I've added on the 8 weeks they can join me virtually, so they can get started now. They don't have to wait till April.
Perfect. Perfect. And by the April comes, you're probably not going to have any trouble doing live events, I would guess.
I don't think so.
Okay. I had to cancel our December event. This COVID thing is just keeping us penned up. Now, you do this where, in Springfield?
In Springfield.
Okay.
And the coolest part is, I know that everyone does these bus tours. And what I enjoy the most about my bus tour is we do it on a Saturday morning. So we literally we're waking college kids up on a Saturday morning so you can see how they live in real life, and you can see what my properties really look like. And everyone has those huge aha moments when they really see it happening. And that's the funnest part, I think.
And also, if they're going to come to you and do this thing, they got to go to Branson. So is Branson open in April?
Oh yeah, we open up around spring break. So yeah, we'll be open, and I always take the whole group down to a show. And one of my big mottos is work hard and play hard. So after we work all day, we're gonna bus them down to Branson for a show, of course.
Okay. Hey, do they still have that Moses show there? Ain't that what it was? Moses?
I don't think they do right now.
Okay, that was a hell of a show. We're sitting in the show and live animals come down the aisle. I mean, it was really, really cool. I mean, well done.
It's neat.
All right, so Branson, if you don't know it, describe Branson to them, because a lot of people have no idea what's in Branson.
Well, Branson sits on Table Rock Lake. It is one of the most beautiful lakes across the country, is what people tell us. I think we take it for granted, but most importantly, Branson is like Las Vegas without the hookers, drugs, and alcohol.
Okay, it's really a Gatlinburg in the West, is what it is. It's very close to Gatlinburg. I mean, in style, loaded with shows, and I mean permanent theaters where some of these stars come in and they just stay right there in this theater. And then, of course, there's a little bit of shopping there, isn't there?
There's a little bit of shopping, and then
just
Johnny
a couple
Morris,
of tourist traps.
Johnny Morris has a beautiful golf course at Top of the Rock. There's a hotel called the Chateau, and we stay at our lake cabin and boat over there, and the kids go up in their pajamas to have ice cream, and so there's lots of fun family things to do down there. Cool.
And give me them dates again.
April 24th, 25th, and 26th.
April 24, 25, and 26. All right. Getting kind of nice weather by then, too, isn't it? Really nice weather.
It is. It's about mid-70s by then.
Perfect. All right. So in a nutshell, if they like what they hear from you, they get your home study course right now. They can start on this process right now. And then by the time they get there in April, they're ready to go and they're fired up, and they probably even got a house or two under their belt, and you're going to work with them along the way as well, right?
Absolutely.
And so if they enter your planet for student housing, they're also entering your Airbnb planet, whether they like it or not, huh?
They are, yeah, absolutely.
And honestly, there's very little difference, honestly, between these two exit strategies that you develop.
Yes.
So, do we have to pay for this, or are you going to give this to us for free?
You do have to pay for it.
Oh, crap.
I know. So we usually sell our live event for $29.97, and right now for your people, we made a crazy deal that is for all three of the programs: the virtual training for 8 weeks, the live event, plus the at-home study course for $14.97. Wow. And they can bring. He's going to yell at me now.
It's cheap.
And they can bring a partner, a spouse, or an employee to the live event as well.
Okay. And And I'm sure there's a 30-day money back, there is a 30-day money back guarantee.
Yes.
If you're getting it through us. That's really cheap, girl. So they're going to get your course, they're going to get your double course on both of those items.
Yes.
And your 3-day live event. Okay.
Yes.
They don't have to come to the 3-day live event. If they get your course, they got what they need, right?
Right.
But
and
they
so
should.
once they get the course, and then if they log on for 8 weeks, you know, if they don't want to come to the live event, they don't have to. But I tell you, there's just magic that happens in the people and the networking.
Don't tell me. Yeah, that's where you started.
I know.
In a live event. Okay, do you have the next one scheduled in case they can't get to that one for some reason, or they're afraid to get out in society by that time?
Yep. The next one will be the first weekend of October in 2021. Okay. And that will be the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of October.
So that gives me a good reason to say you better get your butt there in April, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Do we have the number up on the screen, guys? I don't see it. Huh? All right. All right. So, guys, do yourself a favor and get this system from her. Look, it ain't gonna make any difference in our lives, that's for sure. But on the other hand, you have the same decision to make as she did when she first came on the planet, Ron, in 2014, was it? Did you say?
Yeah, 2013, and then we really did our first deals in 2014 with you.
Okay. And don't forget, you got 30 days to bail out if you don't want the darn thing. So come on. We're bringing you opportunity. We brought you to bear. You got to skin him. So get on that phone right now. While
the only thing that can stop us is ourselves. So, you know, go for it.
What agreement is this, Nick? Huh? Oh, never mind. Okay. All right. Do we have questions for her, guys? Because I'm out of them right now. I could talk to her for the whole day, but we'll stay on schedule.
All right. First question I'm going to pull up here is Carol says, did you say you did your first house deal on your own, and do you have an acquisitionist now?
We hired a mentor. So we did our first deal with the private money that we did. We got it under contract with a realtor, but we had no money. And then that's when we met Ron, and we found the private money through that process. And then we hired our mentors.
Which were the Wolves, weren't they?
Yep, the Wolves.
Okay.
Yep, and I do not have an acquisitionist now. Over the years, I've had 2 or 3. And right now, I do not have one. I don't need to buy a lot of houses anymore. So I'm more looking for quality, and I only close on a couple of deals a month right now. So I don't have an acquisitionist. I do it myself now.
But in reality, Dixie, you have a staff, and they kind of are your acquisitionists. Yeah. So how many people are on your staff?
So this is fun. Amongst all the chaos that life's provided in 2020, my assistant that had been with me for 5 years gave me her 2-week notice. So I have been running with just one personal assistant since October 1st to run everything, and we're still killing it. So prior to that, I had 1.5 assistants, and I'm running this business, my speaking business, I run a construction business, and a realtor business. So
that's all?
That's it.
Okay. And so you delegate all that stuff to other people, right?
I really do.
So what do you do all day?
I just direct the ship, Ron.
Okay. All right. I heard that works.
All right.
Do sometimes you feel guilty making all that money?
No, not now.
No, all right.
You know,
Okay,
I felt really, I will say this, when everything was hitting the fan in March and April with this COVID, and I have a lot of real estate investor friends across the country now from just coming to your events and other events, and everyone was crying, and we were all real worried about tenants as being regular landlords. So there was a moment where I was like, don't say anything. Like, you don't want to tell people you're doing great right now, because they're not. That was really hard in that moment. But other than that, no, I don't feel guilty. Other than that, I don't
Yeah.
feel guilty. I feel really blessed. I feel real blessed and thankful that my life hit the gutter and I had no place to go but up.
Yeah, well, you are blessed, and you are a blessing.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, Sherry wants to know if you're still a realtor, still an agent.
I am.
Still have a license, yes.
I still have a license.
Even though you're not,
I
not
I
actively
don't work
selling
well for
houses.
other people anymore.
No, right, okay. So you'd make a lousy employee, wouldn't you?
I would.
All right, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Next.
All right, Robert says, for student housing, is there any clauses to state no parties, no fraternities or sororities?
No, there's like in our town, they cannot charter fraternities or sororities in certain locations, which means they can't make that their chapter home address. But I don't discriminate, y'all. So I don't care if they're part of a sorority or fraternity house. And quite frankly, they bring me more tenants year after year than anyone else does.
Yeah, and you better leave them alone. Remember, they're responsible for any damage they do, because, Robert, you must be worrying about the Animal House effect or where they rip the place apart. It's their problem if they do. And don't forget, she's got the parents co-signing on this thing. So believe me, they ain't going to let it come back to her. They're going to get whatever they need to get done. Is that right?
And on a fraternity, I actually had 18 guys in a fraternity rent one small apartment building from me. And I got all 18 guys. I got a lot of parents to sign, and the alumni of the fraternity signed on as a financial guarantor for the lease on top of all of that.
Because when you think about it, college needs you bad. They got no place to put all of these people, so they should be very, very cooperative.
Yeah.
All right, Cece says, for college student housing, are the houses near colleges?
Absolutely. My theory is I want them to be able to ride their bike or walk to school within about 15 minutes of the campus. So that's roughly about a mile for me, but I have 24,000 students at my campus. Ohio State University, for example, has 60,000 enrolled. And I'm a super nerd, so I went to a wedding in Ohio and I had to go eat near campus. And I had to ask my waitress 100 questions without being a stalker. And what it came down to was she's paying $650 for her room in Ohio State University. And she walks 25 minutes to get to school every single day. And she's still paying $650 a room. So your radius is going to vary by the size of your campus, but it needs to be pretty close.
Yeah. So you just market around the campus. Just target your marketing right around it. Do you still do direct mail?
I am not right now.
Because you don't want to buy them. Too bad.
Yeah, and I have more referrals coming into me right now from students that are wanting to start real estate. So they spent all their money mailing, and then they don't know what to do with their deals. And so I still go to my local RIA meetings, and they find out we do deals. And so I'll pay them for their deals now. So they're doing the mailing, and I just pay them a wholesale fee or whatever to give me their deals. A lot cheaper than my direct mail.
Perfect.
All right, Alan says, Dixie, are your Airbnb ratings to the renter honest, and is it difficult to keep up with?
Airbnb ratings?
To the renter honest. So I'm not certain what that means, but my guess is when they leave, they give me a review.
Right.
And their review they're pretty honest. Some of them will give me a really good review, and then they'll give me a private review that says, hey, it'd be nice if we had 2 more bowls or 4 more towels, or the curtains don't get out enough light in the 4th bedroom. So they'll give me their opinions down below. And then really when I review them, if my cleaning lady doesn't tell me that there was an issue, I thank everyone for being our guest, and they were great. So I haven't had anyone I needed to give them a bad review. Everyone's been great. I have had 1 broken chair and 3 broken wine glasses. And when that happened, the guest actually messaged me before they checked out and said, we'll pay you for it. We don't even know what happened. We're so sorry. So even that person, I didn't feel like I needed to give them a bad review.
Yeah. So, are you talking about the reviews you give them or the reviews they give you. I don't know which ones he's referring to.
Yeah.
frankly.
So either way, I mean, yeah, if they had a big party and trashed my place, I would definitely say, don't rent to these people.
Oh, okay. Now I get it.
How did you book it with no pictures?
So I'm infamous for this. I will post pictures of very similar properties that I have because when I rehab, I finish everything the same way. So I would not post pictures of something that is totally false marketing or advertising. But I finish all my houses with the same color wall, the same countertops, all of that stuff. On my one that I did at Thanksgiving, I took pictures of the real place and I posted them, and I was booked within 24 hours with the real pictures. My new one I'm getting ready to launch, I just posted interior pictures of something that was super, super similar and the correct address for the house. And they booked right off of that because right now in this area, nobody has any weekends available at their Airbnbs for the next 3 months. So I was all that was left when I launched that one.
I get it.
All right. Jerry says, what is the notification app?
Oh, so it's just like your little text messages. It's called VRBO and Airbnb, and they light up just like your text messages do when you have a booking or a question. So the app is directly associated with the website, and you just load it onto your phone.
So it's the regular Airbnb app and the VRBO app. All right. Gary says, what type of insurance do you have or need for Airbnb?
So they have, just tell your insurance person that you are doing a short-term rental, and they have a little variation in their landlord policy for that, which again goes back to one of the perks I like about student housing is I don't need special insurance. It's a landlord policy because it's one lease on one unit. So just tell your insurance person you're doing short term, and it is a little higher cost for that type of insurance.
Yeah, and you better make sure you do that or you're giving them an out not to pay.
Because these are guests, not tenants. So your Airbnb, they're guests, and your student housing is tenants. So that's kind of how they classify the difference in those policies.
All right. Is Dixie one of our mentors? She seems very busy with everything, so I figured I'd ask.
I tried to get her to, but she thought the things were going on in her life were more important, and we couldn't get her, so we failed.
I used to, though, Ron. I learned a lot while I had the opportunity to mentor your students.
That's right. You did for a while, didn't you? Okay.
I did,
right.
yeah.
All right. Brian says, do you take the group to dinner at Lambert's restaurant in Ozark, Missouri?
You should.
I
Ain't that where they throw the rolls? Huh?
Yeah, they throw the rolls.
That's where they throw the rolls. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you sitting there and they throw the rolls across the room at you. I love that. I love that place.
I don't, because we eat so much food during my event. I'm not sure you can handle Lambert's on top of that.
All right. John says, what if someone does not check out? Do you have to evict them?
Okay,
we
so
talking
I haven't had
Airbnb
this
or?
issue. But what I was told by my attorney, and I actually checked with the police department too, is because we don't designate them as tenants, there is no eviction process. And when they sign my rules, when they book, they are signing that they are guests. So it's the same thing in a hotel. If you refused to check out,
we lost you. Yeah. Okay.
The police
Right.
can
Call the
escort
police.
you out.
That's what you do. You call the police. Yep.
Yeah, the police can escort them out. I did one time have somebody think they booked for an additional day, and the cleaning lady showed up and their suitcases were still there. And so we did have to call them and say, hey, you're supposed to be out. We have another person coming in. And they're like, we're so sorry. They came back, they got their suitcases, and they left within 30 minutes.
All right. Andrew says, how much of your own money are you using to purchase the student rentals? Can you give an example of a typical deal structure using private money, including how much you pay the private lender?
I still don't use my own money. If you're taught not to, you don't need to, even when you start making money. So a typical deal, I never vary from this. So Ron taught me, I follow my Mayo formula, which if they don't know already, it's your after repair value times 70% minus your repairs. And basically what that means to you is that after you purchase and repair, you don't owe more than 70% of what the property is worth. So I
But we
never
don't pay
borrow
Mayo.
more than 70%.
Don't forget that. We do not pay Mayo. We pay under Mayo. Okay.
Yeah, but I never over leverage.
But that's
Even
one you're
if
paying cash for, Dixie. I swear. That ain't what you need to be looking for, Andrew. You need to go out and get the terms deals where you don't have to go borrow the money. The debt's
You do.
already on the property. Maybe you pay closing costs to buy it, or maybe even a little down payment if you have to. So much easier than going out and borrowing private money. Plus, you don't have to renovate the thing most of the time. And
It
they leave
is.
furniture in there. Yeah,
Well, you start making money faster if you can buy them on terms. 100%
absolutely.
faster.
And avoid the fixing and all that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. And
Plus,
I'm
if you
paying
get
between
private
8,
money,
yeah, 8 and
you get-
12% depending on how long I'm holding it.
well, I pay less than that. That's pretty high. But if you get private money, it's not a long-term loan like one if you
No.
take it over or finance it with the seller.
Correct.
So now you got to figure out how to get that lender paid off sometime in the future.
Correct. Which again is a whole nother process.
Plus, there's 50 times more pretty houses than there are ugly ones.
Yep.
All right. Was Dixie running her business out of an office early on in her student housing business, or did that come later on?
When we first started, we rented a 1-room office out of an office building that had a lot of offices. And it was really just so we had a place to go to work, because Brandon was, he had roommates, so he was working out of his bedroom, and I had kids and going through the divorce and the bankruptcy and all of that. So we did want a location to be able to do, concentrate on business. And then as we grew, actually the office I'm sitting in now was a spa, and it was a house that they turned into a spa on in the historical district by campus. And we knocked on the owner's door while it was snowing and said, hey, we think we're your neighbor over on Walnut Street, but we've never seen anyone there. And she says, I need to sell that darn place. It was a spa my sister was supposed to run. She's never made me a payment. You guys want to take a look at it? And we're like, hey, maybe we do. She took us there that day. So we bought this office building on payments for $1,000 a month. The purchase price was $189 is what she wanted for it. And she wanted $1,000 a month. And we had it appraised, and it appraised for $550,000.
Got out of here. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And upstairs here, we have a tenant that pays $700 a month to live upstairs. So that's our now office building. And we have 5 offices, a conference room, 2 bathrooms, and a storage area down here.
Almost free.
Almost free. Yeah.
Is that the office I came to?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I remember that place. All right.
Yep.
Well, unfortunately, Dixie, we are out of time. So would you please, let me see, the phone number's up on the board, guys. Just
Yeah.
quickly go over what you can do for them, and then we're going to have to end this conversation.
Yeah, so it's we'll send you out our at-home study course, which is all my scripts, materials, talk to the parents, the lease agreement that I use for my students. It'll give you how to run your assistants, your personal assistants, your virtual assistants, as well as your Airbnbs and nightly rentals, how to run those without doing all the work yourself. We will offer you the 8-week virtual training so that you can get that done while you're waiting to come to my live event in April here in Springfield. And if you can't make the April event, you do have 2 years to use my live boot camp tickets. So if they can't come in April, they can come in October. And if they can't make those, they can come the next year. As well as I will let you bring a guest that is related to you or in your business, not someone you met online today in this program. And we're doing all of that for $14.97.
Perfect. Which basically means, ladies and gentlemen, Dixie will put you in the student housing business and the Airbnb business for a lousy $1,500. That's
Yes.
what that means. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
It is. a pleasure to talk to you, and I am so proud of where you have become.
Thank
You are
you.
really, truly an inspiration to everyone watching.
Thank you.
And
I appreciate
I
that.
probably
Thank
need to
you
come
for
out there and
everything
see
you
you.
did.
Yeah. All
Be
right.
here.
See you soon.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye. Wow.
Ron, they can also go. We have a link up for them.
What's that?
RonLegrand.com/Dixie.
Okay. That's where they can go get it online? Yeah. All right. All right. Well, man, that was fun talking to her again. She's a blast. So what, we have a couple of students online right now? Is that what we got? And John is getting a little...
We have Larry with his mentor Andrew, and we've also got Corey.
Okay. Little cool in here right now. Okay. All right, so we got Larry and Andrew. All right, let's have them. Larry?
Hello,
Can you hear me?
Dr. Ron.
Okay, Andrew, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing?
Okay, tell me something, guys. How are you going to top that?
That was awesome.
That was
awesome.
mean to put you on after Dixie, wasn't it?
Well, give me a couple years. Let's start.
All right. Okay. So, Larry, where do you live?
My primary market is Charlotte, North Carolina. That's where I am now.
Charlotte. I love Charlotte.
Yes, sir.
My brother's in Winston-Salem, you know. All right. So, Andrew, are you his mentor?
Have been. Just finished the mentoring, actually. He's getting ready to sign up for another round.
Okay. Better do it this week, so because you save $1,000, man.
Okay.
All right. Well, tell me what's going on that we need to hear about, Larry. What do you,
Well, my primary before you guys, I'm a wholesaler. I focus on ugly houses, and I've been doing that for a couple of years. I've invested in some systems, and I even had callers for contractor callers for like a year straight, and you've been on my radar to add the pretty house business to my ugly house business. And I've been on the fence about it, waiting for the right time to do it for years. And you guys stayed in contact, and this pandemic stuff came about, and it just so happened that I could do the mentoring and get the pretty house and get the virtual summits. And basically, you made it really easy for me to get. You gave me offers that I couldn't refuse, basically. So
aren't we glad? Aren't you glad we kept pestering you, Larry?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay. Before I go any further, take a look at Andrew on the screen. All right, take a look at yourself. Your whole left face is darkened. So in the future, get some light in front of you so you'll project better, because we probably will have you back. I had the same conversation with Andrew because he sucked too when he first came on there.
Yeah, my view is that way, and that's the sun.
Yeah,
coming that way.
Sometimes it's better just to close the shade.
I got you.
Yeah. All right. So you say you were wholesaling before you came on Planet Ron. What was your average profit wholesaling?
Typically around 5,000, between 5 and 8,000 per deal.
Not enough, was it? Not enough.
Well, I'm nowhere near where Dixie is. So my objective originally was just to quit my engineering job. So that took care of that. But that's not my end goal. So you're right, it's not enough.
So you quit your job, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Was that scary?
It was very scary. But I don't have any kids, and I can always get a job. So if I'm going to be stupid, now's the time to be stupid. So I did it.
As I recall, that's about how I thought back in 1982 when I quit my job. I could always go get another job. At least I thought I could. I like Dixie would make a horrible employee though. So right now, what are you doing today? What's your business look like? You're still wholesaling, right?
Still wholesaling. Have a pretty good pipeline. So when I add the pretty house to my business, I also signed up for the VA in Andrew kind of was my accountability partner and helped. If I would just do it the way I wanted to do it, it'll take another 5 years. So
your man,
so
of course.
So we talked every week. I got the VA set up. I was able to set up add the Pretty House leads into my CRM so that I could I had a phone number, dedicated phone number for them. I started out with the leads that you give us in Gold Club, and we actually I was targeting another city, because I'm from Columbia, South Carolina, but I'm living in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I was intending to do Pretty Houses in Columbia only, but I accidentally sent them Charlotte and Columbia, and I didn't expect to get leads out of Charlotte because it's so competitive. And with your leads, they were able to get Pretty House deals out of Charlotte. Actually more than I could even handle at the time.
Yeah.
So it worked.
You got a local RIA in Charlotte. Are you a member of that?
I am. I have been. I'm not as active as I was. That's why I ended up quitting my job. I got my first wholesaling education out of there, and 2 years later I quit my job. But yes, they have a really strong RIA here. The Metrolina one is the one that I attend.
Yeah.
Attended. I'm not really active now.
I used to have a mastermind group of RIA leaders around the country. All right. So how's the Pretty House business working for you right now? So
that's where Andrew and I left off. So I have leads, I have buyers. What I'm working on now is so basically what I'm fixing now is me. So everything that you put in place, it worked. I came in with the reason that I jumped in, and Andrew and Aaron, they were able to get me in like the next day. Because I had an Ugly House deal, and the contingency on the Ugly House deal was we had to help her find a house to move into, and she had a credit issue, but she had cash. So I was going to use the Pretty House business to find her a house. So I was so long story short is I had a whole lot of balls in the air at the same time, and I also had a staff. So she agreed to take a rental recently, and we found that yesterday for her. And I still have these Pretty House leads, and I have cash buyers that are looking for a deal. So I'm still processing the leads that I got from you guys, but the issue is not you guys now; it's just me incorporating that into my business, and that's why Andrew and I are paused right now because I actually need to catch up to everything that you guys have taught me to do. But everything that you taught me to do is working.
And you will find that a whole lot easier on the second go around than you did on the first go around.
That's what I believe. That's what I believe.
You're way ahead now. All right, so how is he to work with? Is he a pain in the ass, or is he easy to work with? Huh? You pretend he's not looking.
Step away, Larry. Do I need to step away?
I thought you were asking Andrew about me. I'm more of the pain in the ass.
I'm asking you about Andrew. Yeah.
No, he was really good. Because I talked to him the whole time, and I really, so I have this rule where I don't buy education if I'm not ready to use it right then. And so I was ready to use the Pretty House business right then, but I underestimated what I had going on in my Ugly House business and with the contractors that I had. And my processes aren't as mature as they need to be, so my contractors still needed me. So truth be told, my Ugly House business distracted me a lot from the Pretty House business.
That's
but
normal.
Andrew was really good. He talked me through some employee issues that I was having. He talked me through the Pretty House leads that I was getting. He talked me through onboarding the VA. He didn't beat me over the head for all the excuses that I was making. So he did a great job.
Yeah, he does a great job. He's very close to being as smart as he pretends to be as well.
Working on it.
To his credit, he is one of the few people that I can think of that actually just came to the school, learned, and just went home and did what he was told to do, and not try to reinvent the wheel, which is frankly not normal for men to do. We just have to reinvent the wheel, as you figured out.
That's what I'm trying to
do. Well, I understand. I could just see it all over you. But you're not transforming from the ugly house to the pretty house. You're just trying to add the pretty house business to what you already know that is working. So you just need to get your systems in place, get delegation in place, which you're going to love, man. Think of what life is going to be like for you when you finally figure out the art of delegating and don't have much to do for the rest of your life, but watch over the herd. Unlike where you just came from, where you're pretty much involved in everything. Is that true?
That's
Which would be
absolutely
normal.
true.
Be normal.
Exactly.
How old are you anyway?
I would make you guess, but I'll cut to the chase. I'm 45. But
What?
yeah, I'm
You ain't
45.
45.
My hair is the same color as yours. I dye my hair, but other than that,
Do you really? Do you really?
I do. Because I was
Making that
getting
up.
harassed. They were like, "Yeah, why you have gray hair?" And I got tired of people running up on me. And
Well,
so I
I'm thinking
dyed
about dyeing. I'm thinking about dyeing mine your color there, Larry. Oh, so we're never happy, are we? No.
A couple of things,
and I'm not dyeing it.
A couple of
Go
things
ahead,
that we
Andrew.
was able to work through with Larry, Ron, was as like he said, with the pretty house business, which that's what I told him when he had the buyer. I said it's easier to find a house for a buyer than a buyer for a house. But he was having some within his ugly house business. Delegation is definitely key. Something we went over a lot of things to help him try to get more of that crap out of his life, and then getting definitely team members. I know he was having some of the same challenges as I've had, which is where I have somebody who is a good person, and you want to make sure that they remain a part of the team, and figuring out where they fit or if they fit. And so we worked through a lot of those challenges together to help him get that where it needs to be able to blow up his pretty house business.
Yeah, like Andrew did, because he started the same place, started with junk, and worked his way up into where he can do it all right now, and he's doing very well. And honestly, there ain't very few years between then and now. I mean, I'm just impressed with so many interviews with my children, how far they can come in such a short a time. When I think back, my God, it took me 25 years to figure this stuff out, and I'm still figuring it out. But for all that time, all I did was what you're doing: wholesale, rehab, junk. It's all I knew. That's all I would let myself learn.
But you didn't have a Planet Ron to land on. You had to create it. So
that's right.
Thanks for speeding this up for all of us.
Yeah.
Amen to that.
Didn't even have technology, Larry. What has that done to our industry? Right. It has never, ever been easier than it is right now to buy and sell houses. And you ask any old person and they'll tell you the same thing. When I started, we were looking for junkers. We had a big book with MLS, a book. Can you imagine that? It'd come out once a month, and it had we had to sift through that thing and go look at the pictures, and then go look at. I spent half my life going to look at houses that I didn't even know if I could buy or not. I mean,
wait, so you're saying that was the MLS?
That was the MLS. There was there was no internet, man. Okay, I know you can't believe, but there was no internet. All right, so it was all on paper. And it was a lot of human labor involved in it, but hey, we still did it. So it's so much easier today. And then you got all this delegation, systemization stuff. We didn't have any of that. But I understand where you're coming from what he just said. It's not hard to find good people. It's just a little harder to find the good people that fit in the position you're trying to put them in, and then work with them. So in the past, your problem has been people problems. You're having a hard time putting together the right people, you think?
It's partly that and partly me. So I didn't put them in the best situation to succeed either. And everybody that I hired, I kind of inherited. They were like 1 degree of separation instead of being a qualified person.
All right. Well, you're not going to like this, Larry, but it's all you.
It's all me.
Okay. It's all you. It's all your fault, man. So when you win, you pat yourself, but when you lose, it's all your fault. You haven't been to my business management boot camp yet, have you?
Virtually.
Did I do one virtually?
What was that? What was that a couple months ago? I thought I did something.
Okay. Well, when we do one live, you need to be in it.
Okay.
Because that's what it's all about. is taking folks like you and turning them into real entrepreneurs like the Slag brothers here. What's the biggest hurdle you cracked when you first started? What scared you the most?
What scared me the most was actually doing anything. So I'm an engineer by education, and for me, I did the analysis paralysis
That
thing.
means
Like
you're
I
a
didn't,
thinker brain. Means you're a thinker
right.
brain. Can't be an engineer and not be a thinker brain. Okay.
So I didn't want to do anything until I understood everything, and that cost me 5 years.
Really?
So, yeah. Then when I got tired of the job and not necessarily tired of the job, but not stop being challenged by the job and realized that I could make money on my own, I just started doing. That's when I created the rule: no more education until I make money with what I already paid for. Started doing things.
What was your first check?
My first check was $5,000. It was $5,000.
2,000 more than mine. That's called inflation. All right, but honestly, on your wholesale deals, you should not make less than $10,000 a deal, man.
Understand?
That's the bare minimum, and if you're not charging enough. So, I think you probably heard this before, but next time you want to wholesale a house, I want you to establish the price that you would normally wholesale it for, and add 10 grand to it. Just do it.
Whoa. You said that would. You said it. I don't understand. I hear what you're saying, but I don't.
All right, you know what you're going to wholesale it for when you get it, right? You figure out I'm going to put it on the market for this, right? All right, raise the price $10,000.
Wow.
Just do it. You watch what happens. Okay. And watch how fast you sell it, because this country is so many greater fools out there paying way too much for these junkers. It's incredible. All right. And then, of course, when you get that money, you got to send me 5 of it.
In my opinion, Larry, there's never been a better wholesaling time than right now. Oh my goodness.
That is a fact. That is a fact. So I'll
tell you a trick we used actually, Ron.
Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
We actually called one of our local hard money guy, well, more than one, but we got a local hard money guy we've had a great relationship with, twin brothers, great guys. And I called them and I said, hey, what do you have as far as buyers who are looking for houses right now? And they said, well, it's like this, Slag. If you send us 50 deals in the next 2 weeks, we'll still have more qualified buyers and we can close in less than 10 days. So I said, well, I can't provide you 50 deals in 2 weeks, but I'll sure start providing you deals. And we've started sending them deals. They close them in less than 10 days. Yep.
It's like that all over the country. Yeah. And they don't care what they buy. They buy stupidly. They buy garbage. And half the time they don't even look at the house first, and nobody else does. They just buy it. I sold one to a lady in New York a few months ago. She never did see the house. She's going to be surprised when she does. But hey, it's not my job to babysit them, but I'm telling you, they're grossly overpaying for houses. Now, some of them have a different end game than we do. For example, these hedge funds. It's not so much in what they pay. They're in it for that single-digit return while they're renting this thing out for the 4, 5, 6 years that they're going to hold it, and hope that it goes up in value. So they don't look at it like we look at it. So they can pay more, and justifiably so. But anybody that wants to buy one of these things and rehab it and sell it, I don't know where they got their numbers from. They sure didn't get them from me, because it makes absolutely no sense. None. I sold one a few months ago, house that I own, for $200,000. I put it out there for $200,000, and an investor came along and offered me $194,000, and he closed in a week. Now, I just renovated it, but what school did he go to? I do not know. So he must be in it just for the cash flow. But my God, if you can pay retail price for these things and pay cash and close in a week, you got the choice of everything in the world you want to buy, and get a whole lot better deal on them than that. So anyway, I'm not kidding. Raise your price and see what happens. And no, you don't have to send me the $5,000. Okay.
It's a copy of the check.
But if you want to and you feel bad, no problem. You should make a minimum of $10,000, Larry, and I'm not kidding you. And that's in war zone properties.
Okay. He's doing 4 deals a month, right, Larry? You're doing 4 deals a month. So imagine what that to your business.
Yeah. Okay. Now add $10,000 to each one of them 4 and see what happens. I'm not kidding. You mark my words. You're going to get it. In fact, in my business right now, I'm ramping it up, and here's what we just did for everybody listening. We went to the city and we got a list of unsafe structures, which means the city's flagged them because they, whatever reason, I don't know, I don't care. Probably some of them's condemned as well, okay? We're taking that list, cleaning it up, and we're going to mail to all of those owners because we got the current address of the owner plus the address of the house. So I'm having Christy King put the address of the house in the letter and send it to the owner where they're at right now, because I want this stuff. Most of it is in really low end, some of it is in war zones. I don't care. My whole goal is to get these things under contract and flip them to these crazy greater fools out there grossly overpaying for these properties. So I'm just adapting to the market. And you know, I've preached for 2, 3, 4 years now that wholesaling is an occasional thing. It's not the way to go because of, you know, disadvantages. You get one check, you got to keep on working like you're doing and all that other stuff you've heard. But why not go after these properties that really nobody else is even going after? Nobody else even knows most of them are for sale, including the people who own them, because they don't have a sign out in front of them. So, and I don't care what kind of shape they're in. I don't care if they're condemned, because I'm not intending to buy them anyway. So you might want to do where you live. It is the what department it is, code compliance or something very similar.
Yeah. Code enforcement.
Go ahead and get the list, because this is public information. You'll have to clean it up and mail to it and see what happens. And in fact, you told me that you had a phone, people on the phone as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're not going to get their phone numbers, but you can go on websites like 411.com and a million others, put in the address of the house and the address of the house where they live, and back into their phone number and just pick up the phone and call them. And that's the right target to call.
Absolutely.
So anyway, you should do the same, Andrew.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Taking note.
I can't wait. I can't wait to get to the results. In fact, we're going to drop 500 of those letters first part of next week and test out that list. So that's target, just for what we're just discussing. It's a beautiful time to wholesale houses. So raise your price. Raise your price.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else that I should ask you that I didn't ask you, Larry?
Not this time. I'll get the light next time and we can talk about what happened.
Okay. Next time I see you, I want you lit up, man.
Lit
I
up.
mean, with lights. Okay. Anything you want to add, Andrew? Boy, you are a star on your own, man. You come a long ways. And I'm telling you, we get rave reviews about people that you work with. So I'm expecting some big numbers out of Larry on his second go-around with you. So,
Absolutely.
You got over all that front-end crap now, getting his mindset on straight. Now it's time to focus on deals, and focus on, you don't need him for wholesale deals. You need him for the pretty house deals. And also work up into the little higher priced houses, because I know they're going to scare you. Somebody comes at you with a $750,000 house, it's going to scare you, isn't it, Larry?
I would think so.
Okay, all right. Well, it ain't going to scare him as long as you reimburse the risk and don't make promises you can't keep and don't take on things you can't handle. But hey, even if you do, don't forget, we're always here. I ain't partnering with you on no wholesale deal because you don't need me. But if you get one of them high price things, he gets first shot at partnering with you. And then it comes to me. And, we'd love to work with you on, but a decent house, something we make some money in. Let's work on houses where we can make 6 figures on one house.
Yes, sir.
That's what I want to work on. And you got to get up there on that. So don't turn away those leads and don't be afraid of them, which you will be afraid of them in the beginning, but he's not. That's why you got him. And he'll send them to me if he needs help, and we'll do everything we can to make a deal there out of it. And if there is one there, he'll be able to pull that off. So you're lucky you got him and his brother, because his brother is equally as smart.
Yeah, they did a great job. I really appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you, Larry. And looking forward to working the second round with you and seeing your pretty house business expand. And I'm telling you, after a $100,000 check on a house, the $5,000 wholesale fee definitely changes a little bit of mindset there. So, and thank you, Ron. Thanks for everything you do for all of us. It's life changing. 21 years old when I started, and oh my goodness, it's I'm getting up there. I'm 28 now, but it's been a life changing journey so far.
That is old, man. I got socks older than you. Get off my screen. See you
Thanks,
later,
guys. Bye. Thanks, Larry. Thanks,
guys.
Ron.
All right. Here we got Corey Ellis coming on next. Hey.
Hey.
How you been? How you been?
I've been pretty good.
Okay. Take that cap off so I can see what you look like. You still got hair?
No,
never did
had
have any,
hair.
did you?
I got to keep the hat on
Okay.
because it keeps me warm.
All right, so what's going on in your life? Why is it Corey Moose? Huh? Why is it? Huh? Because you're playing
I've always had a
games?
moose.
All right. All right.
Moose.
Okay.
So
I haven't talked to you in quite a while now. Now, you were in my mastermind group 1 year, I remember, or 2, I don't know. And here's what I remember about you, Corey. When you first came in, you were so shy. You didn't want to talk to anybody, scared out of your mind, low self-esteem. Am I right on so far?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you did get a mentor right off the bat. Who was your mentor? I don't remember.
I had, and also a little mentor.
You're breaking up on me. You're breaking up. Okay.
Foster.
We're losing him, guys. We're not getting your. Give us a minute. Let's see if it's on your side or our side. We think it's on your side. Talk to me. Hey, how long have you been on Planet Ron?
Since.
Yeah, this ain't gonna work.
All right, we'll give him a call.
Huh?
We can call him on the phone.
All right, we're gonna call you on the phone, Corey, because we're hearing about every fifth word. All right? Okay.
Okay.
So give it just a minute to dial into you and so we can get the sound right. You're looking good. You look just like the last time I saw you. Okay. So where do you live today?
Maine.
Maine. You still live in Maine? Okay, haven't moved yet. That's where the moose comes in. In fact, you had a store where you sold souvenir kind of stuff. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. You still have that?
Website much. I don't have.
I don't know what's wrong with our sound. So are you talking through your speaker on your computer? Well, this thing is to, huh?
Yeah, they might have died. Like he's had it for a while now.
This earpiece? Yeah, it sounds like your earpiece is dying on you. You got another one?
Hold on.
I have to rotate mine because they keep dying. Can't hear you. All right. We're going to dial you.
You want to take some questions while we're waiting?
Yeah. Corey, hold on. I'm going to take some more questions while we get you so we can hear you on the phone. All right? Go ahead. Shake your head if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay.
All right. Can you put your IRA pay? Can your IRA pay for the initial furniture and polish of the unit, but lease under a different LLC?
No. Now your IRA can own this thing, but you cannot be buying stuff from another entity and putting it in anything your IRA owns or vice versa. But by the way, if you're going to own this, do it in a solo 401k, not your Roth IRA, because your solo 401k profit that you make won't get taxed, whereas it will in your IRA because you're taking over property and creating debt either back to the seller or whatever. If it comes with debt in your Roth, it's going to get taxed. Solo 401k, it does not.
All right. Kyle says, we had multiple houses we
Hey,
were
Kyle.
renting in college, or as college houses. But after taking Dixie's class this summer, we're getting a whole lot more money with a whole lot less headaches.
Thank you,
A
Kyle.
little testimonial to
Yeah.
Dixie there.
And, the more you learn, the more you earn, as you well know. Kyle's in my commercial mastermind group and extremely active in it, actually.
Randy says, do you have a program for Canadians to buy U.S. properties?
Yes, we have a program to buy U.S. properties that Canadians can use. Okay. As we see yesterday, we had a Canadian on here, and there's some agreements, which you don't really need, on our website. The agreement for sale that's on our website, you do not need, and I don't want you to use it because that's something for your attorney to prepare, but you do business almost exactly in Canada the same way we do it here in Florida. And when you get an attorney to close, anything that's different, you'll know very quickly.
I think this question might have been for Dixie. I'm currently living close to St. Louis. Do you have contacts with any real estate lawyers?
I don't, but you don't need them anyway. Go on Google and put in real estate closing attorneys. Here comes a whole list of them. Just start calling them and asking them if they do real estate closings and if they're okay with owner financing. That's all you got to do. You'll have one in an hour.
All right. Andrew says, does the county limit the number of unrelated parties in one house? I run into that issue with one of my student houses.
That's county by county. I can't answer that. If that's the case, then you're not doing Airbnb. It's just that simple there. And by the way, if one county says no, just go to the next county or the next state, whatever. It really don't make any difference where these things are. Go ahead.
I'm not sure if
The
this is a
mentoring
question or not.
program was told by what? Tom.
Tom, to put the deals I have, that the note is time sensitive. The other one we can work on. I don't know what this
What the
means.
heck does that mean?
Please note that the lending, the $150K this week by electronic. I'm not sure. Don't really have details on this.
No idea what that means. Guys, we're here for questions, okay? You want to communicate with the staff, do that through the other channels that we gave you. All right. Corey, you there? I don't hear anything. You there, Corey?
Hello, Corey. Talk to us. All right, we're talking to you through the phone, Corey.
Hello?
Yeah, I got you now. Okay? Hey. All right. Corey, I understand you're pretty active right now. Tell us what's going on in your business.
As far as business goes, I've been doing a few wholesale deals this year, which is kind of new for me.
All right.
Can you hear me okay?
I can, loud and clear.
Okay, good. And I've also cashed out a couple of my my tenant buyers, rent-to-own people that were getting ready to cash out. I was working on a 14-house package in Tallahassee for student housing, and just that one hasn't come to fruition yet. The guy, it's kind of, I don't know, it's just pretty sketchy what information I'm getting now. So I don't know if he really wants to sell it.
Boy, that would be a great package for student housing, wouldn't it, in Tallahassee, right?
It would.
Where the university is.
The other thing I'm working on right now is I have 2 trailer parks here in Maine that I have pretty much under contract, but I haven't finalized everything yet.
All right, listen to me. Andrew, who was just on here, has become an expert in mobile home parks since he just sold one. If I were you, I'd get back into the program and ask for him to be your mentor to guide you through those, because it's probably going to make you 100 times more money than the mentoring cost. And it's only half price for you now. And as far as the other stuff goes, you can submit that to him as well on those 14 houses, and he'll and ask him to submit it to me, because I'd like to take a look at that and see if we can make that deal work. And I'll bet you I can, if this guy truly does want to sell. So get some help on these things. These are pretty complicated deals, and just buying the mobile home park alone, there's so many traps. You better get somebody that knows what the heck they're talking about. So I want you to consider that, and I'd like to see that 14 house package myself. I love those, but you got to get all the information on it now. All right, you got. In other words, I want all the financial information. I want the debt. I want the rent. I want what kind of shape they're in, and its asking price, and you're going to have to look up the ARVs and all that.
Yeah, I pretty much have all of that information together. I think that he is going. I think that he's going to another group for some reason. It's just a weird situation. That the further I get into it, his LLCs are not active, the ones that supposedly own the properties, and there's some interesting stuff going on there.
All right. So what else are you doing today? Are you doing any pretty house deals?
Yep. I have. Well, I actually I just put a 3-unit apartment building under contract for $20,000. There's about probably $15,000 worth of materials inside the building. And it's probably going to take about $30,000 to fix it. So they'll rent out for $750 each.
All right. Are you intend to hold it or keep or sell it?
I think that. Well, I was going to just wholesale it to somebody.
Yep.
And that was if the Tallahassee package decided to come to fruition, which it hasn't yet. But I may just rehab it and rent them out. I have another building. It's a duplex.
Wait a
about
minute.
2 streets over.
Oh, these are in Tallahassee?
No, this is in Maine.
Oh, okay. What's the temperature up there right now?
Yesterday it was cold. It was like 15 degrees when I woke up. Right now we're getting a heat wave, and I think it's about 42 or 43.
Boy, that is a heat wave. All right. I thought you were moving to Tallahassee.
I haven't yet. I'm actually looking at some other kind of options down in Eustis, Deltona, maybe even New Smyrna Beach. I have a call into a lady. She's got to get back to me today on financing a house.
I'm thinking it's probably a smart move to buy these properties, and especially these small multifamily units in Tallahassee, and turn them into student housing. Because I know they don't have anywhere near enough student housing there. And
nope.
You take a fourplex, for example, that's got even 2 bedrooms each. That's 8 rooms to rent out, and you can buy those, like you just mentioned, really cheap. And if that's your exit strategy, boy, that'll add up really, really, really fast. So, I mean, it's just a thought.
I've been working with Dixie in running numbers and, whatever else I needed. She's awesome, by the way, Dixie.
Yeah, she is. Okay.
And her training, and it's very complete. I can't say enough good things about it.
Well, that's good to know. So I want to ask you a question. When you started, how did you get over that huge fear that you had of even talking to people?
So I just forced myself. Usually, I had the hardest time calling people back. I'd get leads from your VA service that were yes leads, and I would have a hard time calling them back. So I forced myself to, and I had these little pieces of paper, and I made a hash mark to call 12 people, which seemed like a lot, by noontime, and then another 8 people by 8 o'clock at night. And so I was making 20 calls a day, which sounded like a lot. Now it doesn't sound like so much.
Right.
But I would always pray for someone's voicemail, because then I could mark it as a call.
So, oh crap, what if they answer? Right. Okay. But then you learned that those calls mostly are very short calls anyway, didn't you?
Yeah.
So, 20 calls a day is actually not more than about an hour and a half's work, is it?
You'd probably be on my case, because for some reason, I'm a therapist to people, and they call me, and then they talk, and they tell about their dog and their whatever pains in their life, and
yeah. Okay.
But I have a pretty good closing rate. So
what does that mean?
Well, I mean, as far as before I even go out to the house, I have them pretty much in my pocket.
Well,
so I don't really have to do too much when I go out there.
That is correct. That's called pre-screening, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's better than driving around wasting time, isn't it? Because you're afraid to ask.
I've done that before.
Because you're afraid to ask the questions up front you need the answers to before you go to the house. Like, if I come out there and we agree on the terms, are you ready to sell now and get some paperwork done while I'm there? How many years it took me to figure out to ask that question?
Yeah.
I mean, wasted.
I even not too much, but because I don't feel quite comfortable with it yet. But I've sent a contract to a seller before I even got to the house.
How's that working?
I've only done it once so far, and I was pretty scared because I was like, I put it under contract, and I really don't know if the house is going to be good.
Yeah.
But it worked okay.
That one, I wouldn't suggest that, because that scares people. You need to have an oral agreement before you go to a written agreement.
Yeah.
And besides, if you don't have an oral agreement, that thing's just going to scare them away. I mean, it's only 2 pages, but it just creates more questions. All right.
Yeah.
So what's your plan for next year?
So my plan is to buy. I need some warmth. So I need to buy a house in Florida, and maybe even a few houses in Florida, down Eustis, New Smyrna Beach, that area, Deltona.
That's a good area.
And yeah, I think it's priced right. It's not super pricey right now, and continue growing Maine. My challenge that I always have is having family. My parents live in Maine, and I think this year I finally turned a page where I can feel comfortable going to Florida for 2 weeks, come back to Maine for 2 weeks, and just enjoy that lifestyle.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're working for, isn't it?
That is.
All right. Just don't come to Jacksonville. I don't want you here.
Well, I might have to buy something in Jacksonville in case I need to visit.
Okay. All right. I'm just kidding. There are a couple of houses available here. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's the biggest lesson you learned in your quest that our listeners would like to hear about today?
Just continue to make phone calls and make the calls that you need. Be persistent. Go at it with integrity, and that means not just like being honest about stuff, but also when you say you're going to call someone back, make sure you call them back. Make sure you follow up on leads. If your VA says, "Oh yeah, the guy's going to call you," and then you don't call him back, then it just gives you a bad name. I've done that. I've thrown away so many leads probably millions of dollars worth of leads because I didn't call people back.
All right, but you forced yourself to get through that and get over it.
Yes.
Because you quickly learned that that phone call is the key to this entire business.
And it's not scary.
No, it's not. Well, it is when you're just starting, because you know you're worried about what people are going to say and whether they're going to be mad at you and all that crap, which is totally irrelevant. But you don't know that till you get in the game, as you learned out. You got some help. You got some help getting over that, as I recall. Who was it helped you through? Was it the Wolves that helped you through that with their taking action thing?
Yeah, the taking action, and also their class that I went to, Leads to Deeds. That was, I don't know if they're still, I would assume they still do that, but that was a good one as well.
Yeah. Well, we're not
and
doing.
Just growing from.
We're not doing a lot of things this year we were doing because we can't get out of the building, but yeah. Hopefully it'll be around next year. All right, well, Corey, I am going to let you go, sir, because I've got a schedule to try to keep today. And I appreciate you taking the time out of your life to spend with us. And it's too bad we can't see you. We can only hear you. So get your...
I'm sorry about that. I'm not sure what... We had a good test this morning, so I'm not sure what the... Maybe it's too cold. I don't know.
Maybe. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Stay in touch. All right. Let's take some more questions before we go to lunch, Mr. Nick.
All right. We've got Jason, can I do an Airbnb on a subject to in Miami?
Jason, it depends on whether the county that the house is in is okay for Airbnbs. You have to check with them. But yeah, I don't care how you buy it. You can do an Airbnb on it. The minute you take title, the seller's got no more say-so in it.
There's definitely a few houses Airbnb in Miami, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure Miami's got Airbnb.
All right.
And if they don't, Boca does, or West Palm does, or whatever city's right around you, one of them's got it for sure.
Eric says on solo 401k, I have on setup with a trust. I wish to use it for part of my business. You talked about the profits are not taxed. Is there a certain amount of profit I can put back in per year?
All your profits can stay in your solo 401k, and they're only not taxed if you set it up like a Roth, which means you do not get to deduct any contribution you make, but you don't pay taxes when you take it out. There is no limit to how much money your solo or your Roth can make per year. There's only a limit on how much you can contribute. And you're going to have to ask whoever's housing your solo how much that is. It's $50,000, $60,000 a year you can contribute, but that has nothing to do with the profit. We grow these pension plans by using a little bit of money in our brain to turn it into a whole lot of money, like you're seeing us do here, and then that money goes back into the pension plan, hopefully tax-free forever. That's how people get rich in their pension plans, not by how much they contribute.
All right. Dang says, when I call the leads, why does the seller have a hard time understanding when we buy it means that it's sold to us? They're out all the responsibilities and the underlying loan.
Because you have not learned how to explain it yet, Dang. It's you. It's not them. It's you. It's whatever you're doing on the phone that creates the doubt or doesn't create the clarity. If you follow my scripts, including the ones on answering that question, which is, you know, what does this mean? Well, it means I'm going to buy your house and make your payment until your debt is paid off and all responsibilities pass to me. That's what it means. And that's as simple an explanation as it is. So you just got to get better at handling that call, which is where that practice comes in that I asked you to do on day one. And by the way, congratulations for asking so many questions. But the fact that you are gives me the right to pick on you.
All right, Jason, regarding the Miami Airbnb question,
Mm-hmm.
Do I disclose to the owner that my tenant will be several Airbnb guests over the period of time?
You have no need to disclose that to the owner if you're buying the house. Okay? If you're lease optioning the house, you absolutely must disclose that to the owner. Your owner of that house cannot tell you what to do with that house after you take title to it. You don't need their permission to do anything.
Gary says, how do you manage your monthly payments to the sellers? And how do you handle a non-payment from a renter?
Okay. We collect rents in-house, and I have a bookkeeper who does just the house business and everything else that I'm involved in. She handles all those books, and she makes the payments. Now, if a tenant doesn't pay, which in my case is just not the case because they're all tenant buyers. Don't forget, I don't put people in houses unless they give me a big old chunk of money. Those are not the kind of people you're going to have to evict. They got a dog in the hunt. If they don't pay the rent, they lose that big deposit, and it's clearly spelled out in their documents. But to answer your question, if they don't pay, we give them a 3-day notice. And if they haven't paid by that time, we just send it over to the attorney and let them notify them that we're about to start eviction on you. And they got to pay the attorney all of it and all the attorney's fees. And if they don't pay it by the time that eviction runs its course, the sheriff will come out and physically exert them out of the house. I haven't done that. I can't even remember the last time I did that, but that's how it works.
Richard says, how do I get comps in Puerto Rico?
I don't know. I don't live in Puerto Rico. I can't answer that question.
That's all the questions I got.
All right. Well, then we are just about at lunchtime anyway, aren't we? Okay. So, well, I don't have any major announcements or anything. I would warn you guys that you're about out of time to get all them, a great deal I gave you on mentoring and masters yesterday and the boot camp. And I'm not going to go over it again. So you might want to get on that telephone with our team and ask them questions about it if you're interested at all in it, because you'll never get a better deal than we gave. And also, you're about out of time to get the VA service. If you were here yesterday, you know we offered 10 hours of VA service for $200, and we give you 500 Gold Club points on top of that. So you're not going to get that. If this day expires and that's not done, you're not going to get those 500 Gold Club points. Okay, so why don't we take a lunch break and come back at 1 o'clock? Shall we? Oh, okay, man. Hey, when we come back, I'm going to have Bob Diamond on here showing you another home-based business, really cool business, on how to get paid by helping other people find money they do not know they got coming. So see you at 1 o'clock. Well, we're on the downhill stretch now. We're getting close, but we still got a lot to do today. Listen, don't forget to put your questions up there now, because you're probably going to have a bunch when our next guest, Bob Diamond, gets through. But please put a Q in front of them. And listen, I would appreciate your comments on this entire event, good, bad, or ugly. Tell us what you think. Tell us what you think ought to be fixed. Tell us what you like about what we're doing. There's a lot of work goes into putting this on for you. So give us some feedback, and I personally look at your feedback, and we make decisions based on your input. All right? Our next speaker is an attorney. There's 2 attorneys I've had on here now in 2 days, which is not normal. But this attorney is actually in a business that I think you should be aware of, because this is another one of those home-based businesses you can sit at home and do in or outside of COVID, either way, and it's very, very lucrative. In fact, the man that's going to be talking to you about this is actually a practicer of this, not just someone who is delivering information on it. His name is Bob Diamond, and he's coming to you from Puerto Rico today, so I'm just going to turn it over to Bob and let him go, and then when he's done, we're going to come back and answer your questions, so write them down as he goes. Take it away, Bob.
Thanks for the kind words, Ron. It is great to be here. And this, of course, is attorney and investor Bob Diamond. So glad to have you here with me for the next hour or so. And I feel like I owe you an explanation. You know, what am I doing in this Hawaiian shirt? Well, I am in my winter home in Puerto Rico, where it's warm and sunny, and not in my normal home, which is in New York City. First of all, because it's cold in New York City, so I like the warm tropical weather. And secondly, I have friends and family coming down for Thanksgiving, and we all pile into the house and have a great big old Thanksgiving dinner with about 20 people, so it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And before I forget, I want to wish you and yours a happy Thanksgiving, and going into the holidays, a happy holidays. And let's make it an amazing 2021, because before we know it, it's going to be the new year, and now is the time to get ourselves set up for that. So I did something a little bit different this time. You know, I love Puerto Rico. I love the 80-degree days. It's wonderful. But the internet service, that's not the most wonderful aspect of the island. So what I did, because you just can't be 100% sure about internet service here, is I recorded the body of my presentation. So the body of the presentation is recorded. I gave that to Ron's staff, and they're going to play that for you now. But I'm not leaving you. I will be with you the whole time, and at the end, I'll be there to answer live questions and give you answers. Ron will help facilitate that. So I'll be doing that at the end. So don't feel abandoned or anything. I'm actually here with you. I just didn't want to take any chance at all of there being any internet problems. So with that being said, let's not waste any more time. Your time's valuable, my time's valuable, and let's spend your time showing you something that you can do that's amazing, that's profitable, and that is absolutely set to explode for 2021. Matter of fact, it's already exploding, and you'll see why. So join me as we go to the presentation, and then I'll be on for live Q&A at the end. Okay, so you should be able to see the presentation at full screen, and I will change to the desktop microphone instead of the camera, and we are off and running. Now, I may be familiar to you. You may have seen me on NBC or CBS, or heard me on Sirius XM or National Public Radio, perhaps seen me on Fox or on Flip This House show. That's a lot of fun to do, or on MSNBC. I'm consulted by those major media outlets on entrepreneurship and real estate and ways that people can make money. And that's exactly what we need to do today, folks. We need to look out for ourselves and make some money. And boy, do I have something great for you. And I would just say, prepare to be amazed. Because I've seen a lot in my 20 years as an investor and my 23 years as an attorney, but I've never seen anything as simple, as profitable, and as big as this overages opportunity that I'm here to show you. And best of all, anyone can quickly take advantage of this. Whether you know a lot about real estate or whether you're just a beginner, you don't have to be an attorney, you don't have to be a realtor, you don't have to be anything special, just a person with the desire to make a lot of money. So do you desire to make a lot of money? If you do, then this business could be perfect for you. So if you'll desire to make money and you'll roll up your shirt sleeves and do some work, then this can be perfect business opportunity for you. And it's perfect for today's world, which I would call the coronavirus world for the moment, because this business can be worked from home. By internet, phone, and mail, you never have to go out and meet anybody. You never have to see a property because we're dealing with lump sums of cash, not with properties. There's hundreds of millions of dollars in deals available right now, right this second. And you can make cash quickly with a minimal investment. Here's what this is based upon. Did you know that when properties are sold at real estate tax foreclosure auctions, money that's left over is owed to the former owner? Now, what I mean by that is when a property is sold at tax auction, generally the taxes are going to be 3 to sometimes 4 years behind. And if we take sort of average taxes in America, it's 1.7% of the home value in a given year on average. So if we had a $200,000 house, your average annual tax bill is going to be about $3,400 a year on real estate taxes. So if we had a $200,000 house, you're going to have $6,800 in real estate taxes. Now, if the homeowner lets those properties get behind 3 to 4 years, then the property will be sold at a foreclosure auction. So let's just say that they let it get behind 4 years, sort of worst case scenario. For 4 years at $3,800 a year, that's a little under $16,000 in principal owed. Plus you have penalties and interest, and let's just overstate it a bit, but let's say you double it for penalties and interest, and we'll just round it to $30,000. So you owe $30,000 in taxes, penalties, and interest. A lot of money to cover in one lump sum, especially if someone has been in a situation where they can't cover their taxes, and that's a big nut to crack at one time. So people lose their properties. But here's the thing. The properties sell for a lot more than just the taxes. They typically sell for about 70, sometimes 80% of the as-is value. So let's take that $200,000 house with $30,000 owed on it. Well, that house is going to sell for, on average, 70% of its value. So let's say it's worth $140,000, or 70% is $140,000 of $200,000. So it sells for $140,000. Well, the owner only owed $30,000. So the government collected $140,000 at the auction, yet they only needed $30,000 to cover the taxes. That's the leftover money we're talking about. And virtually any time you have an improved property, meaning something with a structure on it, a house, anything that's improved, a barn, a commercial property, anything improved is almost always going to have an overage because it'll sell for more than the debt. And here's the catch. The former owner can get that money, but they have to know the money is there and they have to ask for it. If they don't ask for it, they don't get the money. And most of the time they don't know the money's there because they think, well, the government sold my house, so they must keep the money. But that couldn't be further from the truth. The government will give them money if they apply for it, but they have to apply, otherwise they don't get it. And here's the issue. The government does not actively help. The government's passive. They don't go actively looking for former owners. Of course, if the former owner asks, they get the money. But if they don't ask, the money eventually forfeits to the local government. And that is a terrible thing because not only did the person lose their house or other valuable property, they lose every penny from the sale of that, and they don't need to. It's absolutely ridiculous. And we're talking about a lot of money, hundreds of millions of dollars all over the United States waiting to be claimed right now. This isn't something that could happen or should happen or we predict happen. These sales have happened. There's an inventory right now of several $100 million worth of deals that you can work on and you will work on as soon as you get involved with the system. So on average, 3,000 tax foreclosures are completed every day across the United States. I mean properties that are actually offered for auction and sold. And they happen all over the United States. There are 3,007 counties in the United States, and every county holds a tax sale at least once a year. And according to JP Morgan Chase, which did a study on this, and they're the ones that came up with the 3,000 tax foreclosures a day, they said those tax foreclosures generate $13,698,630.14 each and every day. Now, all of that is not overages money. Plenty of it is just going to pay the taxes. But a couple $1 million a day is overages money piling up. Would you like to be involved in a business where right now there are hundreds of millions of dollars sitting there waiting to be claimed? Of course you do. And here's why this matters to you and how it works. You can get paid finder's fees of 30 to 40% of the money you help recover for helping owners recover their money. And I'm here to show you a business system that gets you those finder's fees. And best of all, this business system works from home. You never have to go meet anybody, never have to leave your house. We could be quarantined with coronavirus and you could do this business perfectly well. So it's amazing and the thing to be doing for right now. Has huge dollar potential. Remember, there are hundreds of millions of dollars in overages claims available right now. This is not something that might happen, could happen, should happen, blah, blah, blah. this money is sitting there in accounts waiting to be claimed, and your finder's fees are waiting there for you. So imagine the finder's fees you can make from those hundreds of millions of dollars, and most importantly, or I say equally as importantly, imagine the help that you can give people, because the people that we help recover their money, and remember, they're going to get most of it. We're going to get 30 to 40% of it, which means they're going to get 60 to 70% of it. Those people need the money. So the perfect person for this business is someone who really wants to help people and wants to have an amazing business where you make a lot of money. So if you really want to help people and you really want to make a lot of money, this business is perfect for you and you should do it. Now, if you're a person who doesn't care about helping other people, then I just assume you didn't do the business. Go find something else to do, because this business really belongs to people that sincerely want to help the folks that have lost their house and lost everything. I call them members of the Orphans and Widows Society, and that's what they are. And I want to bring in people, teach people with good hearts that want to help people and also want to make great money. You can and should make great money, but I want to make sure that we're doing this for the right reason. We want to make money and we want to help people. So if that's the business you want, this is a perfect business for you. And it's also perfect for today with the coronavirus quarantines. You can work this from home. We're doing it by phone, internet, and mail. You're making money from a service you provide. Typically, you're going to spend 8 to 10 hours on a single deal and earn between $9,000 and $12,000. I know that sounds amazing, but we work with pretty big claims. We work with typically claims that are $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 each. And on a $30,000 claim, we're typically charging 40%. Some people charge 30%. So let's take the bottom end of that. 30% of a $30,000 claim is $9,000 in your pocket. Typically takes 8 to 10 hours to do a deal. So it's pretty amazing. And best of all, there's no investment needed on your part. You don't have to buy the claim. You're not buying a house. You're not renovating. You're not doing any of those risky things that, frankly, in the changing market are a little scary right now. Instead, you're providing a service. When you recover money, you get 30 or 40% of it. It's very simple. You're not putting out money. You're just providing a service, doing your 8 to 10 hours worth of work and making your money. That is the perfect thing to be doing today. You should not be taking on a lot of debt today. You shouldn't be taking on a lot of risk. You should be compiling cash, because if this thing plays out the way it should, what you're going to see is some sellers that are absolutely desperate to unload properties. And you're going to take the cash you earn in the overages business and you're going to use it to buy properties for prices you haven't seen in 10, 15 years. Absolute bargains are going to be out there, but you have to have cash to take advantage of them. And the overages business is the perfect way to build up your bunch of cash now, so that when the sales really start in a couple months, you're able to pick up properties for a song and set your entire financial future. Remember also that the people that are owed money, we need to get in touch with them, to talk to them, tell them about this great news and work with them. They're home. Much easier to get in touch with because they're not at work during the day right now. They're at home. So they're much easier to get in touch with. And they're going to be excited to hear that there is money. They're going to be beyond excited, because you need to get them excited, because naturally they're going to be a little skeptical that this could be true. And I'll talk a little more about that and give you a special bonus to help you overcome that later. But they're going to be excited to get money because everybody's stressed about money right now. So it's a really amazing time to be doing this, and people are going to be super receptive to the message, and you're going to be able to just knock them dead. So they're going to be super excited. And the thing to remember is that former owners don't know about the money. They have no idea money is available or how to ask for it, so they never ask. And the sad thing about this is they've lost their home, and then they lose the excess cash generated from the sale of their home. It's really sad, and it's completely unnecessary, because this business is simple with some help. You need to know how to get lists of available monies. I'll show you how to do that with just an email. You need to know the unclaimed property laws. I know those. I will give you that information. For everybody who gets involved, I'll give you all of our research so that you know how it works in every single state and county. So we've done all that research. I'm a lawyer, been a lawyer since 1995. All that stuff is perfectly buttoned down and makes it really easy for you. And you're also going to need some legal and business agreements and forms. And I've drafted those for you. We've been doing this business since 2011, so we've seen everything that can happen 3 or 4 times. So we've adjusted the contracts and the agreements, so they're what I would call bulletproof, battle-tested, and perfect. And for everybody who gets involved, I'm going to give you those legal and business agreements and forms that I've drafted. You can use them. They're viable in all the states. Any place with anything special, we've amended them, so you have all the right paperwork to do, and you have it from a lawyer that does the business, so you know it'll be right. But most of all, I love that this is within your reach. You don't need money to invest. You never need a loan or any credit, because we're not buying these overages. Instead, we're just doing the service, getting the money, and keeping a portion of it for ourselves as a finder's fee. So you don't need a loan or any credit. You just need some knowledge. You need to know how to find the lists, approach the people, and get the money. And best of all, you're going to help others and make money. You'll quickly generate enormous profits, helping people who've lost everything. It's rewarding, and I call it doing well by doing good. And if you're a person that wants a business where you really help people and you really make a lot of money, you are going to love this business. And it works all over the United States, but there are 3 states that don't give the money back. And unfortunately, they don't give the money back in New York, Michigan, or Colorado. Now, of course, until very recently, I lived in New York, lived right in New York City, and I have what I believe to be the biggest overages business in the country. So you might wonder, how does that happen? Well, the way it works is that you pick up the phone and you call people, and it doesn't matter they're not in New York. I'm never going out to see anybody because it's just a pile of cash that I'm recovering for them. I don't need to see them. I'm sending someone else out to get the paper signed, or they're doing the paper signatures electronically, which is what we're doing right now. And so I can do this from any state. Matter of fact, my most successful student that I know of is from Colorado. He's actually from Denver, used to be a mortgage broker, now is a team working this, and makes well north of $500,000 a year each and every year from this business. Really fantastic guy. So don't worry, if you live in New York, Michigan, or Colorado, you're going to do what I did for years and what John does in Colorado. You're just going to call to neighboring states. It also means that no matter where you live, there's opportunity, because as long as you can pick up a phone and have an internet connection, you can do this business. Doesn't matter if you're in a rural place where maybe investing is a little harder because there aren't a lot of properties. Doesn't matter, because you're just going to be calling other people. And we give you the best states to work in, because it's important that you work in the place with lots of overages, with simple, easy to deal with governments that give you the money back quickly. We have done that research. So for everybody who gets involved, I'll give you the 18 best states that we have dialed in that are the best places to do this, with minimal headache, minimal hassle, and easiest and largest amounts of overages to claim. Now, this is based on tax sales. So let me give you a little education on tax sales, because I know that everybody doesn't know about tax sales. So let me give you some education on it. This is a property, and I'll just pull out my handy PowerPoint pen. This is a property we're looking at as a pre-foreclosure deal. So we're looking at buying this before the auction. And unfortunately, we weren't able to come to terms on price. The property looked nice from the outside, but it had been really trashed by a tenant. They had a dog that I think they never walked. The poor thing went all over the house and really made a mess. The tenant, for whatever reason, took the toilets with them. And I've never seen this before, but they took the toilets. And the problem was the toilets were those colored toilets. They were the baby blue toilets. And I found out you cannot get matching baby blue toilets that are a color match to the vanity and the bathtub that was there. So that meant we had to tear that out. So our renovation budget on this thing was $35,000. It was a property that's worth about $200,000 finished. So my math on a fix and flip, which was what this was, I'm going to pay 65% of retail minus my fix-up costs. So 65% of $200,000 is $130,000, and then minus my $35,000 in fix-up, I wanted to pay $95,000 for the property. I would have paid $100,000. I would have topped it up to that, no problem. But the seller and I couldn't come to terms. He said, I paid more than that for it. I said, no, but that was before the dog and when it still had toilets. But anyway, we couldn't meet terms on price. So went to the tax sale, and at the tax sale, the property sells for $150,000. Now, I think that person probably didn't see the inside of the property because it looked nice from the outside, but it really needed a lot of work. But anyway, so guy pays $150,000 for it. I can't pay that because I can't pay $150,000 and then $35,000 for fix up and then sell it for $200,000, because even after realtors' commissions or holding costs and interest, I wouldn't make any money. So there's no deal there. But interestingly, the taxes were $10,000, and obviously I'm rounding these numbers to make the math easier for you to follow, but approximately $10,000 is owed. So what happened was that the excess money, the overage, was $140,000. That was what was left over, because we had a $150,000 sale price, $10,000 the county needed to pay the taxes, and that left us $140,000 left over. So I talked to the former owner and I said, look, what if I could still get you that $100,000 we talked about for the property? And he was a little bit grumpy. He said, I don't love the property anymore. It won't work. And I said, no, I understand, but what if I could still get you the $100,000? Would you still work with me? And he said, yeah, but have you been drinking? And I said, no, I don't drink, so no. He said, are you serious? And I said, yes. And he said, well, okay, yes. And so I signed him up for the overage. I got the $140,000 back, and I kept $40,000 of it for my fee and gave him the $100,000. He was absolutely thrilled, as you can imagine, to get $100,000 for a property he had lost. And I was thrilled to get $40,000. So it was pretty cool. So this is what happens every day at tax sales. People pay enormous sums of money for properties. They have been for years. And this is how you can leverage that and profit from it. And plus, we don't have to deal with the headache of renovations like that guy did, or doggy poop poop or pee pee. We didn't have to deal with any of that. Instead, it's just a clean transaction with money left over. It's pretty fantastic. And, you know, since as you saw, I have my 3-year-old who did his walk on, and hopefully he won't pop back into the room and start talking. But anyway, since I have my 3-year-old, I really look for businesses where I get big returns for a small effort, because I love to spend time with my son. We have a great time together, and I don't want to miss out my family time. I don't want to be working until 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night like I did for years as an attorney, and frankly as an entrepreneur too. So I look for big returns for small effort. So what I want to show you is a typical list, because this business is the perfect one for big returns with small effort. So I'm going to show you what I would call a typical list. I compiled this in about an hour, and if we have time, I actually have a couple lists to show you. And if you work just the smallest list of the ones I have right now, just work a deal a month, and you can make $254,379.28 in a year. Or of course, if you do more deals, you can make more money with millions of dollars in deals available. So do you want to see a list? Do you want to see what these things look like? All right, let's go do it. So here's the list I was just talking about. What I did was I divided these. Let me move this a little bit so you can see it better. So I numbered these leads 1 through 12. Here's the money that's sitting with the government. Those are the excess funds or overages. They sometimes are called overbids, excess funds, or overages. Those are the 3 names you'll hear them by. And here are the finder's fees. Now, typically we charge 40%. Most people in the business charge a third to 40%. It's really up to you what you charge. You can negotiate what you want. A third to 40% makes a really robust, healthy business. I modeled it on what we did with contingent fee attorneys' fees cases. So we would charge a third to 40%, depending on the complexity of the case. And those are amounts of monies that people can relate to and they're fine with. So anyway, those are the finder's fees. And here are the sale dates. You can see these are older sales. You know, some places the money stay around for as long as 10 years. So the money can stay around for a very long time. This particular place is a 5-year estate. So I'm going to point out a few more things about this. So first thing is Rebecca Julian. Let's take a look at this. She owned a property at 1415 Ridge Mill Terrace, probably her house. The difference between the taxes that were owed and the sale price is $121,946. And our reward for finding Rebecca, signing her up and going and getting the money is $48,778. And look at this. So Rebecca lost the property in December of 2017. So a couple things I can tell you. Number one, Rebecca has no idea that money's out there. Not a blessed clue. The reason I know that is that no one in their right mind would ever leave that money sitting there. I mean, if you were owed $121,000 by the government and you could get a refund, would you wait to get it? I don't think so. I think we'd be down there camped out. So we know that she doesn't know about it, and she's not going to know about it unless you or I reach out to Rebecca, give her the good news there's a refund owing her, and letting her know that we'd be happy to go and get that money if she hires us. Gertrude Kulik, poor woman's owed $86,000, owned a property at 1476 White Wing Court, probably her house, $34,000 in it for us, and she's been owed the money since April of 2017. Holy cow, that's a long time. So again, no way that Gertrude knows about it. You know how happy she's going to be to hear from you, especially today in the coronavirus world. Boy, is she going to be happy. Because if she gets net of our fees about $52,000, so $86,000 gross recovery, fees $34,000, so it's about $52,000 to her. Can you imagine how happy Gertrude's going to be when she gets $52,000? And by the way, she doesn't have any idea where the money is. You're not going to tell her. You don't tell her that. You're going to go and get the money, but that's not part of what you tell them, so she'll never find it without you. And you're going to be both making her happy that she gets a lot of money, and you're going to be making a boatload of money yourself. And if you just did these 12 deals, your fees would be $254,000. So you'd make approximately $250,000. And that's just doing a deal a month. And typically these deals take 8 to 10 hours to do. Now they take a couple months to pay off, typically 4, sometimes 5 months to pay out. So you load your pipeline, and if you load one in a week, then on average one comes out a week. So it is a pipeline type business. And like I said, I'll give you the good, the bad, and the in-between. This is kind of an in-between. You load your pipeline and deals proceed down the pipeline. And once they proceed down, then you get to cash out on them. But it's not something you're going to make money tomorrow. It takes a little time. Can you imagine if you just did, a deal a month, and at the end of the year, you have $254,000. Now, this is just one list from one particular jurisdiction. Plenty of other lists. If we look at this one, here's another one. See, again, older sales. We tend to work on older sales because those are the ones that we know nobody knows about. Some big ones here. Evelyn Vinto, one was $233,000. A lot of money. And the finder's fees of this group, $580,000. $580,000. And that's if you just did these 12. And of course, there are plenty more on the list. If you did the second set of 12, your finder's fees would have totaled $845,000. Of course, that's 2 deals a month. I don't want to overwork you. I want to do a little more. Maybe do 3 deals a month. $1 million, cool $1 million in your pocket. Or maybe you're feeling really spunky and you're going to do a deal every week. $1.1 million in your pocket at the end of 12 months. And of course, it goes on and on because these lists go on and on because they're, like I said, they're piled up. These lists are absolutely piled up. And if we look at one more, you've got, wow, look at this one. Big monies here. $274,000, $267,000. Your finder's fee on this first 12 alone, $979,000. And these lists are long. I mean, you just go down and down and down. Look how long they are. This is number 128 on the list, and it's still $16,000 finder's fee. 16,000 units, 41. If we go down, we generally work on things from about $30,000 on up. So if we look at our smallest $30,000 claim is this one, number 203 on the list. And that means there are 203 claims, $30,000 or above. That means they're worth $12,000 or above. It's amazing. This is why I said there's a huge inventory right now of leads out there. This isn't something that might happen, could happen, should happen. That's leads that are sitting there. And these things are done at the county level. There are 3,007 counties in the United States. And of course, there are 3 states that don't do it. So we'll just take off, let's say, 300 counties from that. Even if we said that leaves 2,700 counties that hold tax sales every year. And they have this stock of deals to do. It's pretty amazing. So we got to move on because I know I don't have a lot of time today. So we'll come back to our presentation. There's lots more I want to show you, lots more details. And most important thing for you to know is that you can make a lot of money in this business. There is a lot of money sitting out there. Everyone here could become a millionaire with no problem at all. And frankly, the sad news is that after this coronavirus is over, even more people are going to lose their house at tax sales. And I wish that weren't the case, and I certainly don't celebrate that, but that is the fact. And lists are just going to grow bigger, and they're already bigger than we need them to be. So it's pretty crazy. So it's very difficult for a claimant to find these without you. There are very large amounts of money available. And claims of $20,000 and $30,000 and more are common. And just to show you that, again, if we go over to this list, let's just look at this one, for example, $30,000 leads. When I said $20,000 and $30,000 leads are common, if we look at just the ones that are below 40,000 and above 19,000. Let's see what we've got. So there's wow. It's many pages of them. That's 155 leads. I can see the count down here on the bottom of my screen. 155 leads, average of $28,310.11. So as I said, these things the leads are kind of a dime a dozen, which is completely different than most real estate businesses where you're struggling to find a house where someone will sell it to you at the right price. These ones, the world is littered with leads, and they're all headed towards forfeiture. All headed towards forfeiture. And if we catch them before they forfeit, we can get paid on them very easily. And every day they're holding new tax sales, and every day new ones are forfeiting. So it's this never-ending cycle of leads. It's really incredible. And most importantly, no matter what they do with tax foreclosures right now, the leads are already there. There's nothing that's going to change that. Leads are sitting there ready to claim, and people are going to be so excited to be getting a refund right now. They will just be jumping beside themselves for joy. So they're very easy to get them signed up. And you get paid pretty quickly. As I said, 4, sometimes 5 months. Occasionally you get paid fast for like 3 months, but I'm going to give you the more realistic expectation, which is 4 to 5 months. So load your leads in, and then they proceed down the pipeline, and then they'll spill out at the end. It's pretty amazing. And surprisingly, not much competition in this business. Investors don't think about what happens to money generated from tax auctions. It's very little known business and really too expensive for a do-it-yourselfer to put together. Do-it-yourselfer, just to do the legal research, takes about 10 hours per state because we did it in all 50 states. Just that's about 10 hours of legal research alone. A cheap research attorney is going to cost you $300 an hour, so that's $3,000 per state. Plus, you've got to get someone to make up contracts and agreements for you. We use 12 primary agreements. 12 agreements that even if an attorney could do them in an hour each, which would really be pushing it, but even if they could, 12 agreements an hour in each, that's 12 agreements at $300 each, that's $3,600. So this isn't the kind of thing a casual do-it-yourselfer is going to figure out. If people are going to do it, they're going to do it through us, or they're not going to do it at all. So if you're going to do it, you need us, and I can tell you there aren't that many people doing this. Now, a lot of people say, well, wait a minute, Bob, what about mortgages? Well, first of all, most properties sold at tax sale are free and clear. And the reason for that is if they weren't free and clear, the mortgage company would keep up on the taxes because the tax sale does strip away the mortgage from the property. So mortgage companies keep track of it. So most of them are free and clear, but occasionally they're not. And so there's a really easy method to avoid the mortgaged properties. And that's simply let them age for 6 months. So work on ones that have been sold at least 6 months ago, because then if a mortgage company is going to come in to claim the money, which they can do, then they're going to come within the first 6 months. If they're not coming within the 6 months, they're probably not coming at all because they get notified of the sale. That's under the due process clause of the U.S. Constitution. They have to be notified of the sale before the sale happens. They didn't do anything at that time. And if 6 months have passed and they haven't gotten the money, well, guess what? They're not doing anything to get the money. It also happens when we wait 6 months, we're also dealing with owners that have absolutely no idea the money is there. Otherwise, again, they would have gotten it. I think this is the ideal business because when you do this business, you're going to do well by doing good. You're going to help people who've lost everything, and you're going to make a great living. It's absolutely the perfect combination. Now, I know that despite us being home right now, there are lots of people that are busy. I know you may be busy. You need to go walk the dog. Your wife or your husband needs something. Your child needs. I understand that. So if you can't stay for this entire presentation, I don't want you to miss out. So the ordering information is ronlegrand.com/Bob, or you can call the 800 number. It's obviously a toll-free number. And for everybody who gets involved during this presentation, we're going to give you live training. We'll do 3 webinars in a row, and it'll be this coming Monday at 8 o'clock Eastern time, then the following Monday, and the following Monday after that. The purpose of those live trainings is to answer your questions and help you get started. That is a special bonus. It's only for people to get involved during this presentation while the presentation is on. Now, everybody, please don't go anywhere. I'm just giving this as a service because I know everybody can't stay the entire time. Maybe you have to get a bite to eat. Maybe you have to walk your dog. Maybe you have to feed your cat, whatever. So let's continue on. And I will, where I can fit it on slides after this, I'll put the ordering information. So when you want to get involved, you can go ahead and get started and get involved. So step 1 in your new business, you got to find out who is owed the money. You need a targeted list of those folks that are owed big amounts of money. As an attorney, I know how to do this. We've been doing this for years. I'll show you how to get the lists. They're very easy to get as long as you know the right person to ask and the right thing to ask for. They'll typically email them for you. Occasionally, you can even download them from the internet. Very, very simple. And as an attorney, I know how to do this. I'll show you how to do it. Step 2, you've got to locate the former owner because you need the former owner's cooperation. So we'll show you how to find those former owners who are owed the money right online. It's fast, it's easy, done in 15 minutes over the internet. It's really simple. Step 3, you've got to get the owner to work with you. We'll show you how to contact those former owners online. You can send them instant messages, Facebook messages, emails, contact them on LinkedIn. We'll show you all the ways to do that. You can contact them by phone. Just pick up the phone and call them right now. People aren't that busy, so it's easy. Or US mail. Very simple to send out a postcard or a letter. But most importantly, no matter which way you choose to contact them or which ways you choose to contact them, you have to have the right messaging. So we'll give you the messages to email. We'll give you a call script to use for the phone, so it'll guide that phone conversation to a yes for you. And we'll give you what to mail so that they'll be excited to work with you. And then, of course, there's what I call step 3.5, securing your fee. And just a caution here, this is where you can lose it all or you can make it all because you're either going to get paid or you're not. As an attorney, I've written the agreements which secure your fee and lock it down. So when you get involved, I'll give you the contracts to lock down your deal. They're compliant in all the states. We work all across the country. So these things have been sort of battle tested since 2011. So they're rock solid, easy to understand, easy to use contracts. And when you get involved, they are yours. And I'm also going to give you a little insider secret. You don't have to go and meet owners. We have locals that will go meet the claimant. They'll get the papers signed, and then they'll overnight them to you. We'll show you how to get these folks to work for you. This lets you work from home, work in the best areas, have a great lifestyle and a great business. And most importantly, during coronavirus time, you don't have to go out and meet anybody. It's fantastic. And we've also made a new innovation just for the coronavirus time that you don't even have to send someone out to meet the claimant. All that can be done online also. And that's a new thing we've just added due to the coronavirus and everybody being sequestered at home. So we'll even show you how you don't have to have anybody go out there and you can still get the deal done without ever meeting anybody in person. All you're going to be doing is mailing things in and out or sending UPS or FedEx. It's really, really easy. And just so you don't get lost here, let me just go over the process. A very, very simple linear process. You're going to get the list of people owed money. We'll show you how to do that online very simply. You're going to locate the people online. You'll find their Facebook address, their phone number, their email, their LinkedIn, their social media, all that. You'll locate them and then you'll contact them using the message that we give you. You have simple cut and paste emails, simple cut and paste letters that you can send, and simple phone scripting where you can just follow the script and lead them right to yes. Then you're going to send the service out to get the paperwork signed, or under our new program, you can also do it all online if you want to do it that way, because during coronavirus lockdowns, what we need to do. And finally, you're going to get paid. So it's really straightforward and simple. It couldn't be a simpler, more linear business. This business is amazing because it's simple with fast payouts, perfect in today's market, and it's completely work at home. No need to leave your home, no need to leave your office. You can have an amazing business without doing that. Now, some of my students are really knocking it dead with this. Now, of course, these are people who take it seriously. They apply themselves, they do the work, they make the calls, and they make the claims. But let's look at the amazing things they're doing. Bo's a perfect example of this. In his first 5 months, he did 7 deals, total of $340,000 in overages money recovered. He gets as his fees $102,000 in his first 5 months in the business. And on top of that, he gets people $238,000 back of their own money that they never would have gotten without him. And that's an amazing feeling. Imagine making $100,000 in your first 5 months in the business and knowing that you helped people and got them $238,000 back in their pockets they never otherwise would have gotten. It's satisfying, it's amazing, and it's great money. And there's, imagine if you had a business like that where you're making that kind of money, the things that you could do in your life with that. Or maybe you'll be like Melosi, who's one of our absolute superstars. So Melosi's a guy who was one day sitting in a presentation just like you are, listening and learning, and decided to take action and get involved. And he decided he was going to work on big deals because he said, I have limited time, I'm going to work on big deals. So Melosi starts doing it. And one day we were doing a live event out in Las Vegas, doing some live training. And I hear from my staff that there's a guy out in the hall, one of our students that would like to talk to me for a couple minutes. So I said, sure. So I got in the hall and there's Melosi. I'd met him in person before because just like you, he's sitting on a presentation online. And he and I are talking and he has this check in his hands. So he shows me the check, $356,000. I was blown away because that is a big overages check. They exist that large, but that's not at all the typical. Typical claim, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 is much more sort of run-of-the-mill and typical, which are great claims. I mean, even a $30,000 claim, if you charge 30%, that's $9,000 in your pocket. You charge 40%, it's $12,000 in your pocket. So those are like the everyday claims that you're going to be making. But Melosi decided, I'm going to go after the big ones. So this was actually his 5th deal. He shows me this check, is absolutely blown away. So, well, how much money are you going to make on this? His fee, his profit, $124,000 on that deal. And I said, wow, that's incredible. I said, what about your other deals? What were those like? And he said, all of them have been 6-figure deals. He said, the first one, I paid off all my credit card debt. The second and third one, I paid off my house. And he said, the fourth one, I just put some money in the bank just so I had like that comfort of having savings and money put in the business. He said, but this one, I'm doing something really special with it. And he said, I just wanted to thank you because I'm overwhelmed with what I could do with this. And so I'm like, whoa, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? He bought his daughter a house with the profits. That $128,000, he bought this house, this beautiful little craftsman style house. He bought it for his daughter and his grandson and obviously his son-in-law. And it's a place for them to live for their life. And I mean, what a gift. You take a young couple like that, give them a free and clear house. Think about how much further ahead they are. It takes most Americans, 30 years to pay off their house. This young couple just hitting 30 is now going to have a free and clear house that they can live in, a place for that little boy to grow up in, and most importantly, a time for less stress in the family. And I don't know about your family, but my family growing up, the arguments were always about money. And my parents loved one another. They were great. But when they argued, it was always about money. And I think that's common with a lot of couples. And for Melosi to be able to take the money he made in the business and buy a free and clear home for his daughter and son-in-law and that beautiful little boy is absolutely amazing. I mean, think about the feeling of security that they feel, and think about how much more peaceful and happy that house is, and knowing that little guy always has a place to live and growing up. It's absolutely amazing. And I really admire Melosi. I think he's an amazing guy to have gone forward and done that. And I'm just so proud of him. And I hope that when you're making money that you can do amazing things like this, and maybe for your family, or it might be for other people. Example of this one really touched my heart. When I saw this and understood it, actually, I got teared up, I gotta admit. So we get emails from students, talking about their deals and things that they've done. And we're proud of every one of them and excited. But this one was really special. So I see the picture, and it's kind of interesting in that the lady on this is a little bit older. And, if you zoom into the picture, she's in her 90s. She's 92 years old. And we got a story along with this picture. And the story was that our student found this woman who was homeless living in a Walmart parking lot. And thank heaven the woman had a cell phone, because my student was able to get in touch with her, signed her up, and recovered $25,000 for her. Now, that's not a huge overage. If she had charged sort of a normal rate for that, she probably would have charged an $8,000 fee, which would be great. But my student did something even more special than that. She gave this homeless widow who was living in a Walmart parking lot the entire $25,000 check. Because that $25,000 check is enough to get this homeless widow back into housing and back into a normal life again. Because let's face it, nobody who's 92 years old should be living in a Walmart parking lot in their truck. It's just not right. And in this business, you get a chance to make a difference for people like that. And the route to success, whether it's, Melosi buying a house for his daughter, or, Bo just raking in the cash, the route to success is just follow the system and do it. Just make the calls, talk to people, connect with them, and go get those overages and make your money. And my student was able to give the entire $25,000 to this homeless widow because she's making a lot of money. Meaning my student's making a lot of money on a day-to-day basis. So when you're making a lot of money, you can be magnanimous like that. You can give, and when you're so moved. And imagine how proud you're going to feel, and how happy you're going to feel, and how you're fulfilled you're going to feel when that was your work day. You helped a homeless widow get back into housing, getting her money she never knew about, never would have ever gotten without you. It's amazing. And I promise you're going to love this business. If you want to help people and make money, then you are the right person for this business, and this business is right for you. So anyway, hopefully you'll have stories like that, paying off your credit card debt, paying off your mortgage, putting savings in the bank, not being stressed during the coronavirus time like we're in now, doing amazing things for your family. And my question is, what would your life be like if checks like those were yours? And what would you do? I know probably for a lot of us right now, we'll just fatten up our little piggy bank, right? Because it's a good time to have cash in the bank, because two things are going. First, we just need cash to meet our bills right now and to make sure we feel confident and comfortable. And the second is there are going to be a lot of assets on sale. For people with cash, they're going to be able to pick up things for just very small amounts of money, because there'll be sellers that are desperate to unload assets, which include houses and apartment buildings and condos and all kinds of good things on the cheap because they have to. Well, if you're doing this business, you'll be flush with cash. Or, maybe you've got a son or a daughter or a niece or a nephew who's super smart, has worked hard, and gets into college, maybe gets an MIT or some amazing place, and then you find out the bill is like $65,000 a year. And by the way, it doesn't matter if they're teaching you online or in person, they're still $65,000 a year. How would you like to be able to just do a few deals and cut it the check? Like, let's say $65,000 a year. if we worked on this list, we need $65,000 for a freshman year. And let's say we need another $20,000 to cover housing expenses and just cash to spend and clothes and things like that. So we need $85,000 to cover the year. If we did this one deal, Evelyn Vinto, guess what? Congratulations, sweetheart. We've just covered freshman year. And then we say, well, wait a minute, Bob. Wait. Sophomore year is coming up. Oh my gosh, we're going to have to do 2 deals. We do 2 deals. We have $130,000 for these 2 deals. We have $30,000 left over, plus we've covered sophomore year. So then, you say, wait a minute, Bob, junior year is coming. You know what? Okay, we'll do deal number 4. Actually, we're not going to do that. Occasionally, you'll see this where it's Bank of America. That means the bank foreclosed and they lost the property after that. We're not going to work with Bank of America. That's not why I'm in this business, and they're just a pain in the rear. So heck with them. We'll let them lose their money. So instead, we're going to do these 2 deals. We'll do 6 and 7. So we'll do these 2 deals. We got junior year covered. That's a total of, $90,000 approximately. So we got that year covered. And they say, oh my gosh, Bob, I'm so exhausted because we've done these 3 deals and these 2 deals. We did 5 deals, got through only junior year. Are you kidding? I have to do more? And it's like, yes, you have to do more. So what are we going to do? We're going to do these 3 deals. We're going to have $100,000 between the 3 deals. We're going to get that wonderful, beautiful young woman graduated from college. We're going to get her first work outfits. We're going to get her a nice, reliable car, put a down payment on an apartment, and set her loose to fly like the star that she is. And that, my friend, is from this many deals. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 deals. We skipped over Bank of America, so 8 deals. And we put this lovely young woman through MIT for cash. This is a powerful system. Don't you want this? Or, maybe you say, well, I don't have any kids. I want to do something a little bit different. Great. Maybe you do want to do something different. Maybe you just want to take your family, make those family memories that are made on the lake, that are made on the vacations. And you want to be able to plan those without running up your credit card debt. So here's how you're going to get started right away. You're going to get the course. It takes 3 to 4 hours to go through the training. So not a terribly long time. We'll show you the areas to target, how to get the records, find the people, and request the money. It's very reasonable to get involved this month and get overages under contract next month. It's early in the month. You could probably do it later this month, maybe 2 or 3 weeks out. You should be able to get your first things under contract. So you can get involved and started very quickly. It's very inexpensive. Your investment to start this whole business is only $1,497. That's not a lot, and there's no continuing expense from us. It's just a one-time cost, and we provide you all the education, and we get you going in this business. And if you think about $1,497, it's free after you recover a really small overage of less than $5,000. And it's even fine an overage that small. You got to go pretty far down the list. On this list, it's number 99 on the list. And this isn't even a big list. Number 99 on this list. Pretty crazy. That's where you make $5,000. We're down here. We actually only need a $5,000 overage, so that would be here, number 182 on the list. So anyway, I'm being facetious, obviously. Very simple to make this pay off for you. Not hard, easy, and easy for you to just try it out and make it pay off for you. Now, I realize that maybe the $1,497 isn't right for you now. You can also do a 3-payment plan, 3 payments of $597. It's very simple. $597 now, $597 30 days from now, and $597 30 days after that. Very simple, and includes everything you need to do this business. A written quick start and comprehensive guide, plus online videos and forums. We show you the best states. We show you all the rules in all the states. We give you all the legal forms, the scripts, and the resources that you need to do this business. Plus, I have a couple really special bonuses for you. First, the website done for you. We're going to give you your own credibility website, because when you call people, of course, the biggest question is, is this for real? Can this possibly be some genuine opportunity? And the answer is absolutely yes. It is real. It can be real. But a real business has a website. So we're going to program a website for you. Your only cost for that is reserve a domain name and tell us what it is. So if it's, we've got your refundforyou.com or Happy Ponies and Rainbows Unicorn Refunds, whatever you name it, Bob's Refunds, whatever. We'll program the website for you. It's all automated. It takes literally 15 minutes to do. And that way, if you're calling someone, you can, if they're questioning, is this real? Which, of course, that is the biggest challenge in this business. There's always a challenge in every business. This one is just getting people to believe you that this is real, because When you take a person who's lost maybe their own house, a tax sale, and you call them up and say, well, let's go back up top of the list. Well, Benjamin, so if you work with me, I can help you get $90,000. And I'd be quoting net of our fees about $90,000. I would say, we're looking at approximately $90,000 in your pocket working with us. Now, trust me, they want the money. They are hungry. They're like a dog where you're holding a steak in front of them, especially today. That's why this is so good to do today. But of course, they're naturally going to be skeptical. So our offer is that, look, we'll do all the work. We'll put in all the effort, front any little costs that are involved. And just so you know, there's no big costs that are involved. We'll take care of all that. And if and when we're successful, we get paid a success fee. If we're not successful, it doesn't cost you a dime. There's no skin off your pocket. And we only get paid out of the money we recover. So you're absolutely no risk. So anyway, that is the challenge. So we need to be able to show Benjamin and everybody else that we have a website, show them your real business. And I'll show you how to divide up the work so they don't know enough to steal the business. What you end up doing is coordinating and directing these folks, and you can do it remotely. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. You can have other people do all the grunt work. And I'm also going to give everyone who gets involved during this presentation a very, very special bonus, 3 hours of live training. We'll show you the system, and we'll answer your questions in the program, and we'll have live people there answering your questions. Typically myself and my customer support guy. It is available only when you register now, and there's no waiting list. And here's why. Let me explain. We need to keep a certain student-teacher ratio. If I have 5 students, one guy can handle it very easily. And honestly, in that case, I'd have my customer support guy handle it, no problem. But if we have a lot of people, and I know this is a fairly large event that we're doing with Ron, if we had 15 people, then I need 2 people on support, and probably myself and Mike doing that. And what we do is I've recorded the body of the training. So that is recorded, it's edited, it's tight, it's consistent. And what I do is during the webinar, which is how this is done by webinar, during the webinar, you can type in your questions and we'll answer it. Myself or Mike or whoever's on the call, on my side, we'll answer your questions. And then at the end, when the recorded part of the presentation is over, we just answer questions by voice. I just pick them off and answer them one at a time. The calls are scheduled for an hour. We do make a commitment. We'll stay on the phone until every question is answered. So it might go a little bit longer than that, but we stay on there the whole time. But most importantly, I can't have people registering, 5 minutes before the training starts, and all of a sudden I'm short-staffed because I have to meet my word, which is that we'll stay on the line until every question is answered. So because of that, there's no waiting list. And it's for people who sign up now. And when you sign up now, you're in on the live training. When you don't sign up now, you're not. And now while this presentation is live until Ron moves on to the next presentation in our Great American Real Estate Summit. So that's why I wish I could just leave it open, but I can't afford the risk that I have like 10 people sign up at the last minute just before the training webinar on Monday, and all of a sudden I'm short-staffed. I can't have that. So decisive people get in, other people don't. Live training details, they're 1 hour training calls starting Monday at 8 o'clock Eastern time. The calls are recorded for you to listen to later. You can listen to as many times as you want, but the class is limited to those who register now for the reasons I just talked about. It has to be limited because we have to make sure that we have enough people on our side to meet our commitment to answer every question that's asked. And I can't have people signing up last minute and just ruining that whole thing. So what I have to say to you is get started now. Don't wait. This is perfect for the coronavirus time. And the people you see flashing across your screen, these are my students, people just like you who are making checks. And you see the checks. People are making amazing amounts of money. They're doing it all over the country. And they're regular people just like you, just like me. They're people that simply make the phone calls and make the money. It's a very, very easy business. It's a very straightforward business. And it's a business where you're gonna be doing good for people, and you're gonna have an amazing amount of cash flow coming in. And the other thing that's interesting about these deals is you always know exactly how much profit there is. Like on a $98,000 deal, like just flashed across the screen, depending what you negotiate, you're gonna negotiate 30 or 40% of that. Even if you went for the minimum 30%, 30% is $28,000 in your pocket. And claims come in all size. There's a $10,000 claim, which isn't enormous, but still, for 8 hours worth of work, that's $3,000 or $4,000. It's really fantastic. So, I can't recommend this highly enough. It is the thing to be doing now. And one of the things I like about this, to do this at this particular moment, is that you're not getting involved with rehabs where the resale might be questionable or might be more difficult. You're not having to take out loans, because now is the time to what famous bankers call deleverage, which means pay back your loans. Don't take out loans, pay back loans, and don't take out more debt until this whole coronavirus equalizes itself and levels off, until we know what's going on. And the other thing, this is the time to accumulate cash. This is the time you want to, accumulate cash and get ready, because assets are going to go on sale in a big, big way. They're going to sell in a huge way. And, I want to see you getting that money and bringing it in. I don't want to see you sitting there like a little tiny Tim outside of Thanksgiving dinner watching, saying, oh, I wish I were there for a meal. There are assets that are going to go on sale because there will be some people due to the coronavirus crisis that just need to get their properties sold and moved out. So this is the best thing to do right now. It's an amazing thing. You don't have to invest a lot. It doesn't cost a lot to run this business. You're just making phone calls. And when someone says yes, you're setting up the person to do the sign up, typically $60 to do that. And that's whether the person's working remotely or whether they're going out to meet with the person. Typically, sign up's about $60. And then you're going to mail in the claims. We send them UPS ground, typically $12. So we get a signature, we know that it got there. And then your money's going to be heading down the pipeline to you. I love the fact this is low risk. I love the fact you can do it from your house. And I love the fact that you don't have to borrow money or put out money to do this. It's just put in the elbow grease and you can make a lot of money. And I know that as Ron LeGrand students, you guys are down to earth. And Ron is a great, great leader and a great real estate thinker. Ron's been around through, I think, 5 real estate recessions, because Ron's been around, as you guys know, a very, very long time. He was through the real estate crash of 1986 when they changed the tax law. He was around in 1991 when the RTC crisis happened. He was around in, 99 when they had the meltdown in .com crash, which also affected real estate. And then, of course, in 2008, 2009, Ron was there, and now the latest thing. So Ron is a great guy to be following. And when Ron and I were talking about this, he was saying, hey, this is what people should be doing right now, because it's perfect. You just make cash and you don't have a lot of risk. And I hope for each one of you out there that when you do this, you just make as much money as you ever needed. You cruise through this coronavirus crisis. You don't worry. Then it said you have plenty of money and you come out better than anybody else. And I can also tell you that during times of change and crisis is when the biggest opportunities are. And you just have to choose the right thing to do. And right now, the right thing to do is do a cash business where you're going to accumulate cash. And then a little bit later, a little down the line, when those prices are down and some people are scared and selling, for a song, pick up assets really cheaply. And this is the time that fortunes are made. So I'm really excited about that. So I know that we promised some questions and answered, and I know there were some questions coming across, and I am through the presentation part. So let's do some questions and make sure that you are set to go with this business and ready to move forward. So with that, it's time for some Q&A.
Hello, my friend.
Hey there, man. Good job, as usual.
Thank you so much.
All right. As I said, folks, great business opportunity you can sit on your rear end at home and do, which is why we bring Bob to you. So, Bob, I got a bunch of questions for you, but before I go to them, I had one earlier that I couldn't answer. Maybe you can, since you're down there in Puerto Rico.
Si, senor. What do you got?
How do you find comps in Puerto Rico?
Oh, comps in Puerto Rico, it's word of mouth, because in Puerto Rico there's no MLS, and so realtors don't generally share listings, and just have to get involved with the market and get to know people. It's really, it's like real estate in the 1950s. No MLS.
It's
crazy.
Probably a big advantage. That means you can sell for whatever you want, doesn't it?
Yes, you can sell.
How's anybody going to know what it's worth?
And no one knows what things are worth, so it's a fascinating
Actually kind of cool. So I just look around the neighborhood and see what some houses have. Well, I can't find out what they sold for, though, can I?
No practical way to find out.
So then I got to go and see what is for sale and see what they're asking and use my best judgment and then sell it for more. So
yes.
You do have realtors down there, don't you?
We do, and lack of knowledge really for a smart operator is terrific. Where everybody can go on Zillow and get some half-baked comp. It makes your job harder.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
This isn't like that.
Yeah. So actually, it's an advantage, not a disadvantage.
The other funny
right.
thing about real estate here, I'll just give one other quick thing. If you look online, you'll see listings by realtors. Most of the time, those listings are actually sold and no longer listings. They just put them up there to get someone to call them. And they'll say, oh, that one's sold, but I've got this other one.
Perfect. All right. Okay, well, we got some questions for you, sir.
Okay,
Shoot, Mr. Nick.
First one is from Belda. What if you cannot find the homeowner? Oh, sorry. I'm muted. First one from Belda. What if you cannot find the homeowner if their foreclosure is 4 years old?
I would say try another skip tracing service or follow our instructions because we can find almost everybody.
Yeah.
And,
Can't
but
hide.
I was also going to say your lists are typically pretty large. Decent sized county, you'll get at least 30 or 40 really good leads. I mean, you'll make, $15,000, $20,000 on each of those leads. If one of them you can't find somebody, guess what? You got 29 other leads to work. And as Ron, what you're saying, it's some will, some won't. Who cares? Move on.
Someone's waiting. So what? And then I got another saying: "Quit crying over spilt milk. Go milk another cow." You can steal that if you want, Bob. Okay.
I like it.
All right. Next question is from James. Isn't it true that in Michigan the counties keep the overages? I've read of a lot of people losing their homes for less than $10 of taxes not paid.
James, you were right until July of 2020. So, as I said in the presentation, so Michigan, Colorado, and New York don't give monies back. But the Michigan Supreme Court just made a new ruling as of the end of July. Michigan is going to have to start giving monies back. We're a couple months out from any monies being paid back yet because they've got to get lists together and put some procedures together to do it. But they're going to have 6 years worth of foreclosures, meaning 6 years worth of overages foreclosures come onto the market all at once. It's going to be amazing.
And then I could make the case, what difference does it make? Michigan's only one of our states. We can do what you're doing anywhere we want, can't we?
Yes. But it's funny he mentioned Michigan because it's going to become a big opportunity a little bit down the road.
Yeah.
They need a little time. They don't have any lists together yet, and they don't have any procedures. But when they do, I'm figuring 5 to 6 months from now is when they estimate we're going to be done with that. 6 years worth of overages all coming in the market at once. Crazy.
Okay.
All right. Eric says, depending on what state, there's a certain time you can reach out to them, right?
Yes, good question, Eric. And what you're going to love is we have a guidebook that sets out state by state the exact time limits because some states it's shorter, some states it's longer. Just for purpose of discussion, a typical length of time is 3 years, but of course some states are as short as a year, some states as long as 10 years. And we give you a guide when you get the program where it tells you state by state exactly how long you have. So you'll never miss a deadline. You know exactly which ones you can do and which ones you can't. So you're going to love that. So just look at the 50 state guide and it goes through it literally state by state. It tells you how long it is.
All right. Brian says, do the lists get updated regularly so that if one gets redeemed, it gets pulled off the list?
Yes, they do. So what you're actually downloading is really their current list of monies that they're holding. So the lists are accurate. And when something either as cheats because it got too long and it fell off the list, or when a new one comes on, or if one gets paid out, they take it off the list. So, and all the ladies do, it's typically a spreadsheet that they're updating and then just upload it to the website whenever there's an update. So yeah, and you'll mostly see it updated when there's a new tax sale, a whole bunch of new ones get added on. That's a typical update.
All right. Philandus says, are these homes owned free and clear? And if not, is the note holder paid from the sale also?
Great question. You guys have terrific questions. So many of the tax sale properties are free and clear because mortgage companies do lose their lien against the property if it goes to tax sale. So mortgage companies are careful to try to make sure the taxes are paid. Occasionally find the one that does still have a mortgage on it. If a mortgage company comes to make an application, they can get the funds. We find it's not at all typical if they do because we're working on claims that are 6 months old, a year old, 2 years old. And if a mortgage company was going to show up, they show up right at the beginning. They show up for the money as soon as the sale happens.
Well, or keep it from going to the sale period by paying the taxes.
Exactly. So mostly mortgages are not an issue. Every once in a while you bump into one, but not enough to matter to make any difference at all for you.
All right, Leo says, does this work in California? Here, the unclaimed property laws require that the holder of unclaimed property makes all attempts to reach out to former owners.
Nothing works in California, does it, Bob?
This works in California.
Oh.
And I think if you think that the government is going to make some giant effort to track people down to send them a check, you and I have a difference of opinion. They have what we call a moral hazard. If they search people out, then they get to keep less money, and governments tend to want more money. So yeah, they'll make some efforts, and their effort is usually they send a letter or two to the house that got lost at tax sale 3 or 4 months after the tax sale, which just means the person moved. So
yeah, that's right. That's true. That's the government, all right. Especially the California government.
Yeah.
All right. Gary says, how much time does this take per week or per month? Can we do this along with our real estate deals?
Let me take the second part of that first. Absolutely, yes, you can do this along with your real estate deals, and you should. You should do exactly what Ron is telling you to do because, first of all, Ron is the brand wizard of real estate. The guy's been through 5 recessions. He knows how to surf the ups and downs of the market, and you should do exactly what he says. And you should buy real estate because, if nothing else, it provides passive income over time. The overages business is an active business. You got to reach out to people, sign them up, make the claims. But the overages business is going to provide you big lump sums of cash so you can put down payments, so you can fix up properties, so that if something goes vacant, you can pay the bills in between. It provides strong cash flow. And so you should do the real estate for long term to really build up your wealth, and do the overages to provide month-to-month income, good amounts of cash, and always be flush.
And if I were advising you, Gary, I would say get somebody else to do everything that Bob's teaching you to do. And now you've got that income stream working for you without you having hardly any involvement. You need to learn it first, though, so that you can pass it on to somebody else, because it's all computer work, for crying out loud.
You're 100% right.
Yeah.
And by the way, we give education with our course on using virtual assistants to do all those mundane tasks and all the time-consuming tasks. And as far as how much that comment about how much time does it take, it depends how big you want the business to grow. I'd say at a minimum, if you can spend a couple hours a week, you'll do fine. And you'll have a business that starts to generate cash flow. You can put a deal on your contract every week or two and be doing great.
Sounds like a job for your 14-year-old daughter or son to me, Gary.
All right, Dorothy, Bob, how is the money taken taxed?
The money that you make is taxed like your regular income. It's just regular income that you made. The money they make will generally not be taxable because most of the time it's someone's personal residence. They lose the personal residence, and then there's that exclusion, $250,000 for a single person or $500,000 for a married person. And frankly, someone who lost their house at tax sale is not making $250,000 on the sale of that house, nor $500,000 for a married couple.
And guys, it's short-term capital gains, so you got to take care of your partner in Washington because they need the money so badly. But there's still some left over for you.
All right, Ryan, question for Bob. When using a notary, do you need them to show up in person, or can you do this online now?
That's a great, Ryan, you're a sharp guy. So the newest thing is online notaries. Virginia passed a statute allowing online notaries, and I think a couple other states. And you can use a Virginia notary even with the deal in a different state. So you're not limited. But they do have online notaries now, and they can get the paper signed for you. They can notarize what needs to be notarized. And so you can do that online. We often do the physical notary anyway, because just someone shows up, they hand the pen to the person in their hand, and they get them to sign everything. So we're often doing that. It's a little bit old school, not necessary these days, but sometimes we deal with older folks who, they're not the most internet savvy people. So for those folks, we just use the traditional notary we send out. But yeah, you can do it online now. Very, very sharp observation. You got smart guys around in your audience.
Some of them.
All right, John, how much startup capital do you need to get started in the bank and business account?
And you can open up a business checking account with $100. This is not I would say not a capital intensive business. This is one where you make phone calls, and you've got a phone already anyway. You're going to do research over the internet. I'm sure you have internet access already. So it's not a capital intensive business. It's not like you're saying, hey, Ron, I'm going to buy a rental property. How do I get together my money?
Well, I'm trying to think, what do I need capital to do anything with, Bob? Where am I going to spend the money? Huh?
Well, you could send $60 on a notary going out to someone's house. I hope you don't need a loan for that.
Okay, well, I'm not buying houses here.
Right. This is a classic service business where you're providing the service and get paid for it.
Exactly what it is. Yep.
Ava says, I'd done this back in the early 90s with another company. The skip tracing was rough. How does your company address this? I assume you give info for companies we'd work with?
So, yeah, back in the 90s, skip tracing was so much harder, to put it mildly. Now, we have whole companies like Google just doing nothing but sweeping up data about people, and TransUnion and all the other companies that do it. Skip tracing has gotten so much easier. I would say even over the past 3 or 4 years, it's gotten to the point where we give you referrals to companies that cost like $10 to $15 a month for unlimited searching, and they can get you easily 60 or 70% of the people on first search. They'll give you good contact info. And sure, back in the 90s, you would have gotten Cole's directory, called up the neighbors, said, "Oh, do you know where Sam and Lisa moved to?" These days, you just go on the internet. They're going to be on Facebook. You're going to get their email addresses. You're going to get their cell phone numbers. You can call them. You can text them. You can just reach out to them on Facebook. Really, that part of the business has gotten so much more easy. And I would say Ava is the one that asked us. That would have been difficult in the 90s. It's really easy now with cheap services. So, and I do give you the information about who to work with. Really simple part of the business now.
All right, Tim says, do you have to have the recipient's approval, or can you do this without the person who is owed the money signing anything in advance?
You do need to connect up and get their approval, because the money is owed to them. So we've got to get permission to go work on their behalf to go recover the money. And it's a really easy offer to make. If I were offered you, Tim, I'd say, Tim, this is great. I found a refund that you're owed, and I'll go and do all the work. I'll put up any money that's needed. I'll make all the effort. And if we're successful, which we expect to be, then we get paid a success fee. If we're not successful, it doesn't cost you a penny. And by the way, you get the majority of the money. If we are successful, you get 60 or 70%.
Who does the county make the check out to? Your company or the owner?
Typically for us, sometimes they make it out to the owner, and then we just endorse it in the back and deposit in our business account. One of our pieces of paperwork gives us specific permission to do that. So we get the check, most importantly. It's got to be structured where that check deposits into your account. You keep your portion, and you send them their portion.
But you'd have a hard time collecting if that weren't the case.
It's true. We actually had 2 circumstances over the years. Since 2011, I've been doing this. Twice we had checks sent out to the person, and what I couldn't believe, Ron, is both times the people sent us our portion. I almost fell over.
Kid.
Oh, we're never
no kid.
And they paid us anyway. I was shocked.
Angela says there are counties that only allow attorneys to submit requests for overages. How can you help work around that? Do you act as the attorney?
Sure. Out of 3,000 counties, I do know 2 of them that say, "Oh, you need to be an attorney to submit a third-party request." If that's the case, we give an attorney a couple $100 to submit the paperwork. And that's only that I know of 2 counties, and we work all over the country. So, if you want to work in one of those counties, you'll establish a relationship, budget $500 a case, and you'll be fine. And they'll submit it. They'll handle the check that comes in. They'll disperse the funds. So in some ways, it lightens your load a little bit. But I would say mostly there are 3,000 counties and 2 that I know of that want someone to be an attorney. So if that's the case, just work in the other 2,998 counties.
All right.
People
Lisa says,
people.
Lisa says, can realtors do this business, or is it considered unethical or illegal for us to participate in this?
That's a great question. Absolutely, realtors can do it. What I like about being a realtor is you have a license, so you have some what I would call third-party credibility. Because hey, I'm licensed by the state. That gives you some credibility because our whole business here is really establishing rapport with the people that we talk to, and they want to know, can I trust you? And if I say I'm a licensed realtor, that's helpful. That'll just add a little weight to that. And there's absolutely nothing unethical or illegal in helping people get money that they're owed. And
yeah, they don't know they're owed it. Getting people free money, man, I don't see how anybody could construe that to be unethical.
No, it's
They're
not. People love us.
They're not going to get it without you. Yeah.
Yep. That's a sad fact. 95% of the time they don't get their money because one of us does not reach out to them and they don't get paid. So
I got 2:15. We got time
Go.
for a couple more.
Get all of his questions answered.
I've got a lot more questions.
All right, we'll keep going until I tell you to
All right,
stop.
all
Then.
right, sounds good.
All right.
Dolores says, is it really as easy as it sounds?
can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you, yeah.
Did you hear the question?
Okay. So I don't know how easy it sounds to you. It is a simple, straightforward business. The challenges, I think what might be underlying that. So what are the challenges? The challenges are having the courage to pick up the phone. You've got to have that. You got to have the courage to pick up the phone and talk to a stranger and deliver the news, throw a nice juicy refund. And you have to follow through. So none of it's hard. It just requires you doing it. So if you're a person that is going to do it, then you'll do fine. If you're a person that's never going to pick up the phone and talk to a prospective customer, then it's impossible. But other than that, there's nothing hard.
So Dolores, if you're looking for a business that doesn't have any stress in it, you don't have to learn anything new, this ain't it. On the other hand, I'm not sure I've ever seen one that qualifies. I tell you what, I think all of you need to go buy a restaurant, is what I think. Then you'll know what real grief is in a business and how hard you can work and not make any money and have all this. You got no outgo here. I mean, none. You can't go out of business because of your overhead because you don't have any overhead. You just have income, which is a very rare thing for a business. But hey, let's not kid each other. You ain't going to order a course and set it on the shelf and have money coming in. That's for sure. You got to do something.
If you make the effort, just follow the instructions, you'll do fine. And obviously, the more calls you make, the more people you connect with, the more money you'll make. It's pretty straightforward.
And to be fair, there ain't nothing you're seeing or hearing as easy as it sounds, because you actually have to do stuff you're not accustomed to doing and learn some new stuff. So what? That's part of getting in business.
We find the biggest is fear, a fear of the phone. If people are afraid to call, it's like someone afraid to make an offer. You can't have real estate business people make offers.
We have that in our industry too.
Question from Gary. How many individuals will have the list of people, and so what's the competition?
How many individuals will have, the same list? Okay.
Anybody can get lists. I mean, there are 47, soon to be 48 states you can do business in. There are 3,007 counties in the United States. So there, let's say, just for sake of argument, there are 2,700 counties you can do this in. Each of which are holding every year.
Chances of you ever running across anybody that's competing with you about as good as me getting skinny by next Friday. There's nobody going to do what you do when you do it to the same list you do it at the same time you're doing it to. Quit worrying about competition. Get so busy you don't have time to even think about them because they really don't exist.
Yeah, as a practical matter, it's so small. The number of people doing this and calling is so small relative to the number of tax sales. And by the way, newsflash, unfortunately, many more people are going to lose their houses to tax sale because of all the COVID-related drama going on. And if people don't do things like you're doing, making your own business and making your own financial future, they're going to be run over like squirrels in the road. And so the opportunities are going to blow up.
All right, question from Ricky. What other costs are involved besides the $14.97 fee and the phone and internet?
So you can have a skip tracing service. Budget $20 a month because you probably want to get more than one of them. So if you don't find it with one, you'll find it with the other. And you got to have a phone and an internet connection. Hopefully you have that. Just a cell phone is fine. Internet connection. And then when you do a deal, you're going to spend $60 on notary going out. You're going to spend, $10, sending it UPS ground, submitting the claim. And that's about it. It's not a money intensive business, and there's nothing more from us but it. It's a one-time fee. We provide customer support. We provide you all the educational material. We update it as it needs to be. So nothing from us. There's no like continuity or monthly or anything like that. So
and frankly, Ricky, that's kind of the reason Bob's here and the reason he was invited today. I mean, you could go open a lemonade stand and have more overhead than you do in this business. That's what I like so much about it.
All right, Ava, please talk about skip tracing, please.
Sure. So skip tracing is the process of finding people, and the word root was people had skipped out on bills. That was skip tracing. Now it just means finding someone, especially for us, finding someone who don't know where they are. You had an address for them because the property got lost in tax sale. You have their name, so you just put in their name and their address, and what'll happen is these databases.
Give me a site you like.
Been verified is a good one. BEN verified. Been verified.
Oh, been verified. Yeah, I've been there. Been, BEEN verified. And I'm going to challenge all of you to go to Been verified and pull up a report on yourself. And when you get it, you better have a barf bag right there. Because you are going to be shocked at the information somebody can get on you anytime they want for an extremely small amount of money. You're going to be amazed at the information you thought was secret is not secret. You can find anybody, anywhere, anytime today and not leave your desk.
Yeah, it's gotten really easy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, Ron. I don't know if you've met Eva, my beautiful, wonderful wife. But I dated in high school. And then like 20 years later, I thought about her and I was single. And I thought, that was a really great woman. I skip traced her and I found her and I married her.
Some people call that stalking.
Does she know that?
Hey, when you marry them,
and I'm glad you could find somebody that would marry you, Bob.
It's a miracle. It's my good look.
You good your looks? All right. I thought it was your hair.
Pat says, what did you say about $60 fee for each?
When we send a notary out with all the package, like the fee agreement and the documents they need
that's after you have a deal. That's after you've already got a deal. That's not, believe me, you got a deal, $60 is nothing. The skip search traces are guys you subscribe to the service. You don't pay by the skip trace. And then there are levels you can go to above that if you want to get into. The people who have what they call it, private investigator's license can get into different databases that you can, but God, you're never going to run out of databases to skip trace on.
No, it's getting easier all the time too. That's just, we all know that privacy has gone the way of the dodo bird. There's none of it. And it's so easy to find people these days. And then the key is just enter into a conversation with them. Tell them about the refund, establish a little rapport, and then say, hey, by the way, normal claim $30,000 to $50,000 is sort of typical. So let's take your smallest claim, $30,000. You're going to charge 30 to 40%, depending on what you feel like charging. Say that you charge the minimum, charge 30%. So each deal is worth $9,000 to you. Your costs are typically $60 for a notary, $20 or $30 for mail, because we typically send UPS ground. It's about $12 for each mail thing. It's 3 of those, and that's about your cost to do a deal that gets you $9,000.
And if you don't get them to answer the phone, you can always text them. You got the phone number. And you probably got their address. You should mail them a letter as well. Do whatever you got to do to get them to respond. Because, sometimes people won't answer the phone. They think you're a scam or something. Bob, I just bought a property at a tax deed sale here in Jacksonville last year. And they inherited this property, about $62,000 worth of taxes owed on it. And this thing was going to the tax deed sale. I bought it for $215,000. Okay. Fortunately, these people were informed that money above that $62,000 goes to them, or that money still being in the registry. Now think of what we'd make on that one. The difference between $62,000 and $215,000. Huh?
And even if you're the buyer, you could still go help them get their overage back. You could charge them in normal percent, or you could say to them, hey, I know you guys need some help. Why don't we make a deal? You can stay in the property for 4 months. We'll charge you $2,000 a month rent, but we'll do it from this overage's money, and I'll go get you this money. Great deal for
This is
everybody.
vacant. This is vacant land that I bought.
Wow, must have been a nice piece of land for that kind of money.
14 acres of commercial.
That's why you're the smart guy.
Depends on what day of the week it is.
Jerome says, can you share with us what percentage of the time the work leads to a yes, and how often do we get a list?
Oh, come on. Who could answer that question, Jerome? Yeah. How good are you getting on the telephone, and how good are you following instructions? Nobody can answer that question. I'll tell you this much, you'll put more in on the front end than you do on the back end after you figure it out.
So I'll answer a little bit of the question. Like I would say, you can list anything you want. Just go on the internet, and there are lists available day and night. Really simple to get. Doesn't take a long time. And typically, when we talk to someone, at least a third of the time, they're signing up and saying yes. So that's our percentage. Typically, a third, maybe a little higher than that.
And that's with one hit. That's if you get them on the phone, right?
Yeah, and we'll get them. Then they say yes.
Okay. Do you text them if you can't get them on the phone?
We text them. We send them a letter. Spend a whole $1 sending a letter. So put that in your budget. It's $1. Send a letter.
And then do you do a little video and text them the video? Hey, I'm Bob Diamond. I've been trying to reach you. I can't. There is money that belongs to you, but I need to contact you. Blah blah blah. This is not a scam. You know, whatever you need to put on that thing, and send it to them by text.
I just captured that idea. Actually, no, we don't do that, but I just captured that idea because that is a great idea. No, I've never said it's silly, but no, I haven't texted them a little video. That's such a smart, simple idea.
Yeah,
love
it. If I were you, I wouldn't text your ugly mug. I'd get some female to do it if I were you.
Well, if it's a lady, obviously I would do it.
Okay. Yeah, get your wife to do it. All right.
All right. Derek says, on average, how long does it take for a claim to close?
Typically 3 to 4 months to get your check back. It's the speed of a bureaucracy. I mean, I was talking to a student yesterday. She got it in 2 weeks. That's not typical. I usually budget 3 to 4 months and you get your money back. I tell the people that I'm getting money for 4 or 5 months, because then they don't harass me when it doesn't happen in 3.
Yeah.
So I just tell them 4 or 5. And no one complains.
Promise, over deliver. Right. And then I imagine COVID slows it down a little bit too, doesn't it?
Moderately, but it's mostly gotten, like, they seem to be rebalanced again. I think they figured out how to work from home if they need to, and then they're crossing at pretty normal speeds again.
So the whole goal is to get this pipeline full, so when they start coming in droves.
Yes. Put in 1 week, 1 week out, basically.
Greg's question, is there any reason or situation that funds would not be returned to the previous owner, or if the request is submitted, you get the money?
No, there's no. I mean, the only reason would be if there's some other claimant, like if you had a mortgage that was on there that made a claim, but typically you wouldn't bump into that because you'd have someone where the mortgage company had showed up the day after the sale to get their money. So typically you get the money. It's our most common problem is we get the wrong person. We'll get like a junior instead of a senior. And so I sign up the son, and then I realize pretty quickly, oh, I've got the wrong person. And, you know, because I see they're 28 years old, and that's not who we deal with. We deal with 50 years old and above, typically. And all that I say to them is, hey, you know, actually this money belongs to your dad. You know, could we talk to him? Because I think, you know, we need to work with him. And almost always the answer is, oh, sure. And dad's, you know, realizing that their son has sort of pre-screened you, and then they sign up. So, you know, it's not perfect, but generally you get the money. If you don't, just realize, like Ron's saying, it's a pipeline business. So you spent $60 on a notary, an hour or two of time, and that one didn't work out. But just load that pipeline, because then you'll have plenty of others that you're working on. Kind of like making offers. Like every offer doesn't get accepted, but you just put them in there, and once they get accepted, you make a lot of money on them.
And if you want to get really serious about this, you just build a team of people working on different areas and constantly getting the checks coming in, and probably pay them a percentage of the checks. Is that okay?
That's what we do.
Okay.
And for people get involved, like give you that model of like compensation models and things like that. You know, who you hire, what team you hire, and how much you pay them.
Yeah, and then you got no risk. Maybe a little bit. They're going to do it from their home today, so you really got no outgo or no risk. So in other words, you could actually look at this like a business, folks, and not just some part-time plaything. We bring you to bear, you got to skin them. Okay, what's next?
Greg, again, is there a fee charged to access a list from the government agency?
There's only one county I know of that charges a fee. All the others are free. So no, you can't really just go on the internet. You just download them. When they're not, the other thing that can happen, again, it's just a couple of oddball counties. Some of them mail you the list, so you have to send them a self-addressed stamped envelope, and typically charge $4 or so for copying. So nothing that's even worth talking about, and that's just a handful of counties who have not discovered the internet yet.
All right. Paul says, is the finder's fee limited in some states by regulation?
There are a couple states where they do have finder's fee limits, and we give you a 50-state guide that sets out state by state whether there are any limitations, whether there are any special paperwork requirements, or if you had to be registered or anything like that. And you don't in most of them. So we give you all of that. And by the way, if you want to work in a state that's limited, which I generally wouldn't, you can, but just pick up the phone and dial into states that aren't limited. And that's the majority of them. The majority of them, there's no regulation or limitation.
There you go.
All right. Action taker William purchased your course 10 years ago and put it on the shelf with his other courses. Would this still be good, or has it changed?
As much as I would love to say, oh, buy a new course, we always, for everybody, keep updating our course. That's included with the cost of purchase. So if you go online, you'll have an online user ID if you bought from us. Just go to the Member Center and download the latest version. And for all of you, we extend you that courtesy. When you become our customer, you're a customer for life. I don't upcharge you for the next version or anything like that. We're in this business, so I'm always updating it because I have to. And you're my people. So yeah, William, you're welcome back. Don't let it be another 10 years though. But yeah, you can just log.
Yeah. William, you're not abnormal, by the way. A lot of people have courses sitting on the shelves that they bring out years and years later when the need arises, including myself. I used to buy everything I could get my hands on. There's no way some of it's still in the cellophane, I think.
I think that kind of answers Alan's question. Do you have any type of ongoing support?
Yeah, I just answered that.
If you have questions, you can email or call in, and we help you out.
We're going to take two more, Nick. Two more questions.
All right. Thomas says, when you're working on the list, how do you know if someone else is not working on the same person?
They'll tell you to talk to them. If I call Grumpy Old Ron and say, hey, Grumpy Old Ron, I want to help go get your money. If Grumpy Old Ron's working, so I say, I just hired someone to do this, or I'm working on this already. That's all.
Call over.
Yeah, that's
Call
it.
Over. Yeah. See what they do to me, Bob? Huh? That's my grouch monitor when I start getting grouchy, which is pretty frequent lately. They throw it out up there and embarrass me.
All right, and you said one more. Greg, how are the funds checks divided? Who cuts you your check for your fee? Should you accept these funds in your entity or in your name?
I can tell Greg's ready to get started. He's already in the meat of this thing. So they're going to send the check to you. You deposit it into your business account. You cut one check to yourself for your portion of the profits. You cut a check to them and send them their portion. And that's it. Simple.
And by the way, Greg, this guy's an attorney. He doesn't do anything in his own name. He figured that out a long time ago. Everything's done in an entity.
Well, we do.
Nick, two more questions.
Let me give you one other thing. I do give you the instructions on exactly how to make that money flow. But for the purpose of our discussion, money comes into your business. You cut yourself a check out of your business, and it's pretty simple. But we do give you complete instructions. And if you have questions, you can always call in and say, hey, how does the accounting work exactly? It's very simple. Basically, deposits in your business account, send them their portion, you take your portion, and you're good.
All right. Leo says, how do you handle claims where the original owner has passed away?
Good question. So we work with the heirs, and we thankfully help out the heirs. We had a woman who had passed away. She was owed $96,000, and we managed to get her 3 daughters $96,000 in total. We took a $30,000 fee, so they had $36,000. I'm sorry, they the $66,000 divided between the 3 of them. So each got $22,000 each. And all we have to do, we show you how to do it, but basically we just sign any one of them up, and then we can go and claim the money and give all the ladies the money they're owed. So it's straightforward, giving instructions on that.
You could distribute it in 3 pieces so they don't even have to fight over it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And they're all happy.
And they all love you. That's money they never would have known they had.
Yes.
So it's a huge public service.
They had to pay for the funeral, and she had passed away just before we got to them. They still had a $19,000 bill outstanding from the funeral. So they're so happy that we got them the money they could just easily pay it. A big difference for
All
them.
right. And Anne, couldn't someone just go to the county themselves and ask for the overages?
Sure, if they knew about it, but they don't know about it.
That's the whole point. They don't know about it. I mean, there's
And
nobody
you also
going to tell them.
You can't search the internet and find it. It doesn't work that way. The only thing that's on the internet is a list that you can then look through and get the leads from it. But if you search, like with Google, for an individual person, Google doesn't index the list, meaning the individual entries. All they index is that a list exists. So if you put, Anne Boleyn, and Anne was owed an overage, she won't ever come up with that. Anne would need to know that there was a list, pull up the list, print it out, look for her name on there, and then go claim the money. So theoretically, sure, but reality, no.
Well, first of all, she's got to even know that she's got any money coming. And
they don't.
It ain't like the county calls you up and gives you instructions or does a seminar for you.
No.
Like you said, they hope they don't claim the money because then it winds up in the government coffers. All right,
sir.
Well, Bob, I am about out of time here. So I appreciate you taking your time. And that's a hell of an offer you made our folks. I hope they take you up on it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to.
Go ahead.
I think we have a lot of very bright people. I like your folks because they're educated and you're a no BS guy. So I get realistic people that know how to do business.
Yeah. A little grouchy sometimes, according to my staff, but other than that, okay. All right, sir. Well, thank you. Enjoy yourself down there in Puerto Rico. How's the weather down there right now?
Oh, it's almost cloudy. I think you can see.
What's
you see that's a little gray there? Almost cloudy. It's only 81 degrees, so it's a little cool today.
I want these snowbirds to eat their heart out. All these people that choose to live in the frozen tundra, they need to be told that there's other places they can live. Just saying. All right, Bob.
Yes,
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right.
Hey, Ron,
Yeah.
we also have a lot of people asking about the $1,000 drawing today.
We're going to do the $1,000 drawing. At the very last thing that I do today will be that $1,000 drawing. All right. Next, we got some deals. We'll go through some deals. And I got a closing presentation. Huh?
We got Ken on, Ron, Action, and
You got who on? Ken. Okay, Ken with Steve. So get Ken and Ronald, what is that? Booker? I can't read it. No, this is two different deals. All right, and we got Steve on there. All right. Hey, Steve.
Hi, Ron.
Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, so we got Ken on there too, huh? All right, Ken,
Yes,
can you hear
sir.
me okay? All right, I can hear you okay. All right, so where do you live?
Outside Tallahassee.
Tallahassee, okay.
Cool.
And this house is in, where?
About an hour
Georgia?
in Bainbridge.
Georgia, all right. So, Steve, you called this one, right?
I did on live seller calls, actually.
All right. Oh, live seller calls, okay.
This is true.
And by the way, guys, I got, I think, 6 leads here in my hand, and I think every single one of them came from either Zillow or Trulia, delivered by our VAs. These are 2 good sites. We get a lot of deals off these 2 sites. All right, you're gonna have to help me because it's so small I can't even read it. So the
Sure.
asking price is what?
239,800.
And what is the ARV? It's not on here.
So we believe it to be around that. I guess the only question would be the shape of the property. That's why.
Well, that's got nothing to do with the ARV. That's after repaired value. Okay. So did anybody look up the comps?
I researched it a little bit, but based upon where it was at, I couldn't pinpoint it exactly without somebody actually being in it. It was within the range. He did drop the 220,000 immediately.
Oh, so he's only asking 220.
Right. Right.
All
So
right.
I believe it to
Okay.
be like within the range. I really do.
So you think it's worth at least 240?
Probably, depending on the condition, because he was talking when he was there. He was saying it was like in decent condition, which made me
Okay, well, he
believe a
says-
little bit that like it may need a little
Yeah.
love.
Yeah. Okay, well, he says it needs no repairs, but sometimes sellers lie, don't they?
Just a little bit.
Okay, so it's a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 2,800 square foot, 2-car garage, single-family house, no association dues, and it's on an acre. All right.
Right.
So what are the terms that you got? Because you did not fill them in.
So he did have an underlying mortgage, I believe around 120,000.
Okay, what's his payment?
$650.
Okay, so what kind of terms did you negotiate?
So we got. He said he could go 5 years, and we could just cover that payment.
Oh, that's good. Okay,
That's
so the payment's $650.
He said he could
Down
leave the
payment?
100,000 there for 5 years.
Down payment?
Nothing.
0. Okay. All right. Ken, does this sound like one you want?
Certainly. Absolutely.
Okay. Absolutely. No reason not to. No reason not to. Okay, we certainly don't need to negotiate the down payment any. The monthly payment is perfect. We can just look at it and see big cash flow. 5 years is okay. I mean, I wouldn't hurt to open my mouth and get a little longer, but I could live with 5 years. And price, though, I think we need to work on that price somewhat. So you have an appointment, next coming Friday at 4 o'clock?
He expected somebody to call him by today at 4 is how we left it. So you got about an hour and 20 minutes here.
Okay. To make an appointment?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So that's going to be on you, sir, to get that done. And do not, you have a mentor now?
I do.
Who?
Your sister.
My sister? Okay, well, you need to
Yes,
get
sir.
her on this thing right away then, and don't schedule this appointment so soon that you can't have her on the phone when you go out. In other words, don't go out this evening. Yeah, and you might even want to, as soon as we get done here, you might want to hang up and go ahead and make this appointment. Well, actually, call her first, and then see when she's available, and then make that
Yeah.
appointment.
Ken, okay, so I asked him what was better for him, and he said today, and then I asked him the time, and he said 4 o'clock. We never confirmed if it was an in-person or a phone call. So when you hang up off this, I would simply call him, just let him know that,
Call him and
whatever
make
it
an
is.
appointment.
Yeah.
Period. Just call him and make an appointment. You could do it tomorrow. I mean, you could make the appointment for tomorrow if he's available, but you got to get a hold of BJ right away.
Okay.
All right. Well, again, we need to do some more work on the comps here, because really the only thing that's really, this right here is the biggest thing. I want to get that price down some, because you don't have that big of a gap there. You only got a $20,000 gap. I'd like to see more than that. All right. So you can handle the down payment okay.
Absolutely.
And you can certainly handle that monthly payment. So you got an easy deal here if he don't crap out on you. So what are you going to do? You're going to lease option it for how much? You think it's worth $240. How much you going to lease option it for?
$249.9.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. And how much are you going to put in the ad that you want down, Ken?
Don't do that. Don't do that. You go.
Good answer.
Wait and let them.
All right. Couldn't trap him, could I, Steve?
He's
your
well trained.
Your mind, what is the least you're going to take down in your mind? Where'd that come from? Jesus. All right. These guys ain't got nothing better to do back here. What do you think? Minimum down.
I would see what the public does, but I would say minimum by 30 to 40.
I'm talking to Ken.
Oh,
Answer's $25,000, Ken.
That's the correct answer. That's what I would have said.
In your mind, okay, that does not ever come out of your mouth, man. I'm telling you, the minute it leaves your mouth to anybody, even somebody on your team selling it, you're not going to ever get any more. So this is all in your head here. So now when they call, they'll tell you the most they can pay, and then you work them up. They're really, I'm going to have more than that, and you may get more than that if this is a nice house in a nice neighborhood. But I'm telling you right now, I'd make the payments on this thing for months before I took less than 25 down, especially at $650 a month. Because if you get too hurry right here, number one, you've given up your big front end deposit. That is income to you the day you get it. And number two, the less amount of money you take right here, the more chances you're going to have having problems with these people when they move in.
That's right.
This is your only insurance policy against issues later right here. Get the money down. I don't care if you have to go through 5-10 buyers that have $10,000 down, which you shouldn't on a $250,000 house. But you do know you're going to get a lot of people who have nowhere near that much down, right? Ken? You are aware of that,
Sure
right?
do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
So they owe me $2.25, and I owe out $220 until I negotiate that price down some. So I'm in the ballpark here. But boy, that's $650. What do you think this thing will rent for? Let me see. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2,800 square feet on an acre. What do you think?
Yeah, triple that.
I'm a little about that area. It's a rural community, but Shirley's 14.
Yeah.
You can get $1,400 out of a $100,000 piece of crap in a semi-war zone, Ken. Okay, rural or not. I mean, you're going to get at least $2,000 a month out of this house. I recommend you let the market speak and take the highest bidder. All right?
Oh, absolutely.
That's the most you can. Remember, you got an acre. You got a big house, 2,800 square foot house, a big house. And also remember, you're catering to the 70% of the market that cannot qualify for a loan anywhere. They're going to give you way more than anybody else per month. And if they don't like that number, well, go ahead. You know, it's $2,000. I'll take your $2,000 a month, and then we'll work to get refinanced, and that'll come way down for you.
Ken, when you talk to Barbara,
right? So whatever you get, you got a nice monthly cash flow there. I mean, you got a very minimum of $1,000 a month, and that's the goal right here, sir.
Right.
What do you do? What do you do for a living?
I'm an electrical contractor.
Okay. So how many of these would it take to put you out of work?
It would take a few, but sure would to have them.
A few meaning what? 3?
A few of those.
Okay.
It would take.
Well, whatever. Just for the record, we only got a $250,000 house here, and we're talking $1,000 a month. Okay. What happens when you actually up that ante some? Your spreads get bigger, and it don't take you long till you'll be out of work if you want to be out of work. Yeah. So
that's the general idea. That's the goal.
I'm more excited about that than I am that.
Yeah.
You're just going to get this and go blow it. This is coming in whether you get out of bed in the morning or not. In 2 years, this equals that anyway. All right.
That's true.
So your next move is you got to get with Barbara, get on this phone, make sure this deal is submitted by phone, then make an appointment at the same time, and get out there and make sure you ask the man, or she asks the man, I'm coming out to take a look. If I like what I see, are you ready to sell the house now and get some paperwork done while I'm there?
He said yes. Ron, his wife is the signer. He cannot sign. It's in an entity. So just make
It's in
sure
a
that.
single
kind of an entity?
member LLC.
I
But
have
do
not
they?
verified that. I would just have her be there with him. He
But
said
do
that's
they?
not a problem.
Do they both live in the house?
No,
They don't. So
no,
it's not owner occupied.
no.
Okay. All right. So just one of them lives in the house.
I don't think either one of them does. He said he could meet you there.
Well, it says it's occupied.
I think it
No,
might be some.
I'm sorry, it doesn't. It says it's vacant. Okay,
I
that's
think
even better. Got it. Got it. Okay.
It's exactly the way you want it. Okay.
All right. Whether you need both of them or not, probably not if it's in an entity and it's not owner occupied. If you were in Florida and two of them lived in the house, I don't give a crap how they owned it. You need both signatures.
Agreed.
All right. So you know what to do with it, sir. So let's get to working with BJ on a contract. Make sure you're ready with that, which is another reason why you need to probably put this thing off till Sunday or Monday before you go see it.
Okay.
Probably. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right, Steve,
Thank
you got
you.
another one.
Thank
don't
you, Steve.
Yep, you're welcome. Congratulations, my man. That's life-changing.
It is.
All right. Ronald. We got Ronald?
Just call me Ron.
Hey,
Ron.
Ron. Okay, Ron. I remember that name. All right.
Hi, Steve.
Hi. Congratulations.
All right. Where are we at? We're in New Jersey. Okay. Is that where you live, Ron?
Yeah, I live in southern New Jersey, about 60 miles
Okay.
north of Atlantic City.
All right.
This property is about 25 miles outside of Manhattan.
Oh, well, that's kind of cool. Do you think the people that live in this would probably work in Manhattan?
Probably. It's that area is kind of a renter's paradise for commuters to Manhattan.
In other words, it might also be a good Airbnb, huh?
I hadn't thought about that, but I suppose so.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's get it under contract and then you can do some homework on Airbnb and see what this thing in this high dollar area like you're in, man, and you'd be surprised what people pay to live in this thing, you know, if applicable, because we've got a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 2,875 square feet, but it's a townhouse, but that doesn't even matter on an Airbnb, but it's got $336 a month association dues. So what's the ARV on it is what, guys? I don't see an ARV on here.
It's right around what he's asking. So
What's he asking?
He didn't want to drop the price either.
He's asking $445?
Correct.
Then what's the $499.9?
That's what we could put it on back on the market.
Okay. So you think the R is 500?
I think he's on the low end of the ARV. It could go anywhere between 445 and 475.
So you think he's asking ARV?
Close to it. He said he's not going to bend it. He's going to hold the financing.
All right. Then what is this payment? Is it these two numbers combined?
Correct. So the payment.
This is just taxes.
Correct. So you have 1758.29 is a 2.5% interest, 30-year amortization, 10-year balloon, and then you have to add the taxes, which is right around that $1,000 a month, and then the insurance, is another, I don't know, $75 to $100 a month.
Well, you pay that in advance anyway. So you got $2,800 a month here. Well, that's assuming you can't get that down some. So did he come up with that 2.5% interest?
He said he had to get something, and I said, well, the market rates are right around like 2.75. And so
how big, what ammo was that with a 10-year balloon?
Correct. 30-year amortization. 30.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, that's good enough anyway. A $2,800 payment on a $500,000 house is not bad. So what's the down payment, Steve?
Nothing.
Really? Okay. Steve, you write that right in there. That's where it goes. Okay.
Well, I'm so used to seeing it, Ron. I mean, you taught me well. I just assumed that there's nothing down.
All right. And
so we
the
buy
monthly
it
payments
down?
yeah. All right, but don't forget, we got these dues here too.
Yeah.
So now, gosh, we are at $3,200 a month here. If I were you, I'd work on getting that payment down some. So what do
could
you think
probably
it
get
would rent?
like
What do you think it would-
3,500, and I figured you might be able to pass those dues to the next person.
Well, you're gonna pass them to the next person anyway, but you're gonna be paying them out of your pocket regardless.
Okay.
So let's, you should be saying to yourself, that's my payment. I'm really paying $3,300 a month. And
Right.
he's right. He's right, Ron. When you put a tenant buyer in it, you're gonna put association dues on top of the rent. But
Right.
you're still gonna collect it and pay it yourself.
Right.
I learned that lesson the hard way. Okay. All right. I would like for you guys, you got a mentor, Ron?
No, I don't.
What do you think your chances of pulling this off without one?
Slim but possible.
Yeah, okay. Well, why don't you get one, man? I mean, you can get them with as little as $2,000 down. Don't you think that makes sense? Because you know you're going to blow this deal without them. All right, but I ain't going to harass you on that. Let's say you get it under contract. You're going to lease option it out for $499.9, right? And that's after you do some more homework on what the real ARV is.
Right.
But here's the cool part, man. That's a minimum of a $50,000 down payment.
Correct.
Minimum.
Right.
That means your buyer only owes you $450, and that's exactly what you owe him, $445, if you don't get his price down.
Right.
So even if you don't get it down, you still got a workable deal here. If you think, in fact, you can get the 500, let's take into consideration the condition of the house, which you won't know till you get there. So if this house is going to need some work, you've got to get his price down. Period. And then you remember yesterday, Steve's video that he put on here yesterday?
Yeah, it was great.
He did something really cool. He got the seller to pay for the repairs.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't even have occurred to me, so I am surprised he thought of it, but it worked.
Actually, my wife
Right.
kind of made it like that because she's like, I ain't signing. I'm like, okay.
All right. So 2758 plus 335, 28, 29, 30, it's about $3,200 a month, I guess. What do you think this thing would rent for, Ron?
I'm a little out of touch with North Jersey
Okay, so-
rents.
so-
I haven't lived up in that area in 20 years.
So
But
the answer is
I
you don't have a clue, right? Okay.
I would think 3,500 is my guess. Maybe 3,750.
All right, you can
I
start
think
by
he's-
going to
getting
rentometer.com
like-
if you don't know. He's getting,
I think he's getting 3,200 right now.
okay, perfect. And that means you're going to get more from a lease option tenant buyer. And, he's probably a crappy landlord and took whatever somebody offered him. So the point is, you can get a good, decent cash flow. You ain't going to make $1,000 a month on it, but you can get a few $100s a month out of it. You just won't know till the market tells you. So here's your play right here. This is what you're after.
Right.
But he's giving you a long term. You will make more money on this debt pay down than you will make on the front end here. And don't forget, when these people move out, and they probably will, you get to do it again. And do you know, 10% of the people I lease option houses to actually buy? 10%. Because I don't do anything to force them to buy. And in this case, you don't want them to buy.
Yeah.
Well, that's contrary to everybody that comes into this business's belief. I don't want them to buy. They're killing my golden goose. Steve figured that out, didn't you, Steve? Okay.
Golden unicorn.
So if you're going to get a mentor, you need to do it today, man. I don't know what to tell you if you don't, because you don't have an appointment. You got a great lead here. Look, when you can get somebody to sell you a $500,000 house and take nothing down and give you 10 years to pay for it, you need to buy that house. Okay. All right. And look, don't need any money to buy except closing. Now, closing costs aren't cheap in New Jersey. Do you have any
No, they're
idea
not.
what they are? Huh? You have any
No, they're
idea
not
what they
cheap.
are? What would you think? You don't know. Well, you need
No,
to
I
learn
don't.
how to calculate them, Ron. You need to get a hold of a title company or an attorney or a skilled realtor and ask them to explain how you figure the closing costs when you're buying it with owner financing.
Okay.
And then break it down so you can calculate it going forward. All right? I don't know what they are either. Not as bad as Maryland, but as I recall. And you got to use an attorney in Jersey, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
All right.
And one of your trained attorneys is in my town.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There you go. All right. He's talking about, there's 6 of them on my website that I spent all day training, and one of them lives in your town. Well, that's a blessing. All right. Okay. Any questions?
Well, I have
Nope.
a raft of questions, but the thing with the mentor, I haven't gone through Quick Start either.
Well, you don't have to go through Quick Start as long as you sign up for it and work on getting the one in December, because you're going to blow this deal if you don't get one. And the mentor, fortunately, will do the hard work for you, because I want the mentor on the telephone while you're in this house.
Love to help.
Huh?
I'd love to help. I would take the profits from this deal, man, and just do the masters. Get in this world for life.
Yeah, well, I agree, but let's get the deal done first, because he's gonna waste it. It kills me. Kills me. You could easily lose $50,000 trying to worry about what a mentor costs. And you get to choose one if they have any space available. Steve, you got space available?
I do. I have 4 slots left, so I get to 15.
Okay, there's your mentor, man. He's already familiar with it. So go get signed up.
You've already been talking all week.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Well, thanks, Ron.
All right. Much love.
Thank
Bye,
you, Ron.
guys.
Thanks, Steve. Love that video.
Steve, I don't have any more. I don't have any more here for you, do I?
That is it.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
See ya. All right. Who's next here? I can't read who this is. All right. I'll take the Wolves. What is that last one, Ed? Is that Barb? No. Oh, or Andrew. It's Andrew. All right. So the Wolves are? Oh, there they are.
Yep. Hey.
Hi, Ron.
You're back.
We're back. We're excited.
Let me put my glasses on here. I got, Ann Brandel again. Cool.
Yes, she's got 2 deals. She's going total residential on us.
Hey, Ron, how are
Okay.
you?
I only got one for her.
It's only one today. We did one yesterday.
Well, we did one
today.
yesterday. Yeah.
I got you. So where did this microscopic form come from here?
I know.
Sorry.
Blow up and you can see.
So let me go through the numbers, Ron.
Please
so
do.
the seller was asking $549, and then we got it down to $523, and now there's been a price cut down to $470.
No
So
kidding. How?
scratch
Why?
out, yeah. They just dropped it in the last day, $470.
You mean they've come from 575 to 470 with a
Lynette,
20 seconds worth of
540.
conversation?
I think they
540.
took, Lynette, I think they took the lot out of the price.
Yes.
Yes.
So if we want
What
the
lot?
lot, then it's back up to the,
Okay.
there's
And it's
actually a lot.
445.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a house and a 3/4 acre lot. And they split the price now to 470 for the house, and they're asking 75 for the lot.
So how
Right.
much land is the house on?
3/4 of an acre.
3/4, yeah.
Okay. That's
They have
big
an
enough.
acre and a half. Yeah,
All right. Good. Fine. You know what though, Ann?
I know.
You know what what's that lot worth, do you think, for somebody to build
Probably
a house on?
100,000.
Okay.
It's
You know,
it's
you might-
80,000 to 90,000 all day long, but probably 100 or better.
Okay. I would, you get a contract on this house, I want an option on that lot.
Absolutely.
You just sell it to the
Well,
builder.
right now we have both put together for 523. Is the house
523.
and
Yeah.
is the
Okay.
house and the lot?
All right, but I want 2 different contracts. So that one of them doesn't interfere with the other one. You can go ahead and close on the house, and then need more time to close on the lot. Okay, and I don't want one of them hinging on the other one. So you got a purchase and sale agreement on the lot, but it ought to be at least 90 days.
Okay, two separate.
One on the house doesn't need to be that long, yeah. And you can just tell the seller, I'm gonna sell this to a builder and get you cashed out on that lot, which you are.
I actually have a pretty good lot line view of that lot and the house too.
Hold on. I know you're impressed about your views, but let me get the math on you first, can I? Okay.
Okay,
So
back to the math.
Wait a minute. What's the asking price of the lot?
75.
Oh,
You mean just the
5.3,
lot?
so it's 30, 40, 50, 3,000. Right?
Oh, right. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, Ann, while we're doing this negotiating, we, is this 575 with the house and the lot, or just the house?
It's, Brian did more of the comps. We were thinking the 575 did you include the lot, the $100,000 lot with the house?
We were looking at different price per square feet. I wasn't including that lot. I was not assuming, I was looking at the square footage of the property mainly. And
they have a 600,000+ around the corner. Most of them are in the $500,000 range. So yeah.
Wow. Are you telling me this is only 1,100 square? Oh, no, that's 3,100.
No, it's 31. And Ron, at 150 a square foot, it comes out to 465, which is around what he's asking. But I think it's maybe worth maybe 170, 180 a square foot, which would bring it up over maybe 550.
And it's in excellent condition?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And it's a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, 3,100 square feet, 4-car garage.
Heated.
Brick.
Yes.
Brick. Single family with no association dues.
Correct.
Wow. Okay. So the terms are?
Well, we tried for nothing down, didn't we, Ann?
We tried hard.
We ended up with $10,000 down, but we said that's within the range.
So you failed, is that what you're telling me?
No,
Ron.
that is not a fail. 10,000 on this size house is reasonable.
I know.
He's going to tease you though.
I only got a little bit of time left to be grouchy here. So get off All right. What's the monthly payment?
So we negotiated $2,400 a month and 5-year term.
Okay, that's a reasonable payment on a $600,000 house, and $10,000, of course, is a good down payment. And then in Indiana, your closing costs aren't that high, are they? As I recall, I mean,
no, they're pretty cheap.
2 properties there, but I don't remember.
I'll buy a few more too.
I believe you. You're a very active commercial mastermind group member. And by the way, she's got a big ass pig that needs to go on somebody's dinner table, but
no,
that ain't for her plan, is it? Okay.
No.
So anyway, you got a video of that pig?
No.
Let me see that pig.
I think they do have a video, Ron.
We do.
Yeah, you know, because Tish did that. Yeah. I think asking for an aircraft, right?
John's going to bring it up. I don't know. I can't understand what the pig is saying.
Oh, he said, "Forget the Mercedes, Ron. I would like a Gulfstream."
Oh, sure. All right. Yeah, go ahead with a pig.
Aw. Isn't he cute?
Forget the Mercedes, Ron. I want a Gulfstream.
That is your pig, not somebody else's pig. Right?
No, that's all mine.
Okay.
It's a good boy. He can't wait to meet you.
So we got an appointment. We got an appointment to see this house.
Yes.
When?
Sunday. Where'd the wolves go? Sunday. I've got to contact them for an exact time, but we're hooking up Sunday. It's when I'm getting back from my folks, so we're going to talk on the exact time.
All right. So your goal is to get out there and put the house under contract for whatever you can get them down to, hopefully even less than the 470.
There they are.
And then
Hi.
simultaneously put the lot under contract. I'll bet you can get that lot down to about 40 grand just asking.
I
Remember,
think they
you're
actually
selling
were
this for
asking
cash.
before 37, but yeah, I think 40 grand would be, I think it, yes, I do think if they split it out 40
Okay.
for the lot.
Perfect. So now.
Can I show you the lot,
And it's
Ron?
cash. It's cash. Wait a minute. It's cash. It's not terms. So that's enticing to them. And you're going to give them a 90-day close. Right? And worst case, at the end of the 90-day period, you just extend it because maybe your buyer needs to do some more due diligence before they close on it. So if you think this thing is worth 80 grand, my goodness, there's 40 grand in your pocket right there.
Yeah.
Excluding the house deal.
That's right.
Correct.
Okay, so that's enough to where you can put your own down payment down on the next property we buy.
Yes. Getting close.
All right, so now, we're gonna sell the house. You think the house, I don't think the house worth 575 by itself. Do you guys really?
Well, Brian said 550.
No,
Right?
I would be comfortable at maybe 530, 540, something like that.
Okay, so 549.9
Yes.
is what you really meant. All right,
That'll work.
so what's the minimum down payment on that, Ann?
50?
Absolutely. And I am telling you, make a payment before rendering. Look, if you can only get 40, so what? But don't let somebody come in here and put $10,000 down and move into this beautiful house.
No, no.
Okay. All right. And so you're going to wind up, I mean, I think you can get the guy down, but even if you don't, you give him 470, you're giving him 10 down, so you only owe him 460. So you got a nice back end.
Click.
As well as a nice front end on this deal. Plus you got another
I
lot.
love it.
This is a great deal. This is a
Yes.
deal that would normally require a partner.
There's some,
We can all partner.
a few friends around.
We'll partner another one.
What
There
do
you
you
go.
think you can get? What do you think you can get out of this house on a lease purchase?
Honestly, I think they'd pay 4,000 a month.
All right, man. You hope.
I mean, 3,500 to be safe, but 4,000.
That's $1,600 a month positive cash flow.
And I'm not gonna quit my job.
Tell everybody what you do, Ann.
I'm a paramedic.
You're a paramedic.
So I answer the 911 calls and love what I do.
That means you keep people alive. Okay?
Try to.
And we appreciate that.
Yeah.
She's serving her
Ann and I-
community.
Ann and I have actually been working together 1 year now, haven't we, this month?
We have, yes, 1 year.
She's been submitting us commercial land deals. We have bought 2 pieces. We have a 3rd piece under contract, and we actually had another one under contract, which we did not go through with. And God, I don't even remember. There's so many of them. I even flew up there and visited your town once or twice, didn't I? Huh?
Yeah.
Twice. Yep.
Ron,
We had
we all flew up on your plane, and Ann got rented out a beautiful luxury limo and drove
Party
us all
bus.
around. It was a party
Yeah.
bus,
Yes.
and we drove
It was
us
a
all
party
around.
bus.
It was
Okay.
so
You
awesome.
did good, girl.
Well, I'm glad to see you doing some house deals. And these
I
are the kind
took
of
a
house
break.
deals okay. These are the kind of house deals you want to do.
That's
do you
the
wanna
first
see?
one. I was petrified to call this one because of the price of it, but thanks to the Wolves, we made a phone call, and usually you're gonna shoot me, Ron, but normally I don't call those because I'm too scared. And I've stuck in the 200,000. I know your jaw. I normally stick in the $200,000 range, and I literally
I know.
basically I was like,
No.
oh my God, I'm freaking out. So
So did this seller hurt you?
No, it was actually really nice. And actually, I made the biggest mistake that I've made is I had an appointment to call her at 9 o'clock in the morning. I worked the night before, so I fell asleep. And so I didn't call her till about 2 o'clock in the afternoon to call her back. And she was apologizing to me because I had a bad night on the ambulance. So, I mean, it actually.
So she knows you're a paramedic.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you've got to use that. That runs your credibility through the roof, girl.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes, it does.
You've got to use that. Yes, it does. Okay.
Hey,
All right,
Ron, Ron, Ann uses that as part of her real estate investor bio. She tells people that up front and actually says, serving my community in every way I can. It's like her
That
little
is
slogan.
good. That is good. I like that. Okay.
Somebody said that gentleman over there made that up.
And I know you don't necessarily like this, Ron, but she has a picture of herself on her card in her uniform.
Oh, I do like that.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay.
And do you want to see a picture of the lot?
Yes.
The lot's
Yes.
a lot bigger than the house
I'd
lot.
like to see a picture of the house.
Yeah, they got a lot of that. So, I mean, this is the lot. See, the house is the one on top. It's this one. And you can see the house is on it. Now, this is the lot next to it. It's a corner lot, and it's a real nice size lot, obviously. It's bigger than the actual subject property lot. Here's some pictures of the house. It's a big house, like we said, 4 garage.
Oh, nice.
Huge. Yeah, I think some of this might be that other lot. But this is
Nice.
yeah, it's on a really large lot.
Nice house.
Nice driveway, nice interior, wood floors, or look at that. That's beautiful.
Beautiful. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you guys talked about the furniture?
What did you say?
She's leaving most, if not some, because they left part of it for staging. But she said that there's still a bunch of stuff left in there. So
Okay, you just simply tell her, look, if you don't want to take it, leave it. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it.
Absolutely.
That's probably exactly what she will do. That's beautiful. They got some nice
I
furniture
know.
in there as well.
I know the
Okay.
flooring, fireplaces, beautiful wood, all throughout. This thing is really a beautiful
Ron,
home.
I just want to tell you something about this lead that came from the Gold Club and your virtual VAs. When I first called Julie, she told me Trulia. Julie, the seller, first told me that there was some other people calling and she just didn't feel good about the situation. And I started talking about Ann right away, EMT and her bio. And that's exactly why we were able to close this deal, because of
Perfect.
Ann.
Yes. All right. Well, you haven't closed it until you get a contract. So let's get that done.
Yeah,
as
that's
fast as
true.
we can. All right. Well, Ann,
It looks bigger than 3,100 square feet. They got, workout room and everything in this place. It really looks gorgeous. And there's the 4-car garage.
I don't think they include the basement in the square footage.
Oh yeah.
Look at that man cave.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious. That's a lot
They
of room.
They got epoxy on the floor and everything. So.
All right, Ann, you working with a mentor?
Well, I was going to re-up, so I guess I'm re-upping now.
Oh wow, look at this. They have a jacuzzi inside a little jacuzzi house. Look at that. It's a little house in the backyard,
That is
and then the jacuzzi is inside.
I might just move. Maybe I'll just move into that one.
Look at that. Oh my goodness, that's really cool.
Well, at the very least, maybe the jacuzzi can be moved to your house.
Amen.
Amen.
I bet your pig could even fit in that jacuzzi.
It's a hog. It's not a pig, it's a hog.
It's a hog.
All right. Okay. Well, Ann, I got to get going here. So good to see you again. And I want to get this deal done. And I want to know, Ann, when this thing is under contract.
Yes.
And if you are going to get a mentor.
Hopefully Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, this Sunday. We have an appointment this Sunday.
Then obviously, if you want to work with the Wolves, just tell us when you register. And if you don't want to work with them, we completely understand.
We love Ann.
No.
We call her Action Ann, Ron. We call her Action
No.
Ann. Because you got to be like that. If you're a paramedic, an EMT, obviously you got to be able to jump into action. And she does a great job.
All right.
So.
Well, thanks, Ann.
Hi, Ron. Thanks, Ron.
Ann.
Thanks, Wolves. Love you guys.
Thank you.
We're going to Jerome
Love you
Smith
too.
next if he's there. Is he there?
Jerome.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How are you?
Hey, Jerome.
Jerome.
Hey, Wolves.
Hey.
Jerome, do you live in the Miami Beach area?
No, I live in Coconut Grove, which is a little bit south of downtown.
Yeah, but near it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. This is one came through our Gold Club, so another lead we got for you. All right. Well, give me the information on it. Did you? I assume you guys call it, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Arv?
Jerome, Arv is, well, first I want to tell you
I'm gonna
this
put
was
it
a
out.
no turn to yes. Yay.
I see that
370.
right there. Yeah.
360.
Okay.
Arv is around 370
Well, then why does it say 390?
because Brian redid my comp.
So you think it's 370?
I'm a little bit more conservative. This isn't a big place, Ron. It's a
870 square feet.
Yeah.
It's a very small place.
The
But-
key is
However-
it's right across from the ocean, and it's in a complex where the properties are selling for 400,000, some of them. So it's centrally located in Miami Beach, and it's kind of tricky to price out. But on the generous side, I'd say upwards of like in that 370 maybe.
I'll leave it alone, 390. If it's worth 370, it's worth 390. Okay, but here's the key. Here's the first thing I saw. So, Jerome,
Yes, sir.
when I saw the words Miami Beach, what do you think I'm thinking?
I know Airbnb. It comes furnished too, buddy.
You are right. You are right. What a perfect place for an Airbnb.
Did-
And frankly, this is plenty big enough with 2 bedrooms and 2 baths.
It's perfect for it.
Okay. Did you check on Airbnb what kind of nightly room rate you could get for this thing?
I just looked while you were talking earlier, while you were finishing up with Bob earlier. I just put in Collins Avenue on Miami Beach and came up with rates from $100 up to $179 per night for what I would say was comparable.
But that's November.
That I picked the middle week in December to not be anywhere near a holiday as a day. Yeah.
All right. But good thing about your season is there is none. The whole year is your season. So people are going to.
Actually, right now is the big season, though.
Okay. Well, I tell you, and I'm just making this up, in Miami Beach, when the whole country hears the words Miami Beach, what do you think they're thinking? Oh, man, what a cool place Miami Beach is. I'll bet you, and I don't even need to look on Airbnb, this is an easy $250 a night, and that's in the off season. You take a look around the whole country and see what you can get for $250 a night that ain't nowhere near Miami Beach. So you need to do some more research on that.
Okay.
And I guarantee you, I don't guarantee anything, but I'll bet you can keep this thing full 100% of the year, being in Miami Beach. Did you hear when we was interviewing Dixie a while ago? She's renting out 6 months.
Right.
And again, if you don't have this thing rented during no slow time, just keep lowering the rate till you do, and it'll be constantly rented. This is a perfect Airbnb, if you ask me.
My wife and I were just out in Colorado visiting the kids and paid $230 a night. That was a house. It was probably a 1,500 square foot house, but it's in the middle of nowhere. It's in a bedroom community. It's not like it was in the mountains. It was, we were just out in the middle of suburbia.
And this is just you and her, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is a condo. You ain't gonna get any more for it if it's 1,500 square feet or 870 square feet. If only 2 people are going.
Yeah, Ron, you can 10 blocks. You walk down to Lincoln Road, about 2 to 3 blocks to the beach, and it's out on the little river, the little intercoastal there. Yeah.
You kidding me?
I can show you the pictures.
Oh, wow.
Or the overhead. The actual overhead is kind of cool on this one.
Show me.
Now the satellite, it's actually right here. This is where the unit is right here. It's right at the curve of that little river there.
And that's a river.
Oops.
Okay.
Yeah.
How far from the ocean?
You can see it in the picture. It's about 2 blocks, maybe 3.
2 blocks.
Yeah.
Perfect.
The ocean
That's
is right over. Let me
right.
show you.
So this is it?
Yeah, this is the inside.
Yeah,
Let me
the
see some
inside.
more.
Let me just give you the satellite view one more time. And you can kind of tell. So we're right in the center there. And if you zoom back, see,
There's the
they're on an intercoastal right here. And then the ocean is right there.
Yeah,
So,
perfect, man.
yeah.
That is a great, great location. Okay.
Yeah, so you're right in that building. So
I've
this
got-
is the pictures.
Nice.
Yeah,
Can you
Nice and
just see
clean.
these? Can you just see these up on Airbnb, Jerome?
No, sir. We thought is a Zillow lead. I looked on Zillow
Okay.
to see these
All right.
pictures.
I'm just saying.
Oh, I
by the
can't?
way, don't put these on Airbnb because these photographs suck.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
Well, I'm not kidding. You send a professional photographer out there, and you're going to see such a huge difference. You won't even believe it.
Right.
Because these photographs really suck. It's obvious somebody took them with their cell phone.
Yeah.
I
I got
got
a
a view right there. They'll give you a view of the whole kitchen in one picture. All right, enough of the inside. So we
Okay.
got a quality property in a quality location.
Vacant.
All we got to do is get and vacant. And by the way, I assume they're going to leave the furniture.
They said it is furnished. Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. So now, where are we? We got a $355,000 asking price,
Yes.
and it's free and clear. And the terms are,
$2,000 down. We said we usually put nothing down, and we went for that, and we ended it back at 2,000.
okay, and $1,000 a month. Oh, God.
My jaw
right.
dropped when I heard Lynette make that deal. Okay.
Okay.
Well, the seller made me the deal, but here's jaw drop. I'll tell you, when you don't talk too much, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Now, we do have a $400 monthly HOA fee,
That's low.
which means you don't have
That's
to worry
low.
about the exterior or the roof or security or any of that stuff. And I'll bet this thing's probably got amenities like a pool or a tennis court or something like that.
It does
Yeah.
have a pool. Yeah.
Well, that is low for Miami Beach.
Yeah.
But in reality, you got a $1,400 a month payment. So what?
Right.
Yeah, so what? So, what, did you talk about term? Lynette?
Yes, she's definitely good with the years, and we were
Okay.
going to talk
All
about
right.
that when we saw her.
So minimum of 10 years.
Yeah,
And now
10
you got a
years.
cash cow for 10 years. I'd really like to know what you could get out of this per night in Miami Beach. And you got to factor in the hot seasons, I mean, the good seasons along with the weak seasons.
Right.
And kind of average it out somehow. But, you know, I just feel that the poorest night is $250 a night.
Yeah. I need to check somewhere too with Miami Beach and make sure I'm okay.
Yes.
I remember there being some regulations about Airbnb on the beach.
Okay. Well, you better
On
do
the
that
beach.
too.
Right.
Now, if you
Well,
got
it's not on the
$200 a night would give you $6,000 a month.
Right.
And sometimes it would rent for more. But here's the thing. I talk about how you got 4 apples that make this pie, this apple pie that is a pretty house deal. And maybe the price isn't the greatest apple. That's not the greatest one. But this monthly payment is so low. That is such a big, juicy apple. That can make the whole pie right there.
Cash flow is going to
Yeah.
be great. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if something wrong is you can't do Airbnb, what do you think you can get for this thing per month on a lease to purchase rental per month? Because that's the way you need to look at it now.
Yeah. That's a $64 question right there.
2,500?
The rentals estimate, and again, that may be conservative, is 1,900. So that's, you know,
That's
still
good.
a nine. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and
So
actually,
if you want,
I went on Rentometer, and the lowest rent number that they give, the 25th percentile, was 1953. Their median rental on this property was $3,075.
Oh, okay. Wow.
gee,
And
Merry Christmas.
Reafax is another service that I use, and the rental comps on that app was $2,859. So
Wow.
2,900, maybe. Yeah.
We're going to call it 3,000.
Okay.
So it's $2,000 a month, and remember you're collecting the association dues and just forwarding them through.
Well, 1,000 a month.
No,
Was
he's
2,000
saying a
down?
$2,000 profit per month
sorry.
at $3,000.
And this is a 390,000. I can tell you right now, I'd put this thing out for 429.9.
Okay.
Because I don't think that price is going to make one iota difference to a tenant buyer you put in the house. I don't think it's going to matter whatsoever.
Even with the
Huh?
That was my only concern with the lease option is because it's so small.
I don't care. It's Miami Beach, Jerome.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. How many of these things do you think are available in Miami Beach?
Heck, I might want to live in it for a while.
Well, it's probably not a bad idea. Your wife kicks you out, you got a place to go, man. Huh?
That can happen too.
Yeah, of course it can happen. So look, if you get $50,000 down, they owe you $380, and you only owe out $355, assuming you don't negotiate any lower price. I can tell you what, though, I wouldn't push too hard on that price and blow the deal, but it certainly doesn't hurt to ask.
Okay.
All right. So you got a great deal here, regardless of what your exit strategy is. But I like the Airbnb.
I tell you what, so normally when we make our calls, Ron, I'm talking and Lynette's listening and critiquing. She wouldn't let me talk. We had like a whole, maybe 10 leads to call for the summit. And she says, okay, listen, I'm going to make the calls. You just listen.
That's probably good advice.
I tell you what, I got it taped, man. I mean, she went right through them.
That's right. Bam, bam, bam.
I want to see that thing work now. So are they your mentors now?
Yes.
Yes.
Are they your mentors? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jerome.
We have an appointment
That's a good one.
Saturday at 11 o'clock, Ron, and we're going to remember to do the Google Duo, the video chat, so it's like I'm there with the seller.
Right.
Have you guys worked up a contract yet?
I did, and sent
Yes.
it. Yes.
All right. Okay. All right, the next one, thank you, Jerome. We got to
Thank
get
you.
going.
You're doing fantastic.
Awesome job, Jerome. Congratulations.
Talk to you tomorrow morning.
All right, guys, we got
Can't wait.
David on here. I can't
yes,
read it.
David.
David Crow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Another Zillow lead. Hey, Dave.
how you doing?
Hey,
I'm
Dave.
good, man. Okay,
Hey,
you're in
Lynette.
Ohio.
Yes, sir.
I spent 10 years of my life there. That's where my wife is from.
I know. I met you once, and you told me all about Springfield.
Uh-huh. Springfield is a good place to be from.
Yeah.
What's the R? What's the
The
R?
R
Well,
here, what do you think?
Well, Lynette, I got to tell you something. I did some more research. This
Around
appeared on
500?
Zillow last week.
Okay.
Hang on a second. This appeared on Zillow last week. It's now off Zillow. It's not on Trulia. It's not, I can't find comps on Dreams. I can't find the property at the county site.
That's what Brian said.
And then I Googled the guy's name and I found out he does live in Mason in a condo. I don't know who owns this property, to be honest with you. But the Redfin is the only site it's on, and they have a comp at about 429. So
Well,
it doesn't look as juicy.
Brian did some research.
Yeah, I don't know if I see that, but you're right that I couldn't find it on Zillow and I couldn't find it on Ownerly or any of the normal sites. So something happened here but at one point it was on Zillow and had a Zestimate of 533. Is that right?
Yes, at one point.
Yeah. So, and that was just recently.
It
so.
wasn't that long ago that it was 533 on Zillow. Now, when I spoke to the seller, his name is Sharibas or whatever. Remember, I had trouble pronouncing it. We're coming out this Saturday. He told me that he would do. He was flexible on the 430,000 purchase price, Ron. We said we usually put nothing down. He started out with 20% down. We ended up. He said, "How about 40,000?" And I said, "Well, that's in the range." I didn't commit to anything. I said, "Well, come talk about it." We're covering his current payment, PITI, which is $2,300. The seller was good with that, and flexible to give us years and not months.
Okay. So your biggest problem is you don't know what it's worth.
Well,
Right.
if I went to 2662 square feet and I did a multiplier of $200 per square foot to get 532. So that's where the Zestimate, that's what Zestimate was doing when they got the 533.
Where'd you get the $200 a foot?
That was the problem. I couldn't find any comps on Ownerly or anything, so I didn't have anything to really compare it to. So we are shooting in the dark more on this one. We need to do a little bit more research. But the guy's only asking 430, so I would be comfortable getting it and then asking 499. For
Well,
a lease purchase.
no, first you got to know what it's worth.
Yeah.
You got to do more homework, because you can't just go in there blind, not have any clue.
Yeah.
So David, I know you scoured some sites, but you can't tell me there's not houses been sold somewhere near this property.
Yeah, I did look. There's the $500,000 houses in the area. It's a nice area. They're all in the 3,000 plus square foot. So this thing's at
Well,
161.
This
Yeah.
is 2,600 square feet. That's close
2662.
enough.
That's
Yeah.
close enough.
That's close enough. Okay, but because you're doing a square foot multiplier. So
Okay.
of those that are in there, what are they worth per foot that you saw?
Probably about 180.
Okay, if that's true, then you multiply 180 times 26 whatever, and what do you get?
2662.
It'd be 180.
2662.
Yeah, that comes to,
479,
480.
160, 480 basically.
480.
that brings it to 480,
Yeah.
Ron.
Okay, do we have any reason to believe it ain't worth at least 480?
No reason
No.
at all.
No, it's a brand new house.
Okay. That's even
Brand
better.
new house, yeah.
And I'm
You know-
guessing because of
So-
that,
so
it's
Lynette-
probably going to go higher than 480. But they're only asking
Okay.
430, is that right?
Yes,
Right.
and flexible.
Read it. Okay.
430 and flexible, Ron.
So we already know
Sure.
we got some room here, don't we?
Yes.
So we better get out there and get this thing negotiated down as low, but we got to get something about this down payment, because we're not putting up $40,000 down to buy
Right.
this house. I mean, it's
Right.
not even debatable. So you better have the wolves get on the phone when you get out there. In fact, if it's me, I'd say, look, I think we can come to terms on this thing and close it when you're ready, and we'll even pay the closing costs. But I can tell you before I come, I'm not going to put up $40,000. So may I assume you're flexible on that? And I'd at least get an answer to that before I go trucking out there. On the other hand, it ain't going to
Well,
hurt you
the
to
other thing
truck
I
out
wanna
there.
have-
You need experience.
You gotta have proof that he owns the house.
Don't worry about that.
I don't know.
Get a signature on the contract. That's called a title search.
Yeah,
Yeah, all right.
exactly.
You got nothing to lose by getting a signature on a contract, but you're not going to tie the house up until you do. And who owns it's irrelevant.
Okay.
Quit even looking who owns it, all right? People don't call you to sell their house if they don't own it, all right? You find all that crap out
I
later.
know.
And if you don't like
Sometimes-
it, you see, what do? You quit. You don't buy the house.
Sometimes
Right.
students look for a reason not to buy the house, Ron.
Uh-huh. So are you, what are you, an engineer or a tech person or a CPA? What do you do?
Well, I have a real estate business and I have a manufacturer's rep business. So
Okay.
I'm kind of busy.
But you are a thinker brain, right?
Oh, sure.
Like Brian.
Okay, yeah, I can tell. So quit analyzing
Yeah.
everything so hard, and let's get out there and get a contract. All right.
All right. I'm gonna call
Again,
him first.
my biggest problem is that down payment, frankly. I'm just not going to give them that much, because, that's pretty much all you're going to get out on the exit. So
Right,
your
exactly.
front end is, you're working for nothing. All right.
I get it.
There is nothing we can do about the payment, Ron. That's his payment, 2,300 PITI.
That's fine. Not worried about the payment. All right. Get 10, 15 years or so here, you're in great shape. So all you got to do is try to get that down some and that down payment down some, and you got a good deal here. Because you're going to turn right around and sell it for $499.9 on a lease option, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's a $50,000 down payment. So they owe you
Nice.
$450, and you only owe $430.
430.
$430 minus whatever down payment you have to give them. So you got a decent back end as well. Your monthly payment is $2,300. What do you think you can get out of it per month?
For the rent, I was thinking probably about 25, 26.
Okay, remember, that's rent. These are lease option tenant buyers. They pay more. I bet you can get at least $3,000. Yeah.
All right.
That's $700 a month positive cash flow. So this is one of them golden geese. So get a long term, make it live forever.
Love it.
Got it? All right.
I got
And
it.
you're working with these guys, right?
I'm not,
Well,
Ron. I just
he's not
finished
in the
with,
mentoring right now. He just finished.
All right. Just finished? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you might want to think about renewing because there's 50 grand online here. Okay. And if you do, remember, I can give you $1,000 off. Plus I let you use Gold Club points on the balance, and it's half price. So, all right.
I'm still paying on the mentoring I had. So.
Well, isn't this the way to get it paid off? Hmm?
Yep.
Do a
So-
deal, get it paid off. They'll restructure your note. You don't have to have two notes.
Okay. So just call them.
Call up right now. You got the number and work it out with them. Because I don't want to see you blow that
I'll
deal.
do it right after I call my next yes lead.
Ooh.
Okay. And
Yeah.
where do you live again? Ohio?
Dayton. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I lived there for 10 years practically. So.
You live in Dayton?
No, I lived in Springfield.
Springfield, I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've met both of you before once. So.
Awesome.
All right.
Awesome.
Well,
Thank you, David.
sir.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
great
Get
to
that
see you
one
again,
done.
David. Keep getting those leads in.
All right. We'll do.
Thank you. All right. One more. We got Andrew coming.
Oh, one more.
You guys are excused from duty.
Thank
All right,
you,
well,
Ron. We love you.
It's always our pleasure to serve, sir.
Thank you, sir and ma'am.
We got 2 more for Andrew.
Oh, boy. Okay. Andrew, you're back.
I'm back. How are you doing?
Who we got first? You got these things printed out so small I cannot read them, and I really don't want them like this anymore. I want them full size. And who is this? I can't even. Somebody. Huh? Oh yeah, I got Ryan. Tough. Another Zillow lead, another Trulia lead, and another Trulia lead. Okay, this is Ryan in Georgia.
There's Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey,
Okay.
Ron. Hey, Andrew.
How's it going, brother?
Okay, what do we got
Good.
here, guys? We're in Georgia. You live near this property, Ryan?
Close enough.
Okay. Okay, what's the R?
And that
I can't see that property.
I can't either.
this is the Lake Point Drive one, Ryan.
Lake Point Drive? Okay.
Yes. ARV in the 255, 260 range. They owe 243.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So they'll sell this for what they owe then, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, it says that. Says that right there, doesn't it? Okay.
It does.
So you got a free house if you want it, Ryan. Let's see. Do you want it?
Yes,
There's no
I do.
repairs. It is occupied. It's not listed. And it's a 4-bedroom, what is that, 2.5 bath, 1,500, 1,400 square feet, 2-car garage. Association dues are practically nothing, and it's a house. So you just got to go take over the debt, and it's yours. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, there ain't no, the term is whatever the amount of the debt is. So we don't have to even discuss that. Obviously, it's nothing down. You're going to pay the closing cost. And the payment is $1,300 a month, man. This is an easy deal. Easy deal.
Is
Okay.
the seller's concern? This was actually on the live seller calls the other night. The seller's concern, it was the he has a Penny Mac loan on it, and his concern was his debt to income being off, and with his loan company be okay, and all of that. So I, of course, explained to him how we, have our attorney prepare the mortgage. Speaking of a wrap mortgage, obviously I didn't say wrap to him. Prepare the mortgage and handle all the paperwork to help his debt to income. So,
In other words, he can prove that he's got an income good enough to wash out his debt.
that's correct.
Which shouldn't be a problem for a debt ratio when he goes and gets another loan. But you cannot make that promise, Ryan. Okay? It shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
We're going to make sure that you can prove that you're receiving that so that you don't have that issue, which is true. but that don't mean every bank. Some banks want a year's seasoning before they'll even, give them credit for it and so forth.
I always tell them I can't make you a promise. From my experience, it's not been an issue. If you want to check with your new loan company prior to me closing this, we'll go ahead and get the purchase and sell okayed, and you can do so.
Well, I would never tell them that. I would never tell them that. A loan company will talk them right out of it, man. I mean, they'll talk them right out of it. All right. So there's really nothing for you to negotiate. You're either going to take it like it is or not. So you're taking it for the loan balance of 243. I don't see an ARV though. What's the ARV?
255 and no more than 260.
Okay. So it's an easy one. You're going to lease option it out for how much? I know, 269.9, right?
Correct.
That's what you was getting ready to say, Ryan.
That's right. That's what it was. And about $25,000 down. If you're lucky, you might have to take less. Some areas there, you're in Georgia. Okay, let's take that in consideration. It's not exactly the highest income area on earth. So, I'll take 20 down. So they owe you 250 and you owe out 223. Is that what the number was? 223? 243. All right. The truth is, they probably are never going to cash you out. You're in this thing for years and years and years, and this thing just keeps on paying down, 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 down until one day you wake up, you don't owe anything. And then your cash flow, if you're paying out $1,300 a month, any idea what it would render to you for rent?
Rent in the area is about 1,900.
2,500 square feet, man. So you'll get 2,000.
Yep.
It's $700 a month. One of them golden geese. And frankly, this is what you're looking for. You get out there and get yourself 4 or 5 of these a month. Pretty soon you're so rich, your relatives hate you. What is that?
Sorry about that.
All right. You got a mentor?
Not yet.
You gonna get one?
Yeah, as soon as I get this one done, I'll do it.
I'm gonna let you take that, Andrew.
You might need a mentor to get it done, brother.
I'd be more than happy to work with Andrew.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's only $20,000 at stake you're probably going to lose. It's no big deal. But what you're saying is, please pay me so I can go to work.
Yes.
Don't work like that, and you know it. Okay. Well, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Look forward to working with you, Ryan, when the time comes. Make it soon, brother.
You need to find Brian with a V.
Brian Lucy?
Yeah.
This is an interesting one.
Okay, got him. Brian?
Yes.
Okay, what do we got here? Because I can't read a darn thing on this thing. What do we got? Where are we at?
Trulia.
Huh?
It came from Trulia, not Zillow.
Okay. All right. Talk to me about it, Andrew. You call him. Give me the numbers. What's the R? What's he asking?
So actually this is one Bo called $699 asking. They're flexible. They're asking for 10% down. We let them know that wasn't going to happen, and they've showed flexibility on that as well. The payment is $1,900 a month, which is good. He's open for a 4-year term, which is also good. It's on 10 acres. It's in Vista, Colorado.
Oh, nice. Okay. What is that near?
For me, it's about 2.5 hours from here, from where I live.
Well, is that near anything in Colorado people would want to come see?
Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah. It's a nice place. It's a beautiful location.
It's a very, very difficult to comp, in my opinion, because of the acreage. There's some acreages. I've seen one that had 36 acres that sold for like $900,000 with a 600 square foot house, and then there's 4,000 square foot houses near it that sold for 1.2. So I mean, it's very weird as far as comping.
Okay. Well, what you do in cases like that is you just find houses that are on lots and comp them, and that'll tell you what the house is on a regular lot. And then the rest of the acreage is just kind of a bonus. But obviously, the first thing I'm thinking is, can we split that acreage off and have a builder build houses on it? And I would not know that without looking at the map and where the house is located on that acreage. But you're looking at a 3-bedroom, 3-bath, 2,000 square foot stucco house with a 2-car garage, no association dues, and it's a single-family house. Okay? So what kind of terms did you negotiate? Or did Bo negotiate? And where's Bo? Why is not Bo on here? Anybody know? Huh?
There was some confusion, and it ended up getting handed to Andrew.
Okay. All right.
So 10% down is what he's asking for, but showed flexibility.
Monthly payment?
Monthly payment, $1,900 a month, covering his.
Term?
4 years.
Okay. So you really don't know what the ARV is, so we don't know what to do about that $699 price.
Correct.
So there's really nothing we can do till you get more of an idea what that ARV is.
And I did actually look up. I did try and find comps. I found a few on Dreams, but the highest I found was 610, and same, kind of similar square footage. But that was the highest that I could find, and it was about
how big of a lot?
Quite a half a mile from there.
How big of a lot?
I don't remember the lot square footage right offhand, but I doubt it was anywhere near close to 10.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to do with this because I don't have enough input. I need to know the ARV.
Okay.
I need to know where that house is located. Is it feasible to cut off the rest of that land?
Okay.
And then some idea what that land would be worth. Because if it's in this high of an area, that land might be developed into some pretty high-end lots.
Yeah.
And then, of course, is it on well or septic? Because that means bigger lot. Or does it have city sewer and water? That means smaller lot. And those are the kind of questions. You're in the land developing business here, as well as the house business. But I don't have enough information.
Most of the lots around there, specifically around that house, were ranging anywhere from 4 to 35 acres. So it seemed to be big plots generally on that street.
Yeah.
So I was figuring it only as a house. Didn't appear to be any place that there was multiple 1/3 or half-acre lots by any shot on that street.
Still, we have no clue what it's worth.
Correct.
All right. You want to buy it, Rob?
Might want to ask the seller, how did you come up with the price? Can you steer me to some comps?
Absolutely.
Because it's likely he just pulled it out of the air.
Yeah.
We call that an MSU ARV. That means make shit up.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you can't find it, he couldn't find it either.
All right.
All right. Well, I don't know what to do on that one, guys, so I'm going to call that one.
Thank you, Ron.
Quits. You do some more work on that, Brian. And,
Okay.
You got a mentor, don't you?
I'm re-upping for masters.
Re-upping for mentoring, you mean?
For mentoring, but I'm going to do mentoring and masters.
All right, let me be clear. You're in mentoring now?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to re-up.
So you're upgrading to masters is what you mean. All right. The word re-upping, because you don't re-up for masters. Once you're in that, you're in for life. Okay. All right, well, good.
Yeah.
Better do that right now so you can pick your mentor and help you work on this.
Okay.
Andrew, you're pretty full, aren't you?
I have to ask Dolores. I don't know that answer.
Last time I looked, you're pretty full. All right. Anyway, you guys can work that out.
I love Tony to death, so I'm gonna re-up with even though you're great, Andrew. You really are.
You didn't hurt my feelings, brother. Tony's an awesome guy too. With a voice like that, shoot.
Yeah.
And we have the same haircut.
That's good. Got a brotherhood going there. Good stuff.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Brian.
You're welcome. And
Thank you, Brian.
if you want it, I'll let you buy it.
Give me some facts. Who knows?
Okay.
I've been known to do that.
I will let you do that.
Okay. You'll have to go through Tony. Tell Tony to get it to me when you get the right. I like that shirt you got, by the way.
Well, thank you.
Short shirt.
It was one of those special ones that I got.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Brian.
guys. Thank you for everybody, all the mentors and John and Nick and everybody. Thank you, and Ron again. Thank you.
My pleasure, sir.
Thank you.
See you soon. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Ron.
Good job as always.
Thanks so much. Well, it's good being with you.
You too. All right, gentlemen, do we take a short break or do we just keep going until we're done? Because we only got one more session left. Hmm? Well, when's the last time we had a break? Okay, then we're going to take a 5-minute break. One more session. I'm just got some things I'd like to share with you, and then I want to give away $1,000 to somebody. So if you don't want $1,000, you can quit now, or you can come back and bear it out. We got to be done by 5 o'clock. That much I can tell you. Okay. All right. One more presentation, but I'm going to take a couple of questions first, Nick, if you have them. See how many of them get out of the way.
I do have some questions. Can't hear myself. All right. We've got, first question is from Leo. For those of us that submitted lead sheets that were not called to during the live seller calls, are those being followed up offline?
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, we only did a handful of them, of all the leads that were submitted. I mean, the sheet you shared, only a small section of those were called during live seller calls. The rest were called beforehand.
Okay,
which
by
is
the,
why.
by the mentors, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and if they were called and they weren't in this pile, then they couldn't reach them or there was no deal there whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah, they called them all. That's why we had 4 or 5 of them doing it.
All right. Stanley says, Ron, what is your approximate percentage of appointments at the house do you do that close?
Somewhere between 5% and 80%. Come on, Stanley. Think about that question. Doesn't that question totally hinge on the person making the appointments and doing the calling and all of that? There is no average percentage. And even if there was, I wouldn't know it because they don't report to me on it.
All right. If you get someone to pay a $50,000 down payment and they decide to move out, what does he do with the $50,000?
He doesn't do anything with it because you already have it and it's your money because it's perfectly clear going in. If they move, they forfeit it. That's why we close in front of an attorney, to back that up in writing.
John says, how can we become a person who submits deals?
Well, we only work with you if you're in our mentoring program, and then you just submit them to your mentor.
There are some exceptions for submitting deals, like during this event, we let anybody submit deals to
Oh,
work with during this
well,
event.
not submit deals, submit property information sheets.
Yeah.
But then that's all we do is talk about them. If you don't have a mentor, there's nobody to follow up with you on them.
Yep, and if you sign up for Quick Start Real Estate School, you can submit deals for that coming up here in December.
That's true, but again, you still better consider a mentor at the same time to help you get those deals, whether we get them for you or not. Still, you need somebody to help you follow up afterwards.
Where can I buy the hourglass timers Lynette was using yesterday?
I have no idea.
Oriental Trading Company sells them, I know. But
Okay.
They generally sell them in bulk. If you get the Wolf's course, they might send you one. Michael, question, do you have any good ways to skip trace these folks? I tried skip trace a couple people and it was harder than it looked.
What's the one that...
He said, Bob recommended BEN verified.
Yeah, BEN verified.
BEEN verified.
That's just one.
Yeah, there's a lot of, just search for skip tracing and there's a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
That is a subscription site. They'll let you play around on it free, but they really want you to subscribe.
Cookie Monster on screen? No, that was not Cookie Monster. That was Oscar the Grouch because Ron was being grouchy. Let's see. Roger, we're in California. How do I take an existing LLC I own with my wife jointly and change the ownership to TBE ownership?
You simply take out the operating agreement and change the last page that displays the ownership. And then on the front page, you should put you and your wife, comma, tenants by the entirety as the, well, no. You are the members, so you only go on the member page. And just make sure you put you and your wife, tenants by the entirety, comma, you should add 100%. If California is a TBE state, I don't even know. You can go to Google and it'll tell you.
Should managing member or member be running the multi-member LLC?
It doesn't make any difference. The managing member does not have to be a member, or the managing member can be a member. I'm the manager of some of mine. I'm a member as well. John, put my slides back up. I'm going to have to get moving. Last one.
All right. Sorry, trying to find questions. I don't know. Okay, here we go.
All right.
Albert, if you buy a house that has a lot of furniture with it, what do you do with the furniture?
Well, if you're not going to make an Airbnb out of it, you can just sell the furniture. Or you can take your wife to look at the house, and there will go that furniture, which I do not suggest. But you can call consignment companies and furniture companies. They'll come in and buy the whole house, give you an offer on the whole thing if you want. That's after you take out what you want. Or, of course, you could pull it out of there and store it, but I don't recommend that either, because that just more things you have to think about. And, but if, you know, like if you're going to do an Airbnb, you probably should pull it out of there and store it, even if that's not the one you're going to do. Okay, I'm going to just make a few comments before we close today. And these are things that I just picked up over the years that I thought should be shared with you if you are really in the mindset to grow and create a real lifestyle for yourself. And the first one is find the right vehicle. That means that so many people are out there trying to create wealth, but the vehicle that they're using just won't allow that. I mean, how many people do you know that are in brick and mortar stores and they have no chance of ever getting rich? So my point is, if you're going to pick a vehicle, why not pick one that can make you rich? And like real estate, as you can see, real estate can make you very, very wealthy. So if you ever intend to make any real money, you got to first put yourself in a position to do so. Make sure that that thing will allow you to get where you want to go, whatever that is. I mean, look, you can buy a business, build a business, sell it, get rich. There's a lot of ways to get rich, but not sitting in a brick and mortar store swapping hours for dollars. Do your homework. Do your homework. So I can't tell you how many people I see go in and do a business, how many people do start restaurants. Okay, they might be good at cooking. They might think they know how to run a restaurant, but honestly, it would be foolish to start a restaurant with no training and no experience in that industry, because you're probably going to fail. I've owned 6 restaurants, and there's no way I'd ever do a restaurant or any other business that I fully know without getting somebody else that's been there and done that and advise me and tell me the good, the bad, and the ugly, the stuff you will not get from behind the scenes. You cannot learn how to run a restaurant by eating there. You got to talk to the people who can give you good quality advice. Do your homework. Make sure it is what it looks like. Make sure the numbers are not just pie in the sky numbers that you made up, and you're dealing with real facts. And honestly, in real estate, you have such a huge advantage. You got such a small overhead, such a huge upside, high transaction values. So if you're going out of business, this certainly is not because of your overhead. Put it in gear and give it some gas. Okay, we can generate these leads. We can stack them up this deep. And how much money are you going to make until we call them? None, absolutely none. So you can go to seminars till your ears bleed. You can watch the screen until you can't even see anymore. But if you don't get out there and get some leads coming in and call those leads and make those appointments and get some contracts, you're not going anywhere. Nothing's going to change. And sitting in front of the screen is not going to make it happen. Got to make the conscious decision to get out there and make a mess and then clean up that mess, because that's the only way you're going to do it. And you got to stay focused on revenue, not cost control. Most people are so worried about the pennies they're spending, they lose track of the dollars they're not getting because of all the energy they put into saving the pennies. It doesn't make a bit of difference what the Gold Club costs, what VAs cost, what Pat Live costs, what marketing costs, or any of those things. What matters is how many of those big $20,000, $30,000 checks can you get coming in. And if you don't keep your mind on the revenue, I'm telling you, there's nobody else in your organization that will. Your job as the business owner is to stay focused on the revenue and let somebody else handle all of the cost control. I'm not saying ignore it, but I am saying that's not be what you concentrate all the time. And I know that's a pretty tough, rough habit to break, especially if you've been responsible and have your hands in your business and in your whole life has been pinching those pennies and watching that cost control. Take care of today's cash flow needs first before you start worrying about building an empire. Friends, you're not going to build an empire if you don't have cash flow. You got to get that cash flow up Because if you don't, you're not going to be thinking straight. You're going to be making crappy decisions. You're always worried about money, and you cannot get off of square one if you don't have enough cash flow coming in to pay your bills until you make a conscious decision. I'm just going to go do a deal and another deal, like everybody you've seen on this screen did. We all started with that first deal. So that's your biggest thing. Get to that first one, and that'll get you to the second one. And you don't need to see the light at the other end of the tunnel. Just get in the tunnel and it'll take care of itself. Find good people and better yet, find good people and let them build a business around themselves. I'm pretty good at that. I want to start a business or buy a business or whatever. I'm going to find somebody to run that business before I get very deep into that business. And I'm going to make them responsible for the operation, and I'll make them get rewarded accordingly. However, the smart thing is I'm going to get out of their way and let them do their thing. And that's another bad habit, especially that the men have. They want to control everything. They want to be in everybody's face all the time. They bring them in. They don't do any training, and then they want to fire them when they don't produce something they've not been trained on. And frankly, there's good people anywhere you want to go. When somebody comes to me and says, well, I can't find any good help, I'm going to tell you the first thing I'm thinking is, well, maybe you aren't a good boss. Maybe you suck, and you probably need to fix you before you worry about trying to find good help. Good help won't hang around a lousy boss. Take care of the people to take care of you. Because if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. All right? You shouldn't have an organization where you're paying minimum wage. If you're paying minimum wage, there's something wrong with your numbers, okay? We don't pay minimum wage here. I don't think we ever did. But the truth is, if we have to pay minimum wage, what do you think we're going to expect to get? People who can't think for themselves, for the most part. We discovered quickly that we need to pay a little more than minimum wage, and we get the quality of people that we want because we're willing to pay actually much more than minimum wage. I don't care what business you're in. If you pay the lowest possible price you can pay people, you're going to attract the lowest qualified people. And don't listen to the morons. I had to put that in there, okay? Be careful to whom you listen. Because if you listen to everybody who wants to give you free advice, you should be asking yourself, are they qualified? And 99.9% of the time, they don't have any idea about what they're talking about, no experience of what they're talking about, but they all have an opinion, don't they? And that opinion is worth what? Exactly what it cost. Remember this, broke people cannot teach you how to be rich. And if that is your goal, you should not be listening to them. Seek out the people that are qualified to help you, not the people that know nothing and cannot possibly do anything but try to steal your dreams. And I'm going to warn you, some of these people have initials after their name. They have gotten degrees and graduated and got these all these fancy whatever, and that does not mean they're qualified, okay? And I mean including attorneys. Attorneys have their place in life, but attorneys are not going to teach you how to make money. If they knew that, they wouldn't be an attorney. They'd be making the money. Your CPA is not going to teach you how to make money. He's only going to teach you how to keep it from the IRS. These people aren't going to help you make money. They're not qualified. Very simple. But look at the initials they have after their last name. So you better be careful who you take advice from. And you shouldn't even be listening to them. Period. You listen to the wrong people and they're going to talk you right out of it. And then you got to ask yourself, okay, what's next? What's the next shiny object? And there isn't any. You're not going to find the shiny object where you don't have to implement and do the same things that you got to do in a real estate business. And the truth is, if you can't do the real estate business, I have little hope for you doing any business because it is easier than most of them. Don't hang around the DoFi groups. That's the participants of any gathering of more than one doofus. Take constant and decisive action. Every day you need to do something that moves you forward. Every day that goes by that you don't is a day that you got to catch up, and it's harder and harder to get started. and move that machine forward. And everything's not going to go your way. In fact, you're going to think the whole world's picking on you sometime. And some days, you wonder why you even got out of bed. So you got the good days and you got the bad days. The better days are when you're having a check in your hand. But you cannot expect everything to go your way. The whole world is out to get you. Nobody cares whether you succeed except maybe those in your household. Regardless of what people tell you, they don't really want you to succeed. They would soon you fail, so you're down there wallowing in self-pity with them. And if you're going to get into business, you've got to really understand that you're on your own. And you got to get used to people lying to you and trying to cheat you and trying to put you down, because that's just the society we live in today. You should be so busy out there running your business, making money, you don't even care what they think or say anyway. And here's what you got to do. Number one, you got to get the buying machine cranked up, and you got to keep it working, and you got to put it on autopilot like we've been discussing here, and like we have plenty of courses to help you do. And then you got to pre-screen the leads instantly. Our VAs do the hardest part of that for you by filling out the property information sheets. Then all you got to do is make one closing call. Make one closing call like you've seen us do here. Get them in, get them out. Okay? Deal with the ones that want to deal with you. Get them under contract, get them closed, and then get people in the house. You don't get paid until you put somebody in the house. But in our pretty house business, that's pretty darn quick, because you're leasing it out with an option to buy. You're getting big deposits. You don't have to renovate it. You don't have all those costly entanglements. Start making money, and then start asking yourself, okay, what am I going to do with the money? When it gets more than I need to live on, what do I need to do with this money? The answer is you put this money into assets that produce more money, both inside and outside of your IRA. And then you start growing and you start producing wealth. And then pretty soon, one day you look back and you think, wow, man, I've come a long ways. Just like Dixie Decker, just like Steve, just like Andrew, just like all of our mentors and many, many others. Okay, thank you. I lost my sound there. Maybe it's time for me to shut up. What do you think? Huh? Okay, getting close. I don't know about you. You've been looking at me for 3 days. Okay, I'm not looking at you, but I'm looking at this screen, and man, tired of looking at me. All right. Embrace and applaud failure, guys. You're not going to succeed without failing. And in fact, you should treat failure as a learning experience, because there's going to be plenty of failure along the way. Now, your goal is very simple. Make them small failures and try to avoid failures that can take you out and create huge havoc in your life. You've heard me tell you many, many times, the biggest mistake you can make is guaranteeing debt personally, because that one take out your credit, it put you in a really big mess that could take a long time to clean up. So if you avoid that alone, you've come a long ways to making sure your mistakes are very small mistakes. If you lose a little money, so what? You make it up on the next one. So don't make promises you can't keep. Don't write big checks unless you know how to get that turned into a larger check fast. And do not guarantee personal debt. And you will not have to worry about failure. And then you're going to use attorneys to close. So you don't even have to worry about doing something that's illegal or whatever. Just work with the system. It's a long time being created. Work with it and don't try to go around it and recreate it. You'll find yourself moving fast without having to worry about retreading. And don't forget the IRS too, because they're not going to forget you. Good business is when you make enough money, make more money than your mistakes cost. Stress is a gap between the demands placed on us and our ability to meet those demands. Stress is a killer. Stress truly is a killer. It creates diseases, creates all kinds of problems physically, and it can kill us. And if we recognize that fact, I tell you, the number one biggest stress that I see people have is financial stress. When they get into financial stress, they're hard to work with. Their attitude sucks. They lose relationships, and all because of money. And if we can narrow it right down to this is only really a money problem, we've got to get to work fixing the money problem. We have given you several things here you can do for very small, pathetic investment to create big returns. All you got to do is decide what it is you want to do and get to work, because it's not going to fix itself. If you don't get to work and get something moving in the direction that you like, then nothing's going to change. And next year will be just like the last year and last year before that. There's a big difference between playing not to lose and playing to win. My wife likes playing video poker at casinos. Me bores me to tears, but it's her business, she calls it. I keep telling her, Beverly, you're supposed to have a positive cash flow in business, but she don't want to hear that. But this much I can tell you. When she walks into a casino, she expects to win, not to lose. She walks in there with a mindset that I'm going to walk out of here with more of their money than I came in with mine. And that's not what most people do. They walk in a casino, they expect to lose. I'm going to play this much before I leave. That's what casinos are built on, is attitudes like that. And by the way, she does win quite often. And when she wins big jackpots because she plays big money, like $50 a hand. All right. Now, I'm not telling you that she wins more than she loses, but I can tell you she gets an awful lot of free trips every year, treated like a queen when she gets there. And most of the time is spending the casino's money, because she wins a jackpot, puts it back in, wins another, puts it back in. She could play for days and walk out of there with sometimes as much as she came in and sometimes much more. But it's the attitude. She goes in there expecting to win. So you need to go into business expecting to win, not worry about losing. I mean, I talk to people and I could just see it all over them. They're planning their way to failure. They think they're going to fail, and everything they do is leading them in a direction where they've already made up their mind they're going to end up at. Got to change that mindset. By the way, hanging around successful people is a good way to do that. And that's why I want you in live events when we can get out here and do them again. Way different than watching this screen all day. Set your goals higher than you expect to achieve. In fact, I think it was Ted Turner when asked, what's the biggest mistake in your life? He said, it was I set my goals too low. Okay, here's a billionaire. Set his goals too low. So if you shoot for the moon and miss, you become a star. I think I saw that on Oprah or something. So put a stake in the heart of the fear monster. Fear is the number one killer of financial freedom. It's the number one killer of careers. It's the number one killer of what constitutes a successful person. Fear lives between this ear and this ear, and that's the only place it can be housed. And if we let it come in, we can get it out, whatever that fear is. So it's a matter of identifying what am I afraid of and figuring out what am I going to do to help me get over this thing, because I can't put up with this fear monster controlling my life and keeping me from getting where I want to go. You heard some stories like that here. You heard Corey Ellis. I mean, you just should have known this guy when we first met him. I mean, he was afraid of talking to a human, and he's out there doing deals right now. So we got to help you get over that fear. That's one good reason why a mentor will be a huge asset to you. They will help you get over that fear. They will force you to move forward. They will kick you in the rear. They will push you, prod you, swear at you if necessary, and make you do the things you need to do to get out there and get a check. And that's why they're on the telephone with you when you're in the house, so you can't go in there and screw it up because you're so afraid of everything. That's that saves so many deals for people just by relieving that fear of them of going into that house by having that person on that telephone pretending to be your partner. And of course, you do that a few times, and all of a sudden your fear goes away. When you find out that those folks in that house were pretty nice, and they're frankly more afraid of me than I am of them. Well, you're not going to get past that point until you knock on that door and go in that house. You're not going to get past the fear of calling people until you pick up the phone and start calling people. In fact, I suggest you do that in blocks. The hardest part's getting started. Okay, once you get started, you're going to roll right through these things. And pretty soon you're actually going to get to like it when you're not afraid to talking to people anymore. Got to start. Do the thing you fear, and the death of fear is certain. Don't do the thing you fear, and the death of you is certain. Never stop learning. Never stop learning. I never stop learning. You know, I don't read real estate books anymore, and I don't go to real estate. Actually, I do go to real estate. I'm a member of the mastermind group that is all real estate investors. You met a couple of them. And I'm learning about real estate. I'm learning about the things that they do. And we're implementing it with my team. But I'm learning about a lot of stuff, constantly learning. I've always been a learner. I know for most of my life, and my car was a CD machine. There was always a CD in my dash. I had a box in the back seat. I'd throw it back in here and throw another one in there. And frankly, I got a college education just off of CDs. I'm a member of 2 different mastermind groups. Each of them costs $25,000 a year to be a part of. I run a mastermind group that I charge less on, by the way. And I'm always going to seminars. And we're always putting ourselves in front of people who can provide information that will be useful in our business and that will create more revenue. Never stop learning. I don't read many books lately because I got so many other things that I can do at that same time. But I'm always working on something to improve the business or improve the life, always. And to earn more, you must learn more. Think about it. Who are the highest paid doctors? Surgeons. Okay. Why are they the highest paid? Because they learn more. It's just that simple. They're not paid what they do. They're paid for what they know. Right? And that's pretty much true with any profession. The more you know about that profession, the higher paid you're going to be. In real estate, I want you to become a transaction engineer. I want you to be able to take anything that comes at you and say, hey, this is a deal because of this, this, and this, or this is a dud, get it out of my life. And it goes way beyond just making offers on pretty houses or making offers on ugly houses. There's always stuff to learn that creates opportunity, that creates more revenue for you. People who hang in there, keep learning it, keep going, are the people who make the most money. Cost of education is cheap compared to the price of ignorance. It's so true. It's absolutely so true. Okay. Look, we're a company that sells education, but you know, the real truth is you're going to get your education one way or the other. Most people are going to get it the hard way like I did. And the sad part about it is because it costs a little bit of money to get trained, most people will make the decision that they don't want to spend that money. And unfortunately, they will never, ever know what that decision cost them. In 1982, when I decided to go to my first seminar in Miss Dallas on TV, it never crossed my mind what the cost of that would be if I didn't go. And I can't imagine. There's no way to calculate what that cost would be. No way. I can tell you this, I might still be turning wrenches for a living underneath hoods and who knows. But boy, what a decision. It was only a small decision. Just one small decision. Okay. And when I went to that first seminar in 1982, it cost $450. I mean, that's like $5,000 today. And I did not have it, but I just made up my mind I'm going. And I borrowed it from 2 different people. It took 2 of my friends to come up with $450. And I went. And frankly, that first seminar I went to, that 2-day seminar, about 90% of it went, man, I didn't have any idea what that guy was talking about. But I picked up one technique, wholesaling, and I went out and I did my first deal, scared to death. And then I got that check, but then I didn't quit. I didn't do what most people do. I didn't quit. I just kept going. Another one, another one, another one, another one. Next thing you know, 2 years goes by and I got over $1 million worth of equity in real estate. It was all junk. Okay, but hey, at least I was moving forward. It didn't take me long to outdistance that job I had, I can tell you that. So that was very easy to do. But it took me years and years and years of education the hard way to put the systems together that you have today that you can just plug and play and not have to go through those hard fought years. Don't waste time feeling sorry for yourself because no one else does. Avoid wasting energy on things you can't control. Focus on the things you can control. Okay, look, I'm a conservative. You can imagine how I felt about how the election came out. And I'm not the only one. There's 72 million of us. Okay, but what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? Keep watching Fox TV and get more angry? Nope. I'm going to live with it. Regardless of who winds up being president, I can't do a darn thing about it. So I'm going to go with the flow, regardless of what changes are made in this country. I'm not in control of any of that. So we got to do what we got to do to protect your own household and quit wasting energy on the things you can't fix and quit wasting thought processes on them. I'm trying not to even think about that stuff. And it doesn't do a bit of good to criticize and condemn and complain because something's going on that you don't like. That's not doing anything but making you angrier and taking you focus off of moving forward in your business. So stop worrying about pleasing others. If you're pleased with yourself, others will be pleased with you. You might want to take a screenshot of that. And if you're not pleased with yourself, others will not be pleased with you. And watch how fast they want to get away from you. If you're happy with yourself, watch how fast they are attracted to you. You can't be lonely if you like the one you're with. Some people find fault as if there's a reward for it. Do you complain about the sex and the violence on your own DVD player? Okay. That means you plugged in the sex and violence. Okay. Develop an alligator skin. Grow up, quit whining, and frankly, nobody cares but you. An alligator skin means you got to toughen up. Toughen up. There's only one way you're going to toughen up, and that's going to go and get through adversity, because adversity is what creates alligator skin. When things don't go right, keep fighting through them until you're strong enough to where none of that crap worries you anymore. I promise you, very few of you have been through the kind of crap that I've been through in the last 10 years, but I made it a point to not let it take me down. I kept on going. 2008 was not very kind to me, but I can tell you what, it increased the thickness of my alligator skin considerably. And I learned over time that I don't really care what people say. I don't really care about all of the crap they spread because they don't have a life of their own. I quit even looking. I do not go on the internet and look for that kind of junk. In fact, I intentionally avoid doing any of that stuff. What a time waster that is. I'm just not a guy you're going to see playing around on Facebook all day, sucking up my valuable time I can use to create and grow. So you got to understand and let it slide right off. All the things that bother you, you got to let it go. So I'm telling you what's going to make that easier, and that's cash flow. You get your cash flow up, and most everything else does not matter. You'll quit worrying about all that junk. And when I say get your cash flow up, I don't mean just enough for you to quit your job or your whatever you're doing. You need cash flow that is multiple times more than what you need to live on. And then you will feel like you're financially free, even if you don't have $1 million in the bank. Guilt. People come to us with some kind of guilt, some kind of baggage all the time. But what good is that going to do? What good is that going to do? Forget the past. It's over. Learn from it. Better take advantage of what future you have left, because you don't know how long that's going to be. And if you want to, you know what, if you want a bright future ahead, you're the only one that can fix it. So instead of trying to predict your future, create it. Step by step, item by item, day by day, week by week, until all of a sudden where you want to go, and your future is cemented. Yep. Quit crying over spilled milk. Go milk another cow. It makes no difference what happened to you. It's kind of fun though. Are kind of easy. You can blame it on your parents, or you can blame it on your children, or you can blame it on your financial situation, or you can blame it on where you live, there's always something to blame it on. And what good does that do? Absolutely none. And none. Very few people will ever get through life without hurting some people on the way, intentionally or unintentionally. And hey, we go through life, we do the best we can do, and we get over it, and we move up, and we move on. No one ever quit their way to the top. So instead of looking for reasons to fail, look very, very hard for reason to succeed. And look hard to find a reason to fail. To look hard to find a reason to escape. In other words, look hard to find a reason why you should not quit, not the way you should quit. Most people do just the opposite. And you're going to face no problem in business that hadn't already been solved by your predecessors thousands of times before you came along. You live in some city somewhere, and in that city there are homes, and homes are being bought and sold in that city before you were even born, much less within the last few years. They will continue to be that way long after you're gone. The real estate as a business is not going to fail you unless you fail it. People always need a place to live. They'll always be selling, and others will always be buying. Any problem you face in this industry is a minor problem and can be fixed and has been fixed before. So just remember, you're not alone, and whatever happens to you is not happening just to you. So just look around and ask yourself, well, golly, is anybody else making money in this business, in this town? And the answer, of course, is going to be yes. Divest yourself of golden turds. That means, why take on projects that don't make you any money but just suck away your life? Everybody has golden turds. My last one was a restaurant. I sold that turd, and I'm glad I did, okay? Get them out of your life. Take a look at what you're doing and ask yourself, is this worth the time and the energy that I'm putting into it? Is this making me any richer, or is this just sucking away my life and causing me from making more money? And that's a really hard look for some folks, because they get so enamored and so fall in love with this thing that they're doing or this business that they're in, they don't look at it like a business anymore. They look at it like a project that they're bound to. Get rid of the golden turds. Get them out of your life. Work on the things that are more productive. And that includes properties. You see me go through properties a lot of times, junk, get it out of here. I don't want to see it. We're doing that in commercial properties all the time right now. In fact, I have a team that processes all the properties that the commercial mastermind group sends in. And most of the properties that are sent in are golden turds. So we find that out on the front end, so we don't have to keep going on the back end. It won't take you long to recognize those golden turds in the house business, but sometimes you have to look really harder in other businesses and things you're doing in your life. What are you doing in your life that's sucking up all the time but not giving you any return? Are you volunteering for too much stuff, for example? Are you making promises to people to do things for them that you really shouldn't be doing, and avoiding the things you should be doing for yourself or your own family? In other words, make a golden turd list and start whacking them off of there. It takes one thing to prosper, and that's cash flow, cash flow, cash flow, cash flow. And that's what I want you to focus on, cash flow throughout the entire year 2021. Set your target, figure out how you're going to get there, and work at month by month, week by week, and measure your progress. There's only two ways to increase cash flow. That's lower your outgo and increase your income. Which one of them sounds more sexy? Increase your income, trust me, is easier. Best way to predict your future is to create it. And pick only low-hanging fruit. Beginners in our business struggle with this. They get a property information sheet in their hand, and okay, here's a house for sale, and this guy was kind of cool to talk to, so I'm just going to keep pushing on this thing until I can make a deal out of it, even though it's pretty obvious there's no deal there. If they don't want terms, there's no deal there. If you can't get them to come around to your way of doing business, there's no deal there. That's not low-hanging fruit. Okay, we went through some properties here that are low-hanging fruit and really good-looking deals, and we went for some here that are not low-hanging fruit. Okay, you get to choose. Do I pick the deals that are easy, or do I pick the deals that are hard and trying to make chicken salad out of chicken shit? The more you process them, the easier it'll be to get rid of those golden turds right up front. And I see, sometimes I see people come in and they get their hands on a house or a project, and they do everything they can. They sleep awake at night trying to figure out how to make this thing work. And I'm telling you, if it takes that much work, get rid of it. It ain't low-hanging fruit. The end. Thank you for coming. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being a valued customer of Global Publishing. And I hope that you make next year the best year that you've ever had, and have a great Thanksgiving. And yes, get with your family and have dinner together. Up to you whether you want to wear a mask. All right. See you soon.
Ron,
Jackson,
Ron, you're
I mean,
forgetting something.
not done yet.
We got to give away money?
Yeah, you tried.
Well, I was kind of hoping they'd forget that.
They haven't forgotten.
Got to give away $1,000? Okay.
We're going to give away $1,000.
Well, get me back up on the screen then, and let's see who the lucky person is.
So we're going to give away $1,000. So what we need everybody to do, go ahead and just say something in the comment section. We can only give away the $1,000 to someone who's here right now. So say, give it to me. Say $1,000. Say,
show me the money.
Winner, chicken dinner, whatever.
Or just post $1,000. $1,000.
So you guys are a little bit delayed on a delay. So I'm going to give you a few seconds. Post something. I'm going to do a drum roll here.
At least 30 seconds. I know some of them take a little bit longer.
Okay.
With the delay.
All right. We're doing a drum roll.
So who feels lucky?
Now this is $1,000 cash or $2,000 in credit towards Global Publishing products or services.
That means you can spend it on anything you want except VA services. And if you want mentoring or masters or the boot camp, up to you. And you don't have to spend it today. We prefer you do, so we don't have to keep up with it. So whoever the winner is, Debbie is about to call you, so stand by your phone. All right, drum roll, please.
Got drum roll going. Nick, you got enough? All right, Nick is going to randomly select the comments.
What's that say?
Roslyn Chichi on Wegba.
Roslyn, you know who you are. All right. You just won $1,000, girl. Right, thanks for hanging in there long enough to do that. So Debbie's going to look up your phone number in our database and give you a call right now, and you can tell her whether you want the money or whether you want the $2,000 credit. Okay? All right.
If you registered under any other name, be sure to comment that so we can make sure we find you. Or you could post your phone number, but then you're posting it publicly, so it's up to you.
All right. So Rosalind's the winner. Oh, she is on here, right?
Yep. Yeah, she commented.
Okay. Sorry. We show you on here. So Debbie's looking you up right now. So get off your telephone. She don't want a busy signal. You get a busy signal, we're going to give it to somebody else, Rosalind. All right. All right. Well, again, thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you soon, and we'll keep trying to continue bringing this quality information.